how would you, what would you tell Lagos residents about how to manage their circumstances now with the rains still happening? Dams are still going to be opened.
Definitely.
And what to do to manage the situation going forward.
Firstly, I need to tell the good people of Lagos State that they should remain cool, calm, and collected under the watch of Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. We are on top of our games. We have been empirical. We've carried out a lot of investigations. We are not only flood as a simple entity, we are looking at flood disaster holistically. With that, we've put a lot of things in place. What we appeal to them is they should abide with the rules and regulation. Firstly, I need to inform them that all the first responders are being put in high or red alerts. We've carried out a lot of simulations together. We've worked hand in hand together that, if flood disaster occur in certain area, how are we going to evacuate them? Where are we going to put them? Those areas has been answered. Now, we now look at the infrastructure. We have improved on our infrastructure in terms of channelization, in terms of dredging, in terms of early warning, and in terms of forecasting. Now, we have done that holistically. So what we are appealing to good people of Lagos State, abide with the rules and regulations. Listen to radio, listen to television.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
For me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, sell. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youth, are the ones that can make it better.
And my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Nigeria, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
I think polygamy is more of an African concept. at satisfying the need for variety in a man and the need to reduce single men in the society. I think it's more of a cultural or traditional thing. I think everybody can practice it. Unfortunately, because it is African and it's more of religious, because it's allowed in Islam, and when you look at many of the Orthodox churches in the early days of colonialism, they changed into African churches because the people find it convenient not to live a world of pretense. There's a lot of pretense in those who marry under the marriage laws, and then you have one wife, you have 3 concubines outside. But under polygamy, you are allowed to be yourself. One wife, many concubines, that's just a bloody pretension. Why are you pretending? Those spouses are not recognized by the society. But in polygamy, everybody knows you have multiple partners in your marriage. So, and everybody is known and accepted, and you have done the needful things traditionally on them. There is no pretension. They may stay together under one roof, and they may stay separately, but everybody has equal status in the home. Every partner is a wife in the polygamy. But what you are talking about, that's one is pretension. You are telling the whole world that you are not man enough to have more than one wife. And polygamy does not give room to that because it acknowledges the presence of every woman and the products of such union with the owner of the house or the man of the house. So it's not possible for you to hide children had by your mistresses, like you will do with concubines outside. Everybody knows the other in a polygamous relationship. So the children must see themselves as siblings from the same man. There's no way you have to wait till you die when a woman will now bring a child from a relationship that was known to some members of the man's family, but not to the woman at all. But I think anybody that decides to practice it, well, like in Islam, it's allowed and for a maximum of 4. But there's always one rule that many people don't think about, and that is treating them equally. To me, that's a very big job to do. Even if you have 3 kids from a woman, you must have a favorite among them. And in polygamy, in Islamic polygamy, there is no favorite wife. Even if you know you have a favorite wife there, it must not be shown. But we're all human. One way or the other, you make a slip one day that will tell the whole world, this wife is more important than this other one.
What a wow. That's all I can say right now. You're most welcome back to the show. It's still No Cap. Miles is still very much here. Zivi is very much here. We have one more person in the building, but we'll get to her in just a bit. And after all said and done by Dr. Adaogun, I think it's safe to say that's it. We don't. But the last person in the building, the person that just joined us now, will have something to say. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, please meet Fumi is in the building. Hiya. What's good? So you've been hearing our banter now.
Yeah.
Introduce yourself first.
What else to introduce? So, everything. TV presenter, TV producer, content creator, a mama, a lover, and looking for her billionaire blue people.
Okay, polygamy.
Yeah.
Let's get started.
Yeah, so I heard you when you were saying that men are polygamous in nature,
Right.
but I just want to also know that. I don't know whether in the generation of our mothers they were not. But in our own generation, we ladies are polygamous too. The only thing that we do is to allow it, like how you guys, you understand, we chop and we clean out, quietly. So I want you guys, as you are bugaing around, that you can really, have as many as you can juggle. We have juggle, swallow, do everything, but we keep it
On the low.
we respect your ego. We don't want you hurt. Okay? So that is what I always say about this polygamous thing. And when guys say, oh, they can have as many women as they want, fantastic, but be mature enough to respect that this other person like you
Right.
has feelings too. So don't just come and throw it. So I like Dr. Adako explain the cultural thing, because I even feel like we do our parents a disservice and disrespect when we shout so much about polygamy. How we don't, our parents don't like polygamy, but you're a side chick, you're a baby mama, you're all over the place.
you're
Even now, side chick, even have a country, will go to social media and threaten the wife. As in
Social media, even go to their houses,
even
go
go
to
to
their
their house and
hangouts.
go and be dragging. And for me, that is disrespected. That is where the man comes in. That's where the man is supposed to draw the line. Like, look, oh, yes, my wife may now know that you are my side piece, side boo, mistress. Because like in France, for example, you have a wife and you're allowed to have a mistress. But they stay in like different places and nobody's coming to rub anything in anybody's
France, here
face.
I come.
In anybody's face. But at the same time, you have to have regard for this woman that you have put in your home. And if you now choose to marry this person eventually, please, let's do it properly and draw the lines. Tell this person that, look, I know that, you know, you can be hot-tempered, you can be jealous, and then the truth is, Miles, we all get jealous. I was just talking about how friendship, somebody saying, oh, me and Zibi were being close, then who is this fool me? Does she know me and Zibi? And that's even from the same sex, you understand? So as human beings, we're jealous. We have to regard that. And that's the thing when we talk about Yules and the Edoches, for example. The reason why I feel like Yule even came out in the first place, like this girl, the other lady is pregnant, the blogs were going to open it. You could have done your wife that respect, because for me, it wasn't that disrespect on social media. You could have called her in the house. You could have, you know, said all of those things, because you see one of the reasons, even though...
What makes you think he didn't do that? What makes you think
body
they have that
language.
conversation?
You see that incident that Zibi was talking about?
yeah, that incident.
You see, when things have been sorted, it's just like how three of us are sitting on this set. If we don't align with each other, it will show in our body language. No matter how much we want to package, I'm like, I want to act professional, it will show. So in that last scene on her birthday, if you see her body language was everything like, oh God, this guy, it's enough now and everything. So you have to sort it, because whether we like it or not, in as much as also we glamorize, because monogamy, look, it's not an easy something, because God created
tell me about
fantastic
it.
human beings in this life. And I'm telling you, as a child of God, because I appreciate the creation of God. Man, when you see some men with white chest, if you look at my Instagram story today, there's one fine man, no Nigerian artist, white chest, looking luscious. I'm like, God created this one on a Sunday, and then after God finished creating that one on the Sunday, like 12 noon, God will not create another boy like 2. You will not be like, Lord, lead me not into temptation. Because it's not easy to be monogamous, do you understand? And then the thing is, we connect with people on different levels. I may connect with you on an intellectual level.
Yeah.
I may connect with you on an emotional level. I may it may just be not even anything, like we say, just for knacks. We just met each other, like each other, shark, and everybody's going in their forward direction. Do you understand? So the truth is, as humans, they will never, and I always tell people, when you marry somebody, you will always see someone that is better than that person. It's just
Definitely.
you know, it's like the guys always give that, I wish I met you a few years ago. That
Yes.
because when you say it, you will still marry somebody, you see somebody else that is better than me. So that's the truth. I will always see somebody that is better than my billionaire, but hey, baby, don't be annoyed. So I was see someone that is even richer or wealthier, if you're in that kind of space, that is ready to take you away at any point. It's just like standing there saying, for me, say the word. There will always be people, and then when you now take camp and you move to this person too, you will still find out that like Jeff Bezos too now, you understand? He and his wife, how many years, this other person moved. And the connection, and it can be anything. Some people, and I always tell people that don't change yourself for someone else. And this is why. Because this is who I am. So yes, your partner wants you to be a certain way. So for example, I love lingerie. The only thing that I have not yet gathered my strength to know how to strip.
To rock them.
To strip, to do all of those things. I'm still shy. You know, as a Jesus child raised by well-to-do, yeah, for me, you did a good job. But your partner might have been saying that. But to now feel like when your partner now moves to, because we do that a lot to women especially, this man has now met another chick. She's absolutely nothing like you. Doesn't mean anything is wrong with you. But he has connected with this person. It might just be a humor. Then you're not trying to now be like that girl. You can never be. Just be the best version of your own self. You can never be that girl. You can never be the other person. It's just like if I meet a man now with, you know, white chest and a fat bank account, then you are my friend. You know, me and you, maybe my side cockerel, for example. You are an intellectual somebody, you are smart. But I cannot...
Which is also your thing.
which is also my thing. You understand? I'm a nerd. I like to read. I like to connect
Right.
with you intellectually.
Right.
But I cannot say to you now, baby, but we want to go to Seychelles now, and you. But that Seychelles thing, or maybe that money thing, he doesn't stress me with it. He's just saying, I'm just seeing money in your account. I'm asking you, what's the money for? And you're like, I just, you know, you just,
just
do
trying
a
to give
soft,
it to you.
just a soft life.
Soft life.
But even this my net now, I'm a kagidi. When I say let's go and buy, I'm like struggle. You say we're angry. You're angry.
Okay.
So
fine.
anyway.
Okay, right now, before we wrap up on this one now, on the final note, right? Why do you think the society is frowning towards polygamy right now? Because everyone seems to be frowning, but like, I know it's wrong, it's wrong. Even when the Oba, or no, if it was taking, like, why is he doing that again? Like, he's an Oba.
He's an
for
Oba,
Christ's sake. He can take as many as he wants.
Right.
So,
I think the economy definitely plays a huge role. Because a lot of people are struggling to take care of one wife and 2 children. So when you have a side chick, just know that whatever resources a wife is getting is cut in 2. And guess who is getting the bigger share?
the wife, innit?
Definitely not the wife.
It's the wife. The wife has
No,
kids.
the wife is not getting the bigger share.
Because there are kids involved,
You need
innit?
to impress that side chick on the
Mike is
outside.
a good man. But
No,
yeah.
wait, hold up. No, what is, okay, look, if I have 10 naira with me right now, I will spend maybe 2 naira or 3 naira on a side chick, and the rest is for the house, honestly.
No side
I
chick
have
is going
kids.
to be waiting for you to spend 3 naira on her. She wants 9 naira, maybe
No,
9
that's,
naira.
if
50
you,
kobo.
sorry, if you're a man and that's what you do, I'm not saying having a side chick is okay, but if that's what you do, then you're really stupid. Sorry.
Wow.
Sorry.
That
no,
means
but
he actually
seriously, come
comes
on.
from actually betraying someone who is in a committed relationship.
Okay,
or
let me
marriage.
put a devil's advocate here. Let me
Here
just
we
throw
go.
a spanner in the works.
Here we go.
Okay, so what if that side chick, is like a business partner? She brings in, or not business, she's able to bring you business and bring you, I'm like, when you're saying that,
was
for me,
avoiding this kind of-
we have to look at all the angles.
really avoiding
So
this.
what if she you come to me now and say, oh, for me, I have this proposal, and all I just have to say that, oh, Miles, you have this proposal, fantastic idea. Let me call someone in Lagos State and tell them that there's only Miles that they can use. And I keep going on about this film that recently came out, like Anikulapo,
Anikulapo.
how Awaru introduced Saro to everybody else, and even though he
Changed
was
his life.
yeah, she literally changed his life. So are you going to tell me that got you a 100 million contract, and if I come to you and I say, Miles,
How far?
first of all, my cut, not even because you are my side boo or anything, my cut is 10%. Then a side boo now consign. You
far
understand?
now?
You're gonna give me something for the something. But yeah, wifey will not tell you when you don't even know how whether I kiss the person that gave Miles the contract or something. So you see, those things it's never cut and dry. It's never A and B. They're always going to be black and white. It's always going to be gray areas. We have to realize that. Once we realize that, then we know that everybody. My own is that let the man just have sense, be mature. Period.
All right, that being said, we are not advocates of side chickism or side cockerellism here. We're not saying go and have a side chick or go, because you say,
all
they
know
told us
something.
that on the Plus TV, they're the ones that told we didn't say that. We're just putting out there the way it is, okay?
But I know
Undiluted.
you still do what you want to do.
Yeah, still do what
But
you want
I
to
want
do.
you to
but
answer
with sense.
your question, Miles, where you said that why the
The
people.
society.
What I don't think the society is condemning. So 2 things.
Right.
I think 1, we are pretentious. So we want to come. We're doing something in secret, but want to come out and say, "No, I don't do.
holier than thou.
I don't. I'm holier than thou. I don't do. Oh, I've never. I'm a virgin." So like that kind of thing. Even after you have had 3 children, you're still a virgin, but it's okay. But then the second thing is that people who have experienced polygamy, and you see, polygamy is in different ways. There are polygamists that they live with all their wives in the compound.
True.
It was a gidigbo moment that they were fighting
Yep.
all the time. There was a lot of resentment. There was a lot of, because we're in Africa, there was a lot of witchcraft and jazz. Somebody took your name to Babalawo.
It's still there.
Once you have experienced that, you do not want to. Because it is a traumatic experience of people who have gone through bad. I was talking about a family that I know that all the children are so close, but of course their mothers aren't as close. The father succeeded in making all the children close, but it's not going to work. So what works in polygamy family A will not work in polygamy family B.
Okay.
Going back to why the man should have sense. So it's 2 things. People are pretentious. People genuinely also don't like it because of the experiences they have seen personal or their families and their friend, and they see the resentment that it brings to. So that's why. So that's what I think, though. Yeah.
Okay, are you okay with
That very interesting perspective.
All right, now, there's no how on earth we'll talk about polygamy and we'll talk about side chicks and we will not have this discussion. I think this is another discussion people frown at. A lot of people, for one, there was a time I met someone I was supposed to go out, have a relationship with her, and along the line I found out that she had like 2 kids, and it was a problem for me. I'm like, okay, why didn't you, why
was it a problem for
wasn't
you?
this the first thing you put on the table, like, oh,
Yeah.
I have 2 children. Why are you telling me now? Now, we've gotten deep like like into 2-3 months, and you're now telling me now I'm deeper with you, so it was a problem. So we're talking about single mothers and baby mamas. Somebody said they're actually two different things, but I think, yeah, I want to be schooled today. So single mothers and baby mamas. What's the difference, please? Let me just first.
Okay, I will answer that question, but answer my question.
Right.
To you.
What's the question?
When
you
you were
asked me?
saying that you dated this single mother that had two children, why did it make you uncomfortable when she eventually told you that she had children?
Okay, it made me uncomfortable because we didn't have that conversation. If she had one child, I have a child, right? So when I'm meeting anyone for the first time, that's one of the first set of things I tell you, like, oh, I have a child. Are you okay with this, right? I think she should have just laid it down before me first. Like, guy, I have not even 1, 2. That's a lot. So we're gonna have, you and I are gonna have like, I'm not having more than 3 children in my life. Maximum of 3, minimum of 2. So added with your 2, my 1, that's 3. Then that 2 from
so you didn't like her enough to take her with her 2 children?
No, I did not.
Wow. And you ended the relationship?
Yes, we had to, real quick, not before we went further.
Interesting. I mean, there's something called first date conversation, second date conversation, first month relationship. I think
you're gonna live long. I like that.
I think if you guys haven't been together for up to 3 months, you guys are still seeing each other. You guys are not in a committed relationship. It might be, some people might consider it overkill on the first date to say, oh, I have a child or I have 2 children. So you judged her because she had 2 children. And it's fine because it wasn't going to align with what you wanted. Exactly. And that's fine. But because maybe perhaps there are a lot of people that share that idea and people don't really listen to understand the backstory of why someone is a single parent or not. In our society, there's this perception that if a woman is a single mom, chances are she lived a wayward lifestyle. So people don't want to know whatever the backstory is. So because of things like that, that's why a lot of people are not going to be so comfortable just bringing it out to the table immediately and saying, oh, yes, here's my phone number. By the way, I have 2 children.
Boom. Just like I think I'd rather prefer you just do that.
That's you, because
now just let me know. I don't really have a problem with it, but let me know if it aligns with what I want to do in my life. Because my mother is a single mother now. We had 2 boys. Do you understand? And she lost her husband at a very, very young, tender age. I was 13 when I lost my dad. So every man that came her way, and they just see both of us like these 2 boys, they just flee. Automatically.
Wow.
She's still single today.
I still feel like they didn't love her enough.
Like they just like 2 boys, Sha. Nami will carry 2 boys. Upon boom, they're gone. So she just after a while she just stopped dating and she just, you know what, I'm gonna just stay with my kids. And so date Mama just stay single, just enjoy her life. But she has a white boyfriend, Sha.
Wow, that's nice. I like her.
So it's your turn.
Okay, so finding single mothers and baby mamas. So this single mother thing, I feel like the baby mamas are intentional. In the sense that they see a guy, they want to have a child for the guy, like with Nigerian celebrities. You see a guy, or with celebrities across the world, you see a guy, you're targeting, you're like, this is what I want to do. I want to have a baby by this, that song, have a baby, be a millionaire. So I want to have a baby by this man for money's sake, for his status sake and everything. Single mothers, defining single mothers in my own Fumi's terms, single mothers are people that have been married, like I was married, or they were dating someone that they loved, or, well, I'm not saying that the baby mamas, before people come from that you don't love your celebrity boyfriend, but hey, they loved, or, someone that they were in a relationship with, they were married to, and then things went south, and the child was involved, and the man now, just is taking care, this woman is now left with the responsibility of taking care of this child. So that's it. So like the baby mama, she's intentional. She's not looking at there's a 2-face here. If I, handle this guy, if I do this, I'm going to have a boy.
Trappers.
She trappers. Do you understand?
So what happens to those who are not being baby mamas for celebrities or rich people? Just there are lots. Go to Makoko, baby mamas plenty there. Plenty. Makoko there, plenty baby mamas, plenty. So what happens to those? How do you tag those ones?
That's what I'm saying. Because even baby mama came from like an American entertainment term. You understand? So. But guess what? Because we always think that things are just exclusive to us. This thing have been happening like for a long time. I knew one of my friends' mom, for example, when we were younger. I think I was like even the first woman that I knew that had children for different men. Right. So the only thing was that her own father took my friend out of. I said, you know what? I will raise my daughter. I'll go and raise. So some women are just like that. So those women, some of them were also, how do I put it? Either careless, like, they met this person, they thought the relationship, not careless, but they met this person, they thought the relationship is going to work. And how we always use children as what will seal and hold the relationship together, which is not true. Because if you like 100 children, if a relationship or marriage that will fall apart will go to pieces, you get it. But that's the, that's the thing with, for me, with baby mamas and single mothers. So those ones were hoping that they could do that. Some may have been intentional, some may have not. And so
I have a few matured friends who are still single, like in their late 30s, mid 30s, and all they say to me these days is like, look, I just want to have a child. I don't even care about the guy. He doesn't have to take responsibility. Just get me pregnant, and I will take care of my child. Do we still call those ones single mothers or baby mamas?
I think, to be honest, that term baby mamas, I find it a bit disrespectful. Okay. That's personally, I find it weird. I feel like it degrades women who consciously or unconsciously had a child without being married. So I always frown and cringe whenever I hear people being described as baby mamas. I mean, even some of the baby mamas so-called baby mamas who have children for celebrities, some of them are not just hoping to trap, they're actually hoping that maybe I would be the one that this person will end up with. And unfortunately, in some cases, it doesn't happen.
Okay, let's put the final notes out there for me, from your part, before we wrap this up.
I just feel like live your best life, be responsible,
That's what I got.
male and female. Let everybody have sense, so that the world will be a better place. Simple.
Okay.
I think self-control is very, very important.
Yeah.
If you're single, you're not wearing that shackle on your finger, that's fine. Live your life.
Wow.
Yeah, some people see it as a shackle. Some people see it as, something precious. Depends on which way you're looking at it from. But once you make a commitment to someone to be in a relationship, be with that person. If for some reason you choose to take a walk out, don't do the whole side chick, side cockerel thing. Be bold enough, tell your partner, we're done. And everyone moves on and everybody's happy.
All right. That being said, shackle wearing or not shackle wearing, and the major thing is you should have sense. In the words of me, you all should just have sense. Okay, cool. If you're gonna indulge in some things, let your partner know. Nobody's holding you. You're old enough now. You're above 18. Happy? No caps. We came, we saw, and we definitely conquered. We have to go. Right, we have to go. We're done. We'll be here next week, same station, same place. But if you have anything contrary to what we said, you want to argue with us, it's fine. We love argument here, right? Just go to all our social media handles and let us know what you feel about what we discussed today. And trust me, we will reply you. Or we'll even bring you back here next week and continue. So we gotta go. Adios. Drink a lot of water and mind your business. Ew.
On my paintings are Kike Johnson, but I mean, yeah, I think so. Thinking about it now, I'm not even sure, but yeah, I think so. Most of them have my name on it, apart from my fashion brand though. My name is Kike Lomo Johnson. I am a visual artist and a fashion designer. My art is inspired by a lot of things, by Black women, by colors, animations, different things, a lot of things that like inspire me, but I naturally enjoy drawing Black women. I think it's amazing, yeah. Yeah, sometimes I have artist block where I want to draw something, but I can't. I just get like, okay, I don't know what to do, or I just get, it's just a block, so sometimes I have to get out of that phase by either drawing something else or creating something different, or maybe getting inspiration from something else totally different from what I am doing at the moment. So that way I get inspired again and I get to draw and actually do something. Black women are amazing, number one. We have a lot of amazing features. As an artist, there are different things I see. Like I can see someone's face and I'm like, oh my God, I need to draw that, the angle, just different things on the face that makes it very interesting, to visualize and to draw. And then we have different skin tones. So it's just amazing to see how you can blend colors together to get a particular tone, and you can have 5 different women with 5 totally different skin tones. And it's just, every time I see someone, I always look through, look at those things, the shadow, the light, and all of that. I think I enjoy the process most about expressing myself through art. I enjoy how it's done. I enjoy seeing the finished product. After spending like 6 hours drawing something, I'm like, okay, I think we're good to go. I enjoy the entire process generally. I just like doing. So there are days where I don't want to create portraits. I draw maybe something minimal. I can do like a minimal line art. And it's okay, this is all I'm doing today. And I enjoy the process of that. That might take me 30 minutes, but I still enjoy going through that process. The Nigerian art space is amazing. It's growing and it's just very broad now. There are a lot of opportunities for people like me in the industry. We are doing so many amazing things, from digital art to traditional art to even NFTs. There's just so many things that Nigerian creatives are doing now that I think it's just amazing. To see that Nigeria went from not appreciating art as much to now appreciating art is a good thing. Love it. I actually wish I did go to an art school. I think that way maybe I'd have been like Picasso right now. But no, I didn't go to an art school. I learned everything myself. I've always loved drawing. When I was a child, I would draw Mickey Mouse. I would draw like just different cartoonish things, so I've always enjoyed drawing. I've enjoyed the process. Yeah. All right. So for young female aspiring artists in Nigeria, I'll say they should go for it. In this industry, I've come to understand that there are not so many female artists as much as there are men. So it's a good thing to see women want to become artists and actually do it. One major thing is you just have to keep practicing, just get better at your craft, and that's it. Yeah, there are a lot of opportunities out there. Art has influenced my fashion in different ways, from colors to patterns to just creating something. Sometimes I just do a design, I'm like, okay, this is not what I wanted, but at least we tried it, So art for me is life. Everything around me is art. I look at every single object and I see shadows, I see lights, I'm looking at the way it's done, So art has influenced my fashion in different ways, and I'm excited about that. I enjoy it. So in a few years, I see myself doing amazing things, bigger things than I'm doing now, in the international workspace, nationally, and just doing, I hope to have a major studio in a few years' time where, anybody can just come to us and say, okay, I want to create this type of art, and we can have someone working in the studio create it. Different things, from animation to illustrations to different type of artwork.
Well, it's been 30 years since the United Nations designated May 3rd World Press Freedom Day. So what is the state of press freedom in the world today, and how far and how free is the press in Nigeria? We'll be taking a look at World Press Freedom Day today on the program.
Well, we will also be looking at another issue which borders on mental health. As the world grapples with mental health problems and the need for more sensitization, how much of these conditions can be traced to genetics? We'll also be looking at that with an expert on the program today. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Welcome to the breakfast on Monday morning, Mindset Monday.
Good morning, I am Maureen. I hope you had a pleasant weekend. You're welcome to the program Mindset Monday, as you've called it. And yes, and so the theme for today being Mindset Monday is, do modern parents require training to help children with psychological struggles?
We even need to know what the psychological struggles are and recognize them. Is it that all the time we'll be looking at the quotation in the Bible that says, do not spare the rod and spoil the child, and go extreme lengths to punish children when we may just need to look at what is going on in the brain of that child. Maybe it's something inherited, maybe it's something that the person is facing, but we overlook all that and just say we're training the child by beating them so much. So I just wonder.
You know, parenting is not a joke.
It is not.
It's not a joke. It's a very serious occupation that, well, most people do not get, virtually every parent didn't get trained for, you know, parenthood. It's just something you begin to get a hang of as you continue the journey, or as you start it, you continue and you proceed on it. So it is something that we need to listen to people, share ideas and opinions on. You can never know too much. Even when your children have all grown and left the house, you then become a grandparent. And so you need to know more and more. You can never know too much. So how can parents help, you know, their children? Should they get some kind of training, some kind of help? We'll be taking a look at that. There are lots of things that modern parents, today's parents, need to begin to consider, especially as we find ourselves in the tech world that we find ourselves today. You have social media corrupting children.
Among the Gen Zs. In fact, they speak and I don't understand anything. Sometimes I'll just look at them and like, what's that again? And they'll have to explain to me. Things are changing, so parenting also needs to be dynamic, and so many other things may be affecting the child that you may not know. So you need, like they say, in order for you to be able to teach John Latin, you have to know John, and then you have to know Latin. So you are a parent and you have a child. You have to know your child, know what stress or anything they are going through, and what may have come that is not within their power to change. And you try to understand and add that to your discipline as a parent and all that, and everything will move, hopefully, perfectly for you, hopefully, because everything you do, you'll still have to pray to God that maybe this should work.
That's the foundation, really, especially with the way the world is going in Nyamgul. All the things we're hearing and seeing, things we never imagined 10 years ago, we'll be talking about, we're beginning to talk about them, hear about them, read about them. So it's important for parents to be able to protect their children, protect their radar, protect their mindset, and then help them to understand what is normal. You must maintain normal. Because in the world that we live today, so many fakes out there, especially as they are exposed to social media with all the filter and lies and abnormal expectations of what a human being should look like. You need to protect your children, make them understand it's okay to look a certain, what it means to be a normal human being, really. What it means to be a normal human being, really. And that it's not about the looks. Who you are on the inside matters, even the most.
Well, if you're going to work today and you have not left your home, we're hoping that you are going to do that, and the traffic in Lagos will be favorable enough for you to be able to do that. We hear that so many other things, so many places are free, some are not. Road rehabilitation around Bega, coupled with early morning Monday influx, has dragged traffic beyond Opik at the moment. It's better movement through Secretariat to Toll Gate on route Ogudu. I passed that road and I know what they're talking about. Back towards Ogun State, where you have Kara and the Long Bridge, yes, the traffic could be that bad. But once you get to the Secretariat, it's as if no car is on the road and the traffic is quite okay. It was quite free when I was passing. I don't know how it is right now, but so far, so good. After Toll Gate, it's good. Another slow vehicular movement is what we're experiencing in another area, another slow vehicular flow approaching Ogudu bus stop down to Iyanoworo due to morning influx as well, coupled with the activities of commercial vehicles at Iyanoworo. Connecting to Third Mainland Bridge heading towards Adeniji also moves gradually. And Sura, Obalende Bridge, Onikon roundabout and Flag House is still good traffic, while Osborne Road is getting busy. Return journey through Third Mainland Bridge back to Bega is better. It's always better in the morning. Carter Bridge, let me just take some more. Yeah. Carter Bridge down to Leventis looks good down to Inner and Outer Marina. Broad Street approaching Pogbon on the bridge and en route Ologbowo. It's okay for now. And CMS Bridge descending to UBA Road, about to connect at Pogbon, is good to go. Leventis ascending Elegbata Bridge is moving at a faster rate towards Ebutero. Jolo Nibu on-road police post is not bad traffic as well. Okay, we hope that it will stay that way for some time, because sometimes it's really terrible. And on the axis of Ajah, that's a different story altogether. So we do hope that you have a safe journey to wherever you're going today. And
and you may want to set out early. You may want to set out early if you're coming to the mainland, to the island, I beg your pardon, because this morning I was really surprised to see the number of vehicles I saw on the road. As at 5 a.m. I left my house about 3 minutes past 5, and I was feeling good that you know what I mean.
Everybody was
what is happening today? Why is everybody in a hurry today? So many vehicles on the road as early as 8 minutes past 5, and I was in shock. So if you're coming out, better come out now, or you wait till around 9 o'clock when all those who are rushing to the offices, and especially those rushing to the offices, have gotten to their offices, and the roads will be freer then. Yeah,
it's a good thing that construction is going on everywhere in Lagos. So federal government is doing their thing, the state government is also doing their thing. But whenever you're doing that thing that will be a legacy that you leave behind, let it not be tied to the kind of suffering that the people will suffer. Because if I see that a road has been constructed and I went through hell, anytime I see that road, no matter how free it will become in future, I'll always remember that suffering.
No, alternative routes should always be created.
They should be created.
Alternative routes should always be created so that as the people see what you're doing, they're rejoicing about it and not suffering because of it.
Yeah. Now that we heard that electric cars have come into town, we need to see them. We need to see more buses, whether electric or not. We need to see the trains work so that more people will have cause to leave their vehicles at home and board beautiful buses that are taking them to where they are going. And they should also not only make available the long buses, but also the small ones that will enter the places that the long ones will not enter. And keep them early and late. Because if I wake up at 5 o'clock and I don't find I want to.
Yeah, but I think that the BRT, they do come out early. Just that
they don't work on Saturdays, they don't work on Sunday. So what does that mean? And some of us work on Saturdays and Sundays. Yes. So what is that?
Oh, well, we must commend the Lagos State government, though. I think the Babajide Sanwo-Olu administration is trying, but there is room for improvement, and he's been able to get re-elected. Hopefully there should be more, and I think there'll be more.
Yeah, let's hope so.
I think there'll be more.
There's always room for improvement, like you said, and the good book says, only a fool will say the days of yore were better than now, because we use all the experiences we've had yesterday to add to today's own and become richer in our experiences. So let's hope that our experience will be very, very good nowadays.
Definitely it will be.
Yeah, so we wonder what the experiences of the people who are coming from Sudan is right now. We hear that another batch of 410 Nigerians evacuated from Sudan have arrived Abuja. Okay.
The fourth batch.
Yeah, fourth
From what I
batch.
gather, the fourth batch. So there you have them. Here's the visual of those who arrived, the fourth batch that arrived from Sudan to Abuja.
I wonder how many batches there will be before we get to the 5,500 that we need, because let's say on average they're taking back 500 per batch, which is not true because some batches have a lot less than the 410. But let's say 500. So the fourth batch now will mean that they have brought back 2,000 and there's still a deficit of 3,500.
All right, we have a report for that, a track. Let's hear it, please.
You are going to be given some packs, what we call the Dignity Pack. In that pack, you have several things that you need immediately. We are also going to give you 100,000 naira per person from Dangote Foundation. Can you all say thank you to Dangote? Thank you very much. MTN Foundation is going to give you a pack, a program, what do they call it, a SIM card that has 25,000 naira in it worth of credit and 1.5 gigabytes of data so that you can communicate with your families.
Okay, so there you have it. The returnees being addressed, by a government official and letting them know the packages that awaits them.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, now that we know that the 100,000 is from Dangote Foundation, not federal government, the credit on their phones is not from the federal government, it's from MTN and all that. I hope that when they give us a breakdown of how they spent the money on the people, we should see accountability in that, because some of these people are complaining that the conditions with which or in which they're traveling back home are so bad. And people are just telling them they're too entitled. Why are they even complaining when they're evacuating them? Complaining is not a problem for me. But if you say you are voting this money for me, how much of this money are you actually using on me? Don't use me to trade, as it were, and all that.
I saw the visuals. I saw some of the visuals, the toilets and all of that, and I saw. But yes, let's wait and see what the breakdown would be of how the monies were spent. Yes, if there would be any. And with regards to them being entitled, it's always a mixed bag when things like this happen. You have a section of the public having a different opinion from another section of the public. So I think it's not proper to say they were feeling entitled, but then they aren't entitled to their own opinions on it, isn't it? Okay, so move forward to the next top trending, and has to do with a fuel tanker that fell and spilled and blocked the roads on Lagos-Ibadan highway. That was a very bad story yesterday. The fuel tanker, falling over and the products being poured all over the road. There you have the visual there. It's a dangerous trend. It caused serious traffic yesterday along that axis of town.
And whenever something like this happens, we keep asking, who is responsible for checking how good the vehicle is, especially big vehicles like this? Who checks the tires, who checks the brakes, who checks whatever the vehicle needs to move well and avoid some of these things that happen on our roads? And we do not know whether the lifespan of the vehicle, because sometimes they were complaining that some of these vehicles have overlived their lifespan, and then they come to Nigeria, they bring them to Nigeria and overwork them. So a tanker that is supposed to carry 33,000 maybe will be carrying 40,000 liters of fuel and all that. So all these things count. Who is responsible for checking these things that does not do his work, or if they do their work, what really is the problem.
You know, we interviewed a government official sometime last year when they came to talk about the roadworthiness exercise, the new way of getting your roadworthiness. You have to be physically there with your vehicle for inspection. And I asked, why is the attention on private vehicles when it is the buses, the trucks that actually constitute nuisance on the roads? They are the ones that emit all manner of pollution into the air. They are the ones whose vehicles are tilted to one corner, and you avoid them, actually. When you see them, you avoid them because they look like they're going to fall over any moment. And he did explain that some of those vehicles cannot be inspected here because they are not here in Lagos. They're just traveling through, you understand? So that for them is a challenge. But let's hope that things will improve. Also, that we'll see less of them on the roads in the daytime. I thought that the narrative has changed. I thought that they no longer ply the roads in the daytime. I thought the time given to them was 11 p.m. so that normal vehicles, smaller vehicles would have been off the road at least to a very great extent to reduce all these kind of accidents that we see play out on our roads.
Yeah, but when you try to say they shouldn't do that and travel in the afternoon, and then you find them moving at 11 o'clock and then staying on the road because the traffic is terrible. There are places that they are working on and they can't pass until it's morning. So they cannot wait there till morning, so they will have to move and continue their journey. So all factors come together, like you said in the other case. You look at so many other angles that may be causing what is happening today. So when you go to the roads now, when we close from work now, you go to the roads, they're trying to make their way out of Lagos, but there's a blockage somewhere and they can't move. Some of them stay there till the next morning, and if the next morning the road clears a little bit, they will move. Will you now arrest them that they shouldn't move in the morning? Should they stay there? So between the devil and the deep blue sea.
All right, well, UK coronation is another top trending. A new era, new monarchy, same old tradition. Well, you saw it play out over the weekend, and it was really interesting to see King Charles III, become
the oldest
king,
prince
from
ever
Prince Charles to
becoming
King Charles. It was a beautiful ceremony, well organized.
It was.
Beautiful ceremony. And, that part where the son, William, pledged his loyalty to the king, it was quite touching to see. There you have it. There's a track. Please, let's have the track.
God save the king!
Well, there you have it, the 40th coronation to occur at the Westminster Abbey, and Prince Charles, the longest reigning British heir apparent there, being crowned King Charles III. A very beautiful, spectacular ceremony that was.
What captivated me was, like they say in the headlines, a new era, new monarchy, same tradition. And we see ourselves losing our identity as Africans, as Nigerians, because we want to copy a tradition that is alien to us. There are basic things that we need to sustain in our tradition. Maybe not for the coronation and every other thing, but there are some basic things in our tradition that need to be sustained. And because we've jettisoned this, we have a new set of values that do not even align with the African values of those days. The respect, the courtesy, all the things that our parents, our forefathers were known for as Africans. We do not have that anymore. Even the language, a lot of people feel that it's inferior to speak their language. And I wonder how they feel pride, in being who they are. Because when I speak my language, it just gives me that kind of pride that I have roots. I can identify with the people.
Definitely.
I am somebody from somewhere. And then I find some people finding pride in speaking only English, in doing everything English, in eating English, everything. Yeah, I just wonder, how do they even do it?
Oh, well, it's neocolonialism, which we have allowed as a people. But I think the narrative actually is beginning to change. If you notice, more blacks are beginning to embrace blackness across the globe, not just in Africa. Black is becoming the thing. And so you find musicians, you find artists, you find everywhere. Black is being embraced, our hair is being embraced, our cultures are being embraced, our Ankara being embraced. And but it's something that's it's a work in progress. Don't forget, colonialism was a big factor back then, and it affected us as a people. And so we're just beginning to reclaim ourselves. And Nigeria, 62 years old. So yes, it's work in progress. We'll get there.
Funny thing
There's
is
no
that
doubt we'll
funny
get
thing
there.
is most of the people who really take pride in this blackness that you're saying are the people who already have the opportunity to be in a white man's land. They're in England, but they will do everything. If they find out that there's a possibility they can have a local name, a local African name, they would even prefer that. They keep their names local. They keep their color even more than the people who live on the African continent.
Some of them
and all
are
that.
beginning to trace their roots to Africa.
Yes, they are.
Many of them have relocated to Ghana and some other parts of Africa. So they are beginning to, some even in Nigeria. In Ife, for instance, I know there was one that came and was renamed, given a Yoruba name, which he's very proud of. So as I said, it's a work in progress. The important thing is that that step is being taken already. It's in motion. It's in motion. It's not going back.
Okay, let's hope that we recognize our traditions and do well. Well, there are some that may not be good enough, but in trying to decide which is good and which is not good, let us know that it really, really works for us. It's not because people who came from somewhere told us that it was wrong. That's why we have not developed a lot of things that by now we would have had so much pride in. For instance, our herbal medicine. It is working. But there are some things that maybe we need to do. But because everything is now hush-hush, nobody wants to bring it to light. Only a few people want to bring it to light. Because of that, we will still see it as being inferior. But we know, you and I know, that it works.
It works. It works. Even the big pharmaceutical companies in the U.S. are beginning to use some of our herbs here to make things, make capsules and tablets, and it works. Our bitter leaf has been turned into capsules. Our charcoal, a whole lot of our stuff are being used over there. And also, when I interviewed the IT guy sometime last week, and he did make a very, very valid point for our indigenous languages. Our subjects such as chemistry, physics, and all of that should be written their textbooks should be written in our indigenous languages to make understanding and learning easier, so that we can think in our language rather than in English, as is the case today. All the subjects are in English. You know, if they can translate some of these subjects, it would also help in the learning of our local languages. Some of them are going extinct from what we gather, and that should not be. We cannot allow that.
Somebody said, problem never wire you where they pray for English. like if you are really in trouble, you pray in your local language, where God will hear you well, you can cry well. But you're praying in phonetics, you're praying.
The phonic prayer
problem never wire
another level of its own.
Well, but it's unfortunate. At one point, I heard there was a young boy that was being spoken to by the mother in the local language here in Lagos. And someone I was standing with was like, why subject that kind of a young chap to this kind of torture? And I was like, what torture is that? The person said, that woman is speaking the local language with a boy as young as that. Is that not torture? And I was like, the human child, according to experts, it has the capacity to learn 5 languages effortlessly. And now here's someone speaking his local language and then a little bit of English and all that, and you're calling that torture? Well,
define torture for me. That's what you should have asked him. What is torture in your language?
Okay.
All right, so you're watching Mindset Monday of The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. We'll take a break and be back to take a look at the headlines. Do stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Well, welcome back. It's The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa, and it's time to take a look at some major headlines and some national dailies, and we begin with the Punch newspaper. The Punch newspaper leads with CCB tells Tinubu others to submit forms before May 29th, and 2 riders accompanying that headline. You read asset declaration ongoing in 36 states, no swearing in without form submission, the CCB says. And then you have Bureau says defaulters risk removal from office, 14 Ogo politicians obtain forms. That's on asset declaration there, the major headline on the Punch newspaper. Subsidy removal. Nigerians may spend 8 trillion naira on petrol in 6 months. Details of that you find on page 9 of the Punch newspaper. Protests as Northwest backs Akpabio for Senate presidency. Details of that on page 7 of the Punch. And my ordeal with aggressive breast cancer, that's designer Alison Madeke. Details of that ordeal of hers you read on page 12. And then going down, you have that story we told you about the tanker. A fuel-laden tanker crashes, grounds Lagos Ibadan Express traffic. Well, that's it on the Punch newspaper.
Okay, we're moving to the next paper, which is The Guardian. The Guardian is leading with businesses opt for unconventional debts as interest rate nears 35%. Interest rate near 35%. That is on The Guardian, the leading headline there on The Guardian. We also have another one. This one reads, federal government airlifts 888 Nigerians from Egypt, plans more evacuation. There is also the story of passengers. What am I getting into? Okay, there is flight disruptions in Abuja as Max Air loses landing wheel. You find that on page 2 of The Guardian. Diesel tanker accident worsens gridlock on Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. Okay, we've taken that also before. Sudan crisis, we slept on the floors as bullets killed people on bed. That's people who survived it and are back right now telling their story. And then we also have this Oshun public education infrastructure in dire straits. That is also on The Guardian. And the 10th National Assembly, revolt looms in APC. Members kick against imposition of candidates. Those were very important headlines on The Guardian there, reaching you.
All right. Well, from The Guardian, we move over to the Daily Trust newspaper. And the Daily Trust newspaper leads with aspirants move against Tinubu's anointed candidate. You have riders there. What attracted me to President-elect Abbas? We were not consulted. Was his camp? Endorsement mere speculation, Gaji. Batera declares today, and well, that's the rider. You have NAFDAC raises alarm over importation of banned pesticides from UK. Details of that is on page 30. Man beats son to death for stealing 1 mudu of millet. Details of that, page 20. Learn from Sudan experience, NSCIA tells Nigerians. That's on page 7. Right on top of the Daily Trust, you have tribunal begins hearing Atiku Obi 3 other petitions today. Details of that can be found on page 12 of the Daily Trust. Mixed feelings in Kano over Kwankwaso's statement on Sanusi's dethronement. Details of that on page 3. 77 trillion naira debt, fuel subsidy, 3 other issues Tinubu will inherit from Buhari. We have details of that on page 22 of the Daily Trust newspaper.
Okay, the Daily Independent is next, and we have some very interesting stories there as well. 22.7 trillion ways and means loans securitization seen as mixed bag. Daily Independent. 144 passengers cheat death as Max Air flight crash lands in Abuja. NCAA, NSIB deploy officials. That's also on the Daily Independent. You can read that up. Serap sues federal government over failure to recover double pay from ex-governors. That's on page 7. Osinbajo flags off Imo's Oguta Orashi River dredging on Thursday. The story is on page 6 of the Daily Independent. At last, Buhari inaugurates Dangote refinery on May 22. That's also on page 6. And another story on page 6 is villagers panic as Zamfara bandits relocate to Katsina. The same page, we have Arewa Consultative Forum kicks against Akpabio as Senate President. All those stories can be found on Daily Independent. There are other stories. On top of that, you will find a story about NLC. Disruption of aviation activities illegal. That is according to FAANMD, Babalakin. Agency seeks federal government's protection against mob action. And a final story, there is a presidential election. PDP raises the alarm over alleged plot by APC to influence tribunal. Those were the headlines from the Daily Independent.
Okay, and from the Daily Independent, we'll go to Nature News. COP28, countries split over fossil fuels and carbon capture. That's the leading headline on Nature News. On top of that, you have Dangote refinery set to be inaugurated May 22. Going down, you have NICOMSAT interview. Details of that interview you'll find on page 19 of Nature News. FG commissions Ibadan Gemstone Market. Page 11, and people, wildlife, and unusual integration in Nigeria. Page 14 of that newspaper will give you details of that. Yeah, there you have climate activist King Charles III is crowned in the UK. Yes, he is known for being an activist, climate activist. You have his picture there, picture of King Charles III on Nature News, celebrating one of their own.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's the much we can take on the headlines, but that's not all we're going to take from the newspapers, because we have our guest, Opunabo Nkotaria, who is a public affairs analyst, joining us to dissect some of these newspapers. Good morning to you, Opunabo.
Good morning, Maureen. Good morning, Nagagi.
It's so good to have you join us today. We're hoping that you're going to have a wonderful week.
That I don't know.
You will. It's a prayer that we're praying for you. I promise.
Yes, not in Nigeria.
Okay, well, let's lead with the headlines of the Punch newspaper on asset declaration. CCB tells Tinubu others to submit forms before May 29. Let's talk about that. Opunabo.
Well, yes, we will. But let me quickly add one or two things to your discussion before the program starts. When you are talking about the issue of inferiority complex, Nigerians wanting to be more European than the European, more Western than the Western. I think it's a function of the drum major instinct, a great function of complex. If you listen carefully to most Nigerians, especially the ones who started traveling as adults, rather than saying, please, can I have pork? Yeah, can I have fat? You know, all those kind of thoughts, thinking they want to speak like the European. But it has more to do with complex. You see somebody, a Nigerian, who has traveled for the first time in his life as an adult. Once a friend visits him, the first thing he hears is, when I have fun now, thank God you come today because I won't travel with my family. Even when it is very unnecessary. So that is why we've lost that Africanness in us. And you see somebody say, I gotta go. And most times when they travel out, they go to the slums. Because if you listen to an educated American or an educated Briton, you will hear clearly what he's talking about. His words are well pronounced. But when you travel out and you go to the slums, where most of them go to, They speak this agara. It's like somebody speaking the Pidgin English in Nigeria. And to them, they have arrived. And that is why we've lost our values, like I rightly said, and so we've lost our Nigerianness, our Africanness. But more, I think we also said a lot of these things we are giving them back because there is so much awareness. You see in Nigeria will say, give me pork. Give me, I call the nurse for me. Which one will tell you, call the nest for me. This has nothing to do with your education at all. It has nothing to do with whether you have a PhD or not. That is not what affects your reasoning. It has to do with your upbringing and your willingness to also learn. Because I have a friend who used the F word. I'll end on this note. Who used the F word? When he was using the F word, I said to him, my dear, there are certain places you go to in the States, and if you use the F word, they walk you out. Because as far as they are concerned, the downtrodden are the ones that use that F word. He went to an office in the US. And I think sometimes you say, that hot, the F word. And they told him to walk out of the office. He was still in the US when they called me over the golf course to say, Okunabo, you're right. I said that I told you. It has to do with God. Yeah. Let's go back to why we are here.
Yeah, but just to add to that a little bit, Opunabo, because I cannot let that go. Yes, those are gonna go. That one is trash. But you see, when it comes to British English here in Nigeria, that's what we use. And from primary school to secondary school, there is what they call phonetics and phonology that's been taught to people. And in the course of that, you're taught to speak the language almost as close, if not as the native speakers themselves. Just as French, when you're being taught French, you're taught to speak it as the native speakers. So those who do that, it's not that they're trying to sound fake, it's what they've been taught. Phonetics and phonology is working.
Yeah, I understand.
No. They never told you fake.
I'm not talking about those who are...
The teacher never told you next. It is nurse. Never told you next. But they believe that they cannot say fuck for the other reason. You know what I mean? Yes. That is their belief. So it is fake. They don't like nest. It is nurse.
Definitely.
It's just a mentality. That's the point. Not that they are not. And apart from that, how many teachers know these things? How many teachers know this? True. I tell you where a senior advocate in court said, "My Lord, this is Warsaw." In court in River State, my Lord, this is Warsaw. That's a senior advocate. Okay. So you understand what I'm saying? You see that he was not fought? But he just felt some leader they didn't go attend the classes. We know our Nigerian schools. You can once you're a politician, you're bound to have a first class if you go to school. You're bound to have a first class. You're going to run from first degree to PhD within 6 years or 7 years. They don't even go to class. How many of our national legislators can even recite the national anthem? They told that they tested even the ministers. They told recite the national. They could not. But in the country, they are more important than you. These things happen because of the environment in which we find ourselves. You can stay at home and have your PhD. These days, all you need to do is have the money, and you have a PhD. Well, you find out that most people who could not even go to pass their JAMB or WAEC, once they get into the house, especially the legislators, eventually he has a PhD.
Well, there is a case of the Nasarawa State.
Tell him to speak or defend that degree. You will win. You will win.
Well, we'll go on with this. You're right. There is the abuse of the words, and there are those who are just being funny, but there are those who are actually trying to speak well, because that's what they've been taught.
I tell my students when I teach.
Nobody is perfect. I say nobody is perfect at all. Nobody.
I tell my
certain level is expected of you. Yes. No, but nobody is perfect. Nobody. Okay. Not even the British man is perfect. That's the truth.
Let's just go back to the headlines, please.
Yes, we need to get back to the headlines. This asset declaration thing, CCB tells Tinubu others to submit forms before May 29th.
It's a legal requirement. Even while I was in office, they brought the form. And it's also criminal if you don't. You can go to jail for it. Now, what is the whole essence? The whole essence, I don't know if Tinubu is going to do it because I've always said I don't have faith in that man when you look at the service. And sadly, in Nigeria, we have a situation where once you're in office, with the Tinubu's case, he's even going to have what we call immunity. So you can't even sue. You can sue when he's out of office. Once it's sworn, because that will not stop the swearing in. That's the truth about it.
Yeah, but they said no declaration, no swearing in. They said that as well.
No, that's mounting past relevance. It's not going to stop this. It's definitely not going to stop the swearing in. He will be sworn in May 29th, or else there will be constitutional crisis. But having said that, who is going to stop it? Is this CCB that will take him to court? You take him to court, the matter will drag on till, when he's out of office. If he's going to spend 80, he's going to spend 80. Or is it Buhari that will say, no, you can't be sworn in? Nobody will stop him. Let's face facts. But it's a legal requirement. What might happen if you have a man of rectitude as the CCB chairman and CCT chairman? The one present CCT chairman himself is not a man of rectitude. We all knew what happened, how he assaulted somebody, went to court and so on. I don't know why that man is still there. He ought to have been kicked out of that. It's a disgrace to Nigeria because the video went viral. Now, the truth is, what is going to happen is if you have a man of rectitude, a stickler for the rules and laws, when he's out of office, he can be sued. Because you ought to do this before, it's a prerequisite. You have to do this before you are being sworn in. Now, if for 8 years you fail to do it, and you have somebody who is a stickler for the rules and who has a gumption, who is not afraid of your statutes, definitely you can be sworn, you can be prosecuted, and will be jailed. Now, what is the whole essence? The whole essence is to avoid corruption. Now, if, for example, you had 5 houses before you were sworn in as president, and by the time you're leaving office, you have 20 houses, then it will raise questions. How did you amass? Because while in office, you cannot say you're doing business. While in office, you're interdicted from doing business or from doing anything extra official. You cannot get involved in anything. No kickbacks. You are not even supposed to receive gifts. If you remember the issue of Dr. David West, it was a cup of tea and a gold wristwatch, Rolex wristwatch that sent him to jail. Now, the whole essence is to prove that, look, while in office, you are not even supposed to receive a biro pen from anybody as a gift. Not at all. Because it can be seen, it can be interpreted to mean that was a pen that was used to bribe you. So if you had 5 houses before you got into office, which you ought to declare before you swear to the oath, then it is also presumed that by the time you're leaving office, you should not have 6. If you say you now have 6 houses, how? Can your salary afford the 6 house? Yes, my salary can afford the 6th house. Then fine. Then you also now prove that the salaries you are being paid went into the 6th house. That is the whole essence of asset declaration, to ensure fraud. But in Nigeria, is it the case? No. In the case of Ononegen, it was weaponized, even though the process was absolutely flawed, because the president was interested. And there was a particular minister that was also interested, because the CJN then failed to do his bidding. So it was weaponized against. Nevertheless, how many persons have gone to jail? The next person that was prosecuted was Saraki, but he was able to disentangle himself because he had his records straight in court. But even at that, his state governor went after him. You remember when they seized his properties in Kwara State. So the question now, we have the law, but how many people are going to enforce the law? You know, that is where we have the problem. But if you talk of banning or stopping, preventing Bola Ahmed Tinubu from being inaugurated as the president come May 29th, on this premise, it's going to be a fleeting illusion.
But why do you think that he wouldn't want to declare his assets, Opunabo?
There's antecedents. Your perception of somebody and the antecedents of the person will give you an informed decision on that person. We are looking at the antecedents. We have all kinds of criminal cases against all kinds of criminal cases. We don't know his age. Even if the asset is declared, I will not vouch for the veracity of that declaration. I would rather vouch for the appropriateness of the declaration and not the veracity. We don't know his age. We don't know his parents. He's 71. His daughter is 61. His academic qualifications, the drug allegation, that one I can rightly say because he was convicted. He didn't go to prison, but he paid the sum. It's the same. You can even be convicted and you're on parole. You must not be locked up in an area. Conviction is conviction. Even if you're convicted for 5,000 naira, it's conviction. It's the same as a man who went to prison. So that one we can say because the records are there. So why do you think I want to trust such a man and believe his declaration? I will never believe that declaration. And what is he going to declare? The so-called business mogul. What is he going to declare? So I will never believe that. So let's leave that, my dear sister. Let's forget that. But they just say go and declare. Mark today what I've just told you. He will declare, and you see it is going to generate a lot of furore. A whole lot of it. Because certain persons who are close to him and probably they started with will come up with other issues. You remember even during the election or before the election, what he said. Some persons came out with declaration. Tell us how much you have. Tell us your worth. Tinubu evaded all those questions, including the loquacious system. And they completely avoided the question of Tinubu. Some said, how can you know the worth of something? Why would you know the worth of something if you're paying tax? If you're paying tax, you're going to definitely know your worth. So he completely avoided it. If he avoided it then, why is he going to declare it now? When he knows that he's definitely going to amass more wealth. So why is he going to declare it now?
Okay,
if he declares it now, definitely it's going to affect him because he cannot amass. We heard that his son just bought a house in London. London, yes. How much?
Let's leave the
so let us
now.
leave Tinubu's matter.
Now let's look at what is happening because our time is running out. The National Assembly. There is a candidate that has been anointed by the party and the president-elect himself. And within the party, there's infighting. What do you think about all what is happening?
Who is that candidate? What's his name again? Akpabio.
Yeah.
Is that Akpabio? From illegality to president of Senate. That is it's Nigeria. I said, you all know what I'm talking about. Even his election is, but it's okay. Now we are talking of infighting, isn't it? Now the truth about it is that Tinubu wants somebody that will do his bidding at every point in time. He will want another Lawan who said they are not there to fight the president, but to work with the president and endorse whatever the president. But in the case of Akpabio, he must have pledged all kinds of loyalty and made all kinds of promises. I can tell that Akpabio is a man of his own. If Akpabio becomes the Senate president, it will be almost impossible. It will be a major fight to impeach and remove him. I said impeach and remove him. I believe we all know that impeachment is not removal. Yeah. Impeachment is a process. There are two different things. It's just an official indictment. That's what impeachment. So even if the president wants to remove him, Akpabio is loaded, as we say in our local parlance. And Akpabio is a politician to the core. Akpabio, if he's serious, we want to be another Saraki. Now he must have made all kinds of pledges, promised Mr. President that he's going to be in control of the Senate, that they're not going to be in tough time and so on. He must have, because he's a sweet talker. I give that to him. And that's why probably Mr. President settled for him. And this agreement must have been reached before the presidential primaries. Now, I probably have to step down. They must have reached all this agreement, but kept it to themselves. And now it's out. If you also look at the zoning, you have the president from the southwest. You have the vice president from the north. In all fairness, I would have felt they would have given it to the east. If you really want inclusiveness and you don't want to maintain stability oneness. It should have gone to the east. But for whatever reasons, it's going to the south-south, which I think is not fair. I'm a Rivers man from the south. But if we want the unity of this country to continue, because you find out that the tenuous ligatures are already threatened, the East feels marginalized. So if we want that unity to continue, we would have given it to the East. To a very large extent, it would have placated them, they would have been assuaged to a very large extent. But then it's politics. But let me also come in with this caveat. Don't forget that before Dogara, the agreement then was that they should go and vote for Gbajabiamila. And they were all put in a bus. They were on a bus. They drove down to the venue. Since declined immediately and voted for Dogara. Gbajabiamila was supposed to be the speaker as at when Dogara emerged as the speaker. So it's politics, anything can happen. It's a concentric circle of conspiracies and articulated interests. So anything can happen. It's not over until it is over. Because it has created schism, planted schism. And a lot of people go back to their homes to plot again to see how they can frustrate, hamstring the decision of Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Okay, because of time, that's the much we can take. There are so many things on the headlines that we would have wanted to
Honestly,
discuss.
I don't know why I even talked about it.
Yes.
Because I saw the interesting headlines. I made a mistake to talk about the first nonsense I talked about.
No, it wasn't okay. It wasn't a mistake. It's okay. You give your thoughts on that.
Look at them, yeah. So
all right.
Would like to thank
you, Maureen. Thank you, Agadi. It's always my pleasure.
Always a pleasure to have you, Opunabo. Have a great day.
Okay, we've been talking with Opunabo Inko-Tariah, a public affairs analyst, looking at the headlines. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll be dealing with World Press Freedom Day. That's our first hot topic. Stay with us.
Good morning.
The headlines are buzzing this morning.
And the global scene has never been more unpredictable.
So much to talk about.
I am Maureen.
And I am Nyamgo. Join us every morning for the breakfast.
Right here on Plus TV Africa.
Well, welcome back. You're watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's our Mindset Monday edition, and it's time for our very first hot topic. And today we'll be taking a look at World Press Freedom Day. Our guest is Nick Agule, public affairs analyst resident in the UK. Hello, Nick.
Good morning, and good morning to our viewers.
Good morning. You're welcome, Nick. How is King Charles III?
King Charles III is already 2 days into his official coronation, and yesterday they had a mega party, a mega musical concert at which our own Tiwa Savage also performed. So today is a public holiday in the UK. They call it a bank holiday. So today is a bank holiday here to celebrate the coronation. So a lot of communities had street parties yesterday. Today will be a day of rest, and for others going out visiting as part of the coronation. So yes, it's going well.
And Nigeria's Tiwa Savage represented us wearing that beautiful green-colored dress.
And singing in Yoruba as well.
Exactly. You know. Making a statement, I think. Making a strong statement.
Absolutely. She performed excellently well. I loved the mixture of the music she brought on board. She is well talented. Yeah. I mean, the Nigerians is full of talent. There's so much abundance of talent, be it in sports, be it in music, be it in literature. We just need to unlock these things for the world to see how much God has blessed us.
All right, let's go back to our main hot topic, which is the World Press Freedom Day. It's 30 years since the United Nations designated May 3rd World Press Freedom Day. And before we go into looking at the state of press freedom around the world, let's start with Nigeria. Charity begins at home. Nigeria has been ranked 123rd out of 180. That's for 2023 when it comes to Press Freedom Day, press freedom in the country. How do you respond to this?
To be honest, I really think that ranking is generous because if we see what's been happening in recent times, when the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission we just charge, prosecute, convict, and fine broadcast organizations or media houses without even giving them room to defend themselves. You realize that the media in Nigeria is not as free as we would have wanted it to be. I mean, granted that we've made progress. I know that in the days of the military junta, it was possible that even as I am on this live TV now, there will be certain things that I will say or will be discussed, and security operatives can actually come and surround Plus TV and be ready to pick me up. That was what we used to see during the military junta days. Mm-hmm. So that now is not there. We have a liberalization that took place in the media world, because before now, newspapers, radio stations, TV stations were all owned by the government, and so it came to a point where this was liberalized, making it possible for the private sector to come in and own media houses. And now the kind of things that we witnessed during the military era are also not happening. But we are not there. We are not yet there, given the activities of the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission, given the activities of the present Minister for Information. You can see that there is a lot of intolerance that is existing within the government circles. They don't want to hear alternative views. Alternative views are taken to be attacks on the government. And so there is still work to be done. There is still room to allow the press to actually carry out their duties, perform their functions as the fourth estate of the realm in Nigeria.
Mm-hmm. Now, according to Reporters Without Borders, that's the media watchdog, Nigeria is one of the worst and most difficult countries in West Africa for the press. And that's despite the fact that Section 22 of the 1999 Constitution, as amended, empowers the media to hold government accountable to the people without any encumbrance. What does that say about our practice and of democracy in this part of the world and the respect that we have for our Constitution?
Yes. The report, to me, is a wake-up call to us that we need to improve. We need to improve because Nigeria's democracy will not develop if we don't allow the press to do their work. You see, I tell people that this current situation where our young people are jackpying from Nigeria to go elsewhere, they are actually not jackpying to leave Nigeria and go and be recipients of qualitative education, good health care, 24/7 electricity, good road security, and all of that. That is not what they're actually going to get. What they are going to get is a democracy that has been allowed to work. And if our own democracy is also allowed to work, we will get these things that our young people are running to go and get in foreign lands, in Nigeria, and even much more. So democracy will only thrive if there is freedom of the press and if there is freedom of expression, even by the citizens. Because you see, even here in the United Kingdom, where I am, you will discover that the democracy is participatory. The politicians seek for votes from the citizens, and they make promises to the citizens when they are seeking for those votes. And when the citizens give them the votes and they become elected and they come into government, the citizens accompany the politicians through the governance process. The citizens are voicing out either by writing letters to their MPs, writing to their councillors, writing to ministers in government, writing to the Prime Minister himself. The people are demonstrating on the streets. There is no day that you're not going to have people who are protesting in Parliament Square, which is the seat of government. And the press is allowed to do its work. The press, in fact, yesterday, I was watching the BBC, which is the government-owned television station, here with my wife. And the BBC, after talking about the coronation and all of that, they now started to talk about how the police arrested those who wanted to go and carry placards and demonstrate against the king because they are not members of the king. And they allowed the people, the Republicans, those who are protesting, to come on BBC and lay their point. And I told my wife that this is going to be impossible for NTA to do in Nigeria. For NTA to give this kind of freedom to people who are protesting against the government to come on live and be making their points. So these are the situations that if we don't put politicians' feet to the fire, there's no way they are going to deliver good governance. I tell people that if Joe Biden today or Sunak here in the UK believe that they can do something and get away with it, they can do it. As leaders, they can do it. The only reason that they fear to do it is because of the repercussions. And those repercussions are led by the press. When a minister does, in fact, not even a minister, prime ministers have been taken down here in the UK, even in recent times, including Liz Truss, including Boris Johnson. They have been taken down by the press because the press are the ones that lead the protest and the people follow. And the prime ministers know that, look, if I don't go down, then my party is going to go down with me. This is what develops democracy. This is what makes democracy. Democracy thrives on pillars, on certain pillars. And when those pillars are not there, no matter how we try, we're not going to get it right. And of course, one of the pillars is press freedom. Then one of the pillars is freedom of expression by citizens, just like electorals, the sanctity of the electoral law, an independent judiciary, an independent legislature, are the pillars that make democracy to thrive. If we don't have them in Nigeria, then our hope that we are going to develop will always remain a pipe dream.
Well, 7 journalists have been killed this year. And in 2022, 55 journalists and 4 media workers were killed. 568 journalists and media workers are currently in prison. This is a very harsh terrain for workers, journalists, media people. In Nigeria here, the Nigerian Press Organization recently inaugurated the National Media Complaints Commission. How far do you think they can go with this ombudsman that they have set up in the wake of this hostility against media practitioners in Nigeria?
It's a good development to have the ombudsman, but when I look at the setup, the ombudsman comes after an event where press freedom is abused happens, which is okay, but that is reactive. I think there has to be efforts to be proactive, meaning to stop the abuse of a press freedom. in the first place. And that is what the incoming government have to set up. The incoming government should stop this intolerance for opposing views in Nigeria. They should give us a fresh, a breath of fresh air, because it is when we give room for everybody to have their voice, including the press, including the citizens, that our democracy is going to strengthen. So we should be more on the prevention of the abuse of press freedom. So in Nigeria, we should be intolerant. We should be intolerant of those who come against journalists for doing their jobs. So I expect the incoming government at all levels to say, look, so long as the press are doing their job without running against or abusing the rights of another person, let us allow them to do their job. Let them, and the president-elect himself is a media house owner, so he should know this thing. He shouldn't come to the seat of government and then begin to take out the same organization for which he is a participant as an owner. So if we have this kind of situation where we say it is okay to have an opposing view, it is okay if there is constructive criticism, it's okay if a government media house even gives room to an opposition to make their point, then the number of cases of journalists being arrested or journalists being harassed or even journalists being arrested, detained, or even paying the supreme price because they want to inform Nigerians will not arise again. But if the situation still arises, then the ombudsman approach, which they have set up now, is also good. But then, what will happen to decisions by the ombudsman? If the decisions by the ombudsman are not being respected, then we're back to square one. So the government has to make a commitment that they're going to respect the decisions of the ombudsman. And that is the only way we can make a way forward.
Everything is what a lot of people say is lacking here. And you just said that the president-elect is an owner of a media house. Well, maybe after the declaration of assets that we have been asked to declare, we will find that specifically as him being the owner of any media house, because as at this moment, I'm not sure he owns up to that, accepting the fact that he owns a media house that we think he owns. But that's aside. When we're talking about the press, a lot of people want to define press as the mainstream media, you know, and so many people will argue that press nowadays is more embracing, and in fact, because of that, you cannot separate it from freedom of speech for individuals who may not even be journalists. What would be your definition of press, this press that needs to have freedom? Does it include the social media, or it has to just strictly remain with the mainstream media?
The freedom of the press should be equally applicable to the conventional or mainstream media and the new media, which is the social media. So everybody should be allowed to have a freedom of expression. The only thing is that people have to understand that your freedom stops when somebody else's freedom or rights are being infringed. So the fact that you have access to social media, you are on WhatsApp or Twitter or Facebook, and you can just make unsubstantiated allegations or cast aspersions or actually say anything that you can be held to account, then that is for you. you know, people have to be responsible, especially on the social media aspect. You know, don't propagate a story that you have not verified. Don't originate a story that you have framed in your head, as many people are doing these days. Otherwise, already we have laws against defamation. We have seen people being sued. You can be sued for defamation. So that is an advice that we have to give to those who are using the new media, that you need to be responsible. You know, we have seen cases where new media like Twitter has actually come to very good use. We saw the case of the EndSARS protest. It was basically mobilized on the new media, which is Twitter, and see the success that it brought up until miscreants took over. I mean, possibly sponsored by those who wanted the EndSARS protest to be disrupted. So everybody should be free to say their mind in a responsible way that it will not infringe on the rights and freedoms of others. So this should be applicable to both media.
Yeah, I'm just sorry, Maureen. I'm just concerned about where we draw the line between this freedom and what you're saying as abusing the freedom. Now, let me give you an instance of what really confused me at some point. There's an African president that went to a public function. He took the salute, and then he peed on himself. And this story was carried, and a lot of people were arrested. Reason that the president was being insulted. And in so many countries, there are laws that you should never insult the president. You should never talk bad about the president, no matter what. But this thing is something that people could see. And the story was carried. It constituted an embarrassment for the president, and people were arrested. So you are between the devil and the blue sea, trying to report something that is true, but which someone somewhere is judging as being embarrassing to someone in office. So how can we marry the two? How can we balance the two when the truth can be defined as an embarrassment? What do we do?
My view is that what happened in that African country is tyranny. Yes, it's tyranny because people were reporting an actual event in the way it happened. You know, so I don't see anything that is wrong with that. You know, if a president has suffered a mishap of maybe it was out of a medical condition or whatever, people, it is right for it to be reported. Look, we don't understand that these leaders that we have are like pilots on a plane that we all have boarded and is airborne. How are we not going to be interested in the condition and well-being of the pilot? It will only be at your peril for you not to be interested. If the president didn't want to come into the public space, he shouldn't have sought the votes of the citizens to become a public figure. He should have just remained in his house. If he's in his house and he peed on himself in his house, who will even bother that he has peed on himself? Even if somebody goes to put it on the news, for instance, somebody goes to put it on the news now that Nikagule peed on his house, it's not going to trend because Nikagule is not a public figure. He's not a public servant. He's a private citizen and an unknown quantity. So people have to understand that once you surrender once you step forward to seek the people's vote and become their leader at any level, you have surrendered your privacy. You have surrendered your privacy because the people you are leading have to be interested in what is happening to you. It's only in Nigeria that you, or elsewhere in Africa, like you are saying, that a president or governor or so will take ill and is being shielded away from the citizens that this person is leading. as we see in other democracies, when presidents are sick, the public is told exactly that they are sick. In the UK here, Boris Johnson nearly died of COVID. And all through the time Boris Johnson got COVID, the citizens were being put abreast of what was happening. Even when Boris Johnson was put on life support, because they had to put him to sleep, they put him into an induced coma. Because if they didn't put him into that induced coma, COVID would have defeated him. So they just put him to sleep as if he was dead, so that his body will shut down and COVID will not be able to switch off his life. All that was being put out in the press, and we were seeing his pictures on his hospital bed. So that country needs to wake up to the realities of the modern times, that whatever happens to leaders, people need to know about it. So long as people are actually say exactly what happened to the leader, so long as what they are saying is the truth. So I say that was an act of tyranny, and we also see it in Nigeria. And these are the things that need to change.
Okay, well, Nick Agule, thank you so much for giving us your perspective and insight to this celebration of World Press Freedom Day. We do hope that things will get better for the press and for people who break the stories and give the stories as they are. Thank you so much for being a part of the show this morning.
Thank you, and a nice day to you and to our viewers.
Thank you. Okay, that was Nick Agule, a public affairs analyst, talking to us from the UK. We'll take a short break. When we return, we'll be looking at a second hot topic. This time is on mental health. Stay with us.
For me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, you know, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, you know, sell. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youth, are the ones that can make it better.
And my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Niger, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
You're welcome back. It's still the breakfast, and we're talking mental health at this moment. We're being joined by a New York City area-based physician, health expert, media contributor, and health writer. She's not only a practicing internist and civil surgeon designated by the United States Department of Homeland Security and the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, but she also is a medical advisor. And it's our pleasure today to have with us Dr. Nesochi, the CEO of the Internal Medicine Private Practice, and also Dr. Nesochi, LLC, and Health Media Consulting Company, Supermodel MD LLC. We're so glad to have you join us, Dr. Nesochi Okeke-Igbokwe. Welcome to the program.
Thank you. Wonderful to be with you both today.
Okay. Right now, we're just wondering about the mental health of especially our children, and we're looking at what the parents need to do, what extra do they need to do if they want to look at their children and make sure they toe the right path. What are some of the things that they need to go above and beyond to make sure that their children are in the right state of mental health?
So parents undoubtedly have an integral and critical role when it comes to their child's psychological development. That is known. So it is the role of the parent to basically foster an environment of support, nurture, love, so that the child can have that environment to thrive optimally. Now, when that home environment or the environment that the child is surrounded by is compromised, then that can put the child at risk for potential issues with psychological development and problems in the future. Some of these environmental factors that can actually put a child at risk include things like having exposure to extreme violence, exposure to things such as neglect, abuse. These kinds of negative environmental risk factors can really be damaging for a child as they are in their formative years and in the important years of development.
Okay, when we see some of the things that lead to depression and all that, we also wonder if there are genetic causes to these conditions that lead to depression. Are there genetic causes to this?
So when we talk about depression, you really have to understand it's quite a complicated and complex condition. Just to put it in perspective and to give a framework of understanding, when we talk about depression, one of the most common forms of depression is what we call major depressive disorder. And this occurs when one can feel certain symptoms, such as depressed mood, feeling basically weak and tired all the time, fatigued, having issues with suicidal ideation. The key thing that one has to realize to actually put this into a diagnosis is that you are experiencing some of these things basically more times than none on a day-to-day basis for at least a 2-week period, and it's affecting your activity of daily living. It's impairing your day-to-day functioning. So to get to your question, is there a genetic cause and component to this? Well, because of the nature of depression and major depressive disorder and the fact that it is so complex, we've come to understand that there is not one single cause. There are multiple factors that can contribute to having depression. And one of these factors can include a genetic component. It can also include some environmental factors, and it can also include changes in the brain biochemistry. So can we say that it is genes or genetics alone that can lead one to be depressed? No, we can't say that. There can be a complex interplay of many things going on to lead one to experience depression.
So would you advise prospective parents to get tested for possible genetic trait of depression before having babies, so they can know beforehand what to prepare their minds for and how to handle it?
Not necessarily. Many researchers believe there is not one singular gene that puts one at risk for depression. So they can't pinpoint and say, if you have this gene, you're going to be or more likely to be depressed moving forward. It's quite complex. There is that genetic component, certainly. Some researchers that have done twin studies, they found if one identical twin has depression, the likelihood of the other twin having depression during the course of their life is enhanced, increases. But with that said, is there a need for certain genetic testing for prospective parents to be? Not necessarily. You have to move forward with the framework and with the knowledge that if one were to develop depression in the future, it is a mental health condition that is quite treatable. There are various treatment modalities that are available, either in the form of pharmacological treatment with antidepressant medication, also in the form of psychotherapy, what we call talk therapy. And there are also other support systems, other things that one can utilize in order to minimize some of these depressive symptoms. So for some, they have support systems, something called an emotional support animal. For some patients, these support animals can help minimize some of their symptoms. So there are options available moving forward if one were to develop this kind of mental health condition.
Dr. Nsochi, I wonder, when was the last time you went back home in Nigeria?
February. I'm back home at least 3 times a year.
Oh, good. So can you tell me if Nigerians are more susceptible to depression than, say, people in the US, for instance?
So that's a very complex question to pinpoint and give an answer. Are Nigerians more depressed than those in America or those in the Western world? Because of the nature of depression and because of the complex interplay of the different factors that occur, that's what anyone is actually susceptible to depression. And you have to take a look at the individual and see what factors are at play for an individual. So someone in the US versus someone in Nigeria can have different factors at play. One individual may have more of a genetic component. One individual may have more of the environmental component. One individual may have more of the brain biochemistry issues at play. So it's really not an answer that you can say one individual from the US or one individual from Nigeria is more at risk, but you look at it from an individual perspective and an individual standpoint. And I think the key is whether you're in the Western world, whether you are in Nigeria, when you have some of these symptoms of depression, when you have any kind of issue or concern with mental health disorders, I think the key is actually reaching out to get the appropriate help that is help that is necessary. I think one key thing that I've noticed in my visits to Nigeria versus being based in the US, there is certainly a greater stigma that I have noticed in Nigeria when it comes to mental health conditions and mental health disorders. Those in Nigeria that battle with mental health disorders and mental health conditions, I've noticed they are extremely stigmatized. There are a lot of Nigerians that I've noticed that are suffering in silence, and they are deemed a pariah in society because they feel like they cannot speak up and get the help and the treatment that they require. With that said, I think the key takeaway is if you are somebody grappling or dealing with depression in Nigeria, seek out that help. And I think another important thing that I've also noticed is we have to continue to debunk some of the myths that surround depression in Nigeria.
Okay, well, I've heard people say that because in the UK, for instance, you have more mental health institutions, more help, so to speak, available to people dealing with stuff like this, more than we do have here in Nigeria. And some Nigerians will tell you that the threshold, Nigerians' pain threshold is stronger than that of people in the West, people in the US. Do you agree to that? That Nigerians are tougher when it comes to dealing with pains, and so Nigerians do not really calm down easily with depression. Is that just been unreasonable? Or is that
so I think to an extent that is somewhat of a myth. Every individual, whether you are in Nigeria or anywhere else in the world, you experience pain. You experience the world around you. And of course, there are factors that can make you experience different things in a different kind of way. So let's just put it this way. One that is in the Western world, they might not experience some of the things a typical Nigerian may experience in their day-to-day environment, in their day-to-day world. Does that mean that Nigerians, by virtue, somehow have a thicker skin that would make them less susceptible to issues like depression? Certainly not. And I think that is part of what causes some of that stigma, because we're supposed to be deemed as those who are always so strong in Nigeria that we can take on everything, that, oh, it's not my portion to have depression, it's a spiritual attack. We can pray this away. So guess what? Depression, it's a mental health condition. So all Nigerians are susceptible to it. All Americans are susceptible to it. Anyone is susceptible to depression. And I think that is an important takeaway.
Okay, not my portion syndrome is a really, I'm glad you mentioned that. But just finally, and as quickly as possible, would you have any advice on how to get us and by us I mean Nigerians and even Africans in general, to embrace the fact that we need mental health checkups from time to time, because it's something we do not embrace. I understand the fact that there's stigma, but if there is stigma, it comes mostly from the lack of education and all that. So if you were to advise what kind of things that we need to do, either as a people or as a government with deliberate policies that will make sure that people have access to mental health services, and also get the people to embrace it and go for help when they need it?
So I think as a country, as a nation, the framework of medical care, preventive health in Nigeria has to be changed. We have to basically tweak a lot of things, but there are a lot of problems with the medical infrastructure in Nigeria. One thing I have to say is when I, as a physician in the US, am doing an annual checkup for a patient, part of that annual checkup is a depression screening. Now, if this is being done in Nigeria, your annual checkup, are doctors in Nigeria actually screening patients for depression? This has to be something that is part of the routine evaluation of any patient. I think we kind of miss the mark sometimes in Nigeria when it comes to overall comprehensive care of a patient, when it comes to mental health and physical health as well. I think when it becomes so commonplace that when you go to see your doctor for your annual, for your physical, and they are asking you these questions about your mental health, it doesn't become stigmatized anymore. It becomes part of the actual evaluation of a patient, and it kind of removes and detaches some of that stigma that continues to exist about mental health. I think that having that initial discussion with your general practitioner, that's a good starting point.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Nnesochi Okeke-Igbokwe, for coming on the show and giving us insight. And I hope that the people who make the laws are listening and will implement what you have just said, especially at the end of this. Thank you so much for being a part of our show today.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, we've been talking with Dr. Nnesochi, the CEO of the Internal Medicine Private Practice, Dr. Nnesochi LLC and Health Media Consulting Company, Supermodel MD LLC. So she's been talking about depression and what we need to do and the need to remove stigma and know that there is nobody whose portion it is. So we cannot keep saying it is not my portion, Allah Maji. It's not like that. If it's happening and you need help, and that is the only way to go about it. Okay.
Yes, that's the way to go. Forget the stigmatization and seek the help that you may really need.
Okay, we'll just take a short break, and we'll be joined by Mukel Tinubu, who will be taking us around the world of sports. Stay with us.
Stay with us.
We're glad to know that you're still there and watching The Breakfast right now. We want to enter into the world of sports. Some of us may not be ardent followers of football and every other kind of sports. Like some of us. But we know that one of our own is making us proud, Victor Osimhen. And some people are calling him the new Messi, the new Ronaldo. He's going to take over. Maybe he's going to score as many goals as Ronaldo and the Messis of this world have scored. Why are we talking so much about Osimhen?
Well, Victor Osimhen continues to break records, and he just broke a new one as Victor Osimhen scored in midweek to help Napoli win their first Scudetto in 33 years with a 1-1 draw against Udinese, and has now delivered again against Fiorentina. After scoring the game-winning goal for Napoli against Fiorentina, Super Eagles attacker Victor Osimhen became the highest-scoring African player in Serie A history. Apart from earning them the Serie A title, Nigerian striker Osimhen's goal also shattered Samuel Eto'o's Serie A record of 21 goals in a single season. The victory over Fiorentina has now sweetened their season's triumph as Osimhen broke George Weah's Serie A record of 46 goals, which he earlier equaled against Udinese. So Victor Osimhen isn't slowing down. Of course, everyone's attention is on Erling Haaland in Manchester City, but it's nice to know that one of our own is right up there in the discussion of one of the very best goal scorers in the game currently today. And in another story, if you've been following the situation with Jude Bellingham, the potential transfer to Real Madrid. Well, over the weekend, Borussia Dortmund demolished hapless VfL Wolfsburg 6-0 on Sunday, May 7th, with 2 goals apiece from Karim Adeyemi and Jude Bellingham to stay hot on the heels of Bundesliga leaders Bayern with 3 games left in the season. The Ruhr Valley club fired 3 goals past the Wolves in the first half to take the wind out of their sails and added 3 more after the break in a one-sided game which Wolfsburg was littered with defensive errors. Dortmund are now on 64 points, 1 behind Bayern, 2-1 winners against Werder Bremen on Saturday, May 6th. I wouldn't be surprised if we found out through Ancestry.com that Jude Bellingham has a history, a heritage all the way from Nigeria.
That's how you guys like to claim people. You love to claim people.
At least I heard an Adeyemi there.
Yes. In fact, Adeyemi has made it clear that in order to get his best performances, he loves to eat fufu.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Adeyemi is a homeboy and he's also making us proud. So we thank God for that. We do hope that Osimhen keeps shining and shining. But what are his prospects? Is he going to stay in Napoli or is he moving?
Well, everyone wants him. Manchester United, Chelsea, even German champions, Bayern Munich have reared their head in there. But the cost of the transfer is what might make any deal unlikely. And now that he has just won the Serie A, the owners of the club are in no hurry to sell him. They want to build a dynasty around him. So we'll see come the end of the season. The money may be too enticing for him to stay. The club may want to cash in on 130, 150 million pounds to sell him, but we'll see. We'll see.
Saudi Arabia might just step into the fray.
Exactly. Cut ground with your money. All right. Well, thank you so much, Mikhail. And before we go, let's give you the quote for the day. Nothing can dim the light that shines from within, and that's from Maya Angelou.
Okay, and that's how we're going to wrap it up on the show today. We do hope that you're going to have a wonderful first day of the working week and meet here tomorrow again for a wonderful edition. My name is Nyamgul.
And I am Maureen.
Bye.
Good day.
It's been an unusual year for us all. We've been forced to learn to adapt to the changes that COVID-19 has brought upon us. However the cards may have been dealt to us this year, we have remained resilient. The Afrima Fashion Show stems from the Afrima Award Show, which is the biggest African award show in the diaspora. Every year, we have showcased designers and we bring together people from all over the world. This year, the Afrima Runway is graced by the top 3 African designers who have welcomed the challenge of doing a virtual runway show without any physical audience. Don Murphy, Ese Ezanabo, and lastly, Sai Sanko. Let the show begin.
Hi guys, my name is Sai Sankar and I am a luxury resort wear designer and I make the most amazing and fabulous kaftans and everything that you desire for traveling. I just really love the way women carried themselves back then, you know, the Marilyn Monroes, you know. It was sexy, but there was still glamour to it, you know, and elegance and sophistication. And I feel that's what my designs are about, you know. I've also been inspired just by my continent, the continent of Africa. Growing up in Sierra Leone, it's just this beautiful, bustling colors, you know, it's so vibrant, the marketplaces, you know, Christmas, it's just, everything about it is just so energetic and it's so powerful and colorful and it just makes me really happy. And so no matter what collection I do, it always goes back to that, and so that's why you see all this colorful prints and all these bold colors, you know. I feel women wearing it, it just makes them so extremely happy, you know, and they look absolutely gorgeous in it too.
My name is Ese Grambowski, and I am the designer and owner for Ese Azinabor Atelier. My source of inspiration for my designs, number one, to be honest, comes from God, because I go to sleep literally and dream about my designs. And that only has to be from God. So I always give credit to Him for that. And of course, my culture is very influenced in my design. I've been designing since I was 8 years old. Even before that, my mom would tell me wild stories of me taking her fabrics and cutting them into pieces and making a dress or a skirt or pants out of her expensive African materials that she had in our home back in Nigeria when I was growing up. And I draw a lot of inspirations from where I've been in, and I just try to tie them into modern design mixed with vintage designs, mixed with traditional looks, and just tie it all together in a bowl to create a true essay as an Abor couture piece.
Hello, my name is Daniel Mofo. I'm the founder and designer of Don Morphy, a men's luxury custom suit clothing in Dallas, Texas. Fashion is color. In the past, men were all very scared of, the colors. They were used to the blacks, the grays. But now, if you look at fashion, men wear almost bolder colors than women, You see men in red suits, men in yellow suits, men in pink suits. So for me, fashion is color.
expressive. So when I just wake up and have an idea and I create something out of that idea, it's God showing off. So that's what it is for me.
I've always been a little bit shy, but when it comes to fashion, I will wear anything and I will wear it with confidence. And so for me, that is a way of expressing myself, you know? And I feel it also is the same thing for a lot of women.
African for me means community. It means living together. If you look at Africans, they're all talking about the different countries in Africa. You know, it's all about our community. So for me, Africa means community. It means living together.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome to Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. I'm your host, Morimi Akon. Our guest today is Chinyere Okorocha, a lawyer, keynote speaker, a career coach and mentor, and an author. As a lawyer for over 30 years, she specializes and is recognized as an expert in intellectual property law, where she helps people and corporations legally protect their brand names and other intangible assets from unauthorized use. As a career coach and mentor, she founded and runs a career mentorship program called Heels and Ladders Career Mentorship Club, where she helps smart female professionals achieve accelerated career growth. With over 30 years to her credit, building a successful legal career, 25 years as a wife and 24 years as a mom, she has had the privilege of navigating the difficult terrain of being a female professional, a wife, and a mother. She sits on the board of ethics of a renowned hospital chain in Nigeria. She is also on the advisory board as a consultant to the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria, as well as a member of the World Association for Medical Law. In the course of her career, she has received various appointments and recognitions, including rankings from Who is Who Legal, Chambers Global and Managing Intellectual Property, to mention but a few. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you so much, Moremi. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
Yes.
How can one marry the concept of business and the legal profession?
Oh, I mean, that's a fantastic question. The truth of the matter is the origins of legal practice are almost like a social enterprise where services were provided absolutely free. Okay. But as the law evolved, it became very clear that legal services needed to be paid for, and a lot of lawyers have now transited into being full-fledged businesses. And so unlike in the past when you had like sole practitioner, you know, who just did the law, you have huge law firms that have up to 200, 300 people
who have all the business principles in place within the law firm. So there'll be a marketing team, a business development team, HR is separate, you would have finance department, buying and selling of the services is a big deal. And then all the trainings, you know, that anybody in a corporation would have. And those are the most successful law firms today. So I can tell you without any iota of doubt that law is indeed a business. And all those business principles apply to the big conglomerates, apply to the successful 21st century law firm.
So would you think, or would you say that, or rather would you advise that some principles of business, I know in law there's business law and all that, but it doesn't really, you know, treat the business aspect,
how to run a business.
So would you advise that that be included into a curriculum for lawyers?
Absolutely. I mean, I am the vice chairperson of the Nigeria Bar Association Women's Forum. And one of the trainings we do for female lawyers is to introduce the business principles, you know, into the trainings that we do. And I dare say we actually intend to make a presentation to the Nigerian Law School to amend their curriculum to include these business principles in the curriculum at an early age. Because what happens is lawyers, you can open your own law firm from the minute you're called to the bar, but you have no business skills.
So let's talk about running a profitable law firm. I know that in law, you're not allowed to advertise your services. Bearing that in mind, and the practice of law itself, how can I run a profitable law firm?
Okay, so I work in a law firm called Jackson, Etienne Edu. We're one of the larger law firms in Nigeria. And what we found with time is that, yes, you can't advertise your services, but you can tell your story. So if you were doing work for a client, you're subject to the fiduciary relationship between, or confidentiality is a word, you know, that you'd better understand. You could, after the deal is done, publish the facts that you acted for that client in a huge deal. And you put it out in your social space and in the newspapers. And then other people see you and say, oh, if they did it for that person, they can do it for me. Yeah. Do you understand? And then the social media space is so vibrant today. So you have LinkedIn where you put out information about your firm, telling your story, saying the fantastic things you're doing, the conferences you're organizing, thought leaderships that you've produced, how you've advised the government, helped to change policy. And then there's your website, where you are allowed to put all these information, you know, and push it out there. So you're not really advertising. The thing about advertising is telling people, you know, they shouldn't use another, maybe bad mouthing, you know, saying you're the best thing, you know, since sliced bread. But what you're doing in this current dispensation is telling your story of the things and activities that you are embarking upon, which endear you to would-be clients. And that way, you can make a name for yourself. Indeed, even personal branding, apart from the law firm as it's, you know, on its own, the various lawyers get to tell their stories, and it's not seen as advertising.
So let's talk about then running the law firm. So I have everything in place. How do I run it to ensure that I make money?
Okay, so the firm where I'm working is 25, it will be 26 this year, and I joined Jackson, Etienne Edu from day one. And we've grown from just about 6 people, 6 lawyers, to over 70 lawyers in the law firm today, and a support staff of about 200. So if you were to mention the top 5 law firms in Nigeria today, we will be mentioned. So I've seen us grow through the ranks. So it takes dedication, and it takes teamwork. No one person has all the answers. You rely on each other. Some people have certain strengths. Some people are better at marketing. Some people are more technically inclined. Some people are better client-facing. So you find people with diverse characteristics or traits, and you come together as a team, and you make it happen. That's how to run a successful law firm. Team is everything. And then if you reinvest the money that you're making back into the business in terms of infrastructure, IT, I guess your public image and all that, as well as doing things that would attract the clients, like symposiums, throwing out the thought leadership there, making sure you have an accounts department that takes care of the money and makes sure you get paid. I think that's the way to go. Another thing that makes a successful law firm, like I have said, is taking trainings that are not legal trainings. You know, you have to learn how to become an entrepreneur if you want to run a successful law firm today. So I can tell you for free, I've done accounting for non-accountants, I've done sales and marketing training, I've done what's that one? A high efficiency training, you know, all sorts of things that are not necessarily legal. If you can do that, you invariably get those business skills that you need in order to run a successful business, increase your knowledge. Obviously, your knowledge of the law is taken for granted. And if you can do all that, I assure you, your practice will thrive.
Then, yeah,
because there's so many people in the world. You understand, Nigeria alone, we're over 200 million. Then you think of the international community. There are not enough lawyers to service everybody. So there's work. There's enough work for us all, I think.
Okay, so let's still talk about legal talk.
Okay.
As an intellectual property lawyer,
Yes.
or let's say expert,
Yes.
tell us about some interesting facts about IP.
Okay, so intellectual property, which is my core practice area and what I'm known for, is just property of the mind. So it's anything you can use your human intellect to create. So it's about creativity. So there are two main headings for intellectual property. I'm breaking it down to the barest minimum. There's copyright on the one side that everybody knows about. So there you have the creative industry, musicians, broadcasters like you, like your Plus TV. Then you have the actors and actresses. Then you have literary works. So people who do their novels and all that, it's from their intellect. Think about it. Then even architectural works are also covered under copyright. And so the law allows you to protect that creation and exclude others from having the benefit, unless you give them what we call a license. Okay. And then the other hand, remember we're defining intellectual property, you have what we call the industrial property. And that's where you have trademarks, which are the names of products that you see in the marketplace. So Plus TV is a trademark, and so many others, you know.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I said ladies talking business.
Absolutely, you know. And then you have the patents. The patents are inventions that are methods of carrying out certain acts. It can be the formula in your medicine, the formula in the drinks we see around us, the engine of a car or a TV. All those are patents, the type of patents. Very difficult, but they must be new. They must be novel. You know, for you to get the protection, no one else should have done it, or an improvement on an existing one. And then you have the designs, which are the shapes of objects. I'm looking around me, looking for anything I can use an example. So it's a 2 or 3 dimensional shape. And then newer types of IP include the domain names. So you have the .ng.com, you know, and then more recently you have the artificial intelligence. You have IP issues around Bitcoin, you know, and cryptocurrency, you know, so it's really interesting. And I find IP so interesting because it's all around us. So I always like to use the analogy of someone in their house who wakes up from sleep. And when you wake up in the morning, you jump out of bed, head into the bathroom, you know, to shower. You use a shower gel that has a name. You use a which is IP. You use toothpaste, and then you might switch on the TV and say, I want to watch Plus TV today. You switch it on. Plus TV is a trademark. The broadcast coming in is IP. The TV set you're looking at is branded. Then you wear your clothes. Your clothes are made by a particular label. Your shoes, your bags, all branded. All these are types of intellectual property. Then you want to have your breakfast and you pick up your cereal, it's branded. You understand? Or anything you want to eat, it be sausages or whatever. And then you enter your car. You haven't left your house. You can imagine how many IP types of IP we've mentioned. If you have a headache, you take something for it. That's a patent. And then you get to your car. Your car is branded. You get into the car and you put on the radio stations. Then
That
the broad,
station.
different
So
stations.
IP is everywhere.
It's everywhere. There's no part of the industry, you know, in the world today that doesn't have an IP element. And I find it so exciting that when I'm driving on the road, I see all the billboards, I see the, you know, everything branding, and I find it really exciting.
Amazing. We'll talk more about this shortly.
Wonderful.
We will go on a quick break now. Please stay with us. Thanks for staying with us. You are still watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. And my guest is still Chinyere Okorocha. So let's talk about career, mentorship, because I know you're a coach. So as someone who mentors business women and career women, what steps can one take to achieve accelerated career growth?
Okay, I particularly mentor women and coach women, and I was indebted to that by my own journey. So I think it's very important when women are climbing up the career ladder to be able to find their voices. A lot of women are silent. They don't know who they are. You know, a lot of the time you enter a room and you want the floor to open and you go under it. You know, so confidence is important when you're trying to go up the ladder, and confidence comes from knowledge. So if you're in a position where you can make a difference, but you don't speak, you have to find a way to infuse confidence in yourself. So that would be the first thing I would say. And confidence comes from knowing your stuff. If you know your stuff, you've done your training, you know you have what it takes to service both within your organization and with the clients, as we as lawyers say, then you will grow. The second thing is to realize that you can't do it on your own. Especially, you know, when you're transitioning from being a young woman, then you get married, and then the kids start coming. The mistake a lot of us make is that we kind of think that we can do everything, you know, so you're struggling on the home front with the children and the husband, and you come to work and, you know, sometimes you just can't keep up the pace. And many women have had to drop out of the work environment just to take care of the home. But recognizing very early that you have to look for help, you know, and that help, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to, you know, pay someone. It can be a family member, it can be your mother, mother-in-law, a sister from the village. I remember when I had my first child, every day we pack the whole thing of the little girl and take her to my sister's house. You know, she stays there during work, and then after work I go and pick her. You know, ideally, it's good to have a driver, a nanny, a cook, or whatever, but not everybody can afford that. So within your own means, recognize that there are resources around you that you can use, even fellow colleagues in the office that can step in for you. You know, when you need to go to school for a child, for Parents' Giving Day or Sports Day or whatever it is, you know. Another thing I also always tell women is that you should learn to delegate and learn how to say no. So a lot of the time we get overwhelmed with so much, you know, you just don't want to say no because you think you're going to be victimized. But you have to set boundaries, even in the workplace. You have to be able to recognize that you can't do it all and use the resources around you to delegate to other people, you know. We have that thing in us that if it's not me that does it, you know, anybody else will make it, you know, make a mistake. You know, these are just a few tips. You know, there's so many things women can do. You know, creating a career blueprint is also very important. So getting the clarity of where you want to go in your career, and now creating a blueprint or a map, you know, with time frame, with the things you need to do to get you from the point where you are now to point from A to B, and filling in between, you know, with either training or networking or personal branding. All these things come into place to make you stand out from the crowd and improve your chances of being recommended for promotion and accelerate you up the ladder faster.
Amazing. So still talking about careers.
Yes.
At what point will you know it's time to switch careers?
Oh my goodness.
That's why I had to pause before asking.
At what time will you know? So if you have gone through, say, my Heels and Ladders training. Heels and Ladders is the platform under which I mentor female professionals. We do something called clarity and identification of core values. So clarity is like just what the word says, being clear about your career path. And then core values are things that are of intrinsic importance to your well-being. So for some people, that core values can be flexibility, can be family, it can be spirituality, it can be excellence. These are just a few. So we do some exercises that make you understand. It's almost like discovering who you are. So when you discover who you are, you can now analyze yourself and your current role and see those things that are important to me in life. Am I getting them in the job where I am? Are my core values aligned with the circumstances of my current employment? Because if you don't align your your goals or your current circumstances with your core values, you begin to feel frustration. You understand? You're unhappy in the career. You're going nowhere. You go anywhere the wind blows you. The next shiny new toy, you want to have it. So it's important to do some type of introspection into who you are, what you really want, and then do the analysis with where you are currently, and then you'll be able to identify whether you've outgrown where you are, or whether you now know you've taken enough from where you are, in terms of maybe the training, the experience, the networking, and it's time to move on. But only you will know when that point is.
Okay, so I now know it's time for me to move on.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
What is the best way to go about it?
Knowledge. So I always tell people you must gather as much knowledge as you can before you take that step. So yes, you've decided you want to move, but where do you want to move to? That's the first question. What is it about where you are now that isn't fulfilling your goals for yourself? And then where can you get it? So you must have a destination in place. I always say that if you don't know where you're going, how can you get there? It's the destination of where you want. I want to work in a Fortune 500 company. I want to become the CEO of the next big company, or I want to be the managing partner of my law firm, or I want to enter into the UN, or I want to become a senior advocate of Nigeria. All these are goals. So having identified that this is what you want, then you map out the plan of how to do it. So again, knowledge. What do I need? Do I need to train? Do I need a master's abroad? Do I need some certification? Do I need to find out who knows XYZ? What resources do you need? So don't just move blindly. Don't just put in your letter blindly. You must have a plan. There must be a proper exit strategy for where you are, with a mapped out and timelines. Any goal, your goals must be smart. Any goal that doesn't have a timeline, is just a dream.
Okay. I agree with that, and we'll talk more about it after the break.
Wonderful.
We will go on a quick break now. Please stay with us. You are still watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. And so far, we've been discussing business and career growth with our guest, Chinyere Okorocha. So what common errors do you see professionals or even business people make in their career or business?
Okay, so particularly in reference to women, the errors are the biggest one I see women making is that horrible thing called imposter syndrome.
That horrible thing.
Yes, the imposter syndrome of thinking or feeling, having that voice in your head that tells you that you're not good enough. And sometimes it cripples you so that the actions you're meant to take in your career or in business, you don't take them. You know, you second guess yourself every step of the way. And I'm told men suffer from it, you know, too, but you don't really see it because it is a men's world. You know, so my advice to women is that you have to tackle it head on. And one of the ways that I have used is to keep what I call a victory log.
What's a victory log?
A victory log is basically a journal where you write all your victories. Anything you've done that, you know, that is positive, that has impacted people, clients, family, friends, anything, you put it in there. And when you're feeling like you're not good enough, you know, you bring it out and you said, I did this. I was able to raise $100 million loan or whatever for my clients, you know, or I was able to, you know, think of some positive things. And it can be little things. But what it does is it boosts your character, it boosts you, it motivates you to want to do more. And it makes you step out of your comfort zone. And that takes me to the second one. A lot of women like to play in the comfort zone. But I can tell you for free, nothing happens in the comfort zone. You need to get comfortable with discomfort in order to succeed in business and in your career. You know, I recently, the first quarter of the year was so busy for me. I had so many engagements, client meetings, you know, family, because family is a core value to me. I like to make sure that my family is okay. So immediately after the first quarter, you know, I had this event that I organized for the Nigeria Bar Association Women's Forum. It was a big event, you know, March was all Women's Month anyway. You know, and I took off. I just needed to shut down. So that takes me to the third point. You have to also know that your health matters, that you need to listen to your body such that when you need to shut down, you actually shut down. But a lot of us, you know, we keep going. Your body is telling you that you should take a break and you ignore it. And that leads to burnout. So that's 3. There's so many more.
I know that there will be so many.
You know, but in the interest of time,
we'll
let's
just
leave it at 3. At 3, yes.
Okay, so let's talk about mentorship. I know that's your thing. But why is it important for female professionals to seek mentorship?
Oh, it's absolutely important because when I was growing up, early on in my career, I didn't have a mentor per se. I had someone, a role model, who till today I've never spoken to her. She was a lawyer and I just loved the way she looked. She was intelligent, she was smart, you know, and I just wanted to emulate her, you know. And so it's important that we have role models, people who have been on the route we want to take, who can tell us where all the valleys are and the hills, you know, so that, you know, the bumps, you know, so that's what mentorship does. It's somebody who can, you know, kind of help guide you on your career and make sure that you don't make the mistakes that they made. There's a common adage that says that the best ideas are always someone else's.
Right.
And I'm an IP lawyer, so I shouldn't be saying this, right? You know, but I say it in the sense that it's good to emulate the good parts of people who have been on the path that you want to go to. But don't forget yourself in the process. You must remain your authentic self. So you take the good parts of what they're teaching you, what the mentor has to offer, the advice from experience, which is important, but also personalize it to help you on your own career journey.
Interesting. Very quickly, before I let you go. So what's the best way to approach a potential mentor?
That's a really good question. You know, recently on LinkedIn, a young lawyer reached out to me and he said, "Hello, Ma, I'm so happy to connect. Please let me know if there's any research I can help you with in the future. I would love to remain connected in this space." I thought that was excellent. You see, the problem is most mentees come to you wanting to take. They don't come from the place of giving or providing value because they don't recognize that they have value to bring. So that young man, it was actually a man. I don't actually mentor men, but you know, he endeared himself to me. He came from a position of providing value. And I always say that there's always something you can bring to the table. So come from a point of giving rather than taking. And then also recognize that the would-be mentors are only one person. That's even the reason why I started Hills and Ladders, because I got so many requests from so many women that wanted to be mentored. And I thought I needed to do it in a structured way that can cater for many people at the same time. Because at the end of the day, your mentor is only one person. And she has a life. She can only give you so much time in any one day. But if you could do it sort of in a group way, you can reach more people and impact more people. So the answer to your question is come from a place of providing value. And I'm sure you will endear yourself to a would-be mentor.
I'm sure. Thank you so much for joining us on this episode.
I've had a great time. Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome. This is how far we can go on this episode of Ladies Talking Business. Don't forget to follow us on Plus TV Africa Lifestyle on YouTube to catch up with our programs. I am Morimi Akon. See you next time.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
On PLOS Reports this week, Christians were admonished to embrace forgiveness and love. Prices of commodities continues to skyrocket. Reps prescribe compulsory 5-year local practice for Nigerian-trained doctors. These and many more on this episode. Christians in Nigeria joined their counterparts across the globe to celebrate Easter in Thanksgiving. Various denominations, including the Catholic Church of Assumption Ikoyi, Lagos, had a large crowd of worshippers who believe that the resurrection of Jesus Christ after his crucifixion gives hope to all. Plus TV News correspondent Emmanuel Oluboboko reports.
Parishioners gathered for usual service on a day like this. There is a reflection of the cross which entails the 7 last words of Christ before his death. The presiding priest admonishes all to emulate Christ's virtues even at the point of death, which includes forgiveness and love.
Even as he was wrongfully accused, convicted, and tortured, Jesus asked God to grant mercy unto his persecutors. Are there people from whom we need to seek forgiveness? Think about how forgiveness could free your heart and help you move forward.
The Station of the Cross, which begins from the first fall that Jesus had while carrying the cross, is displayed. Speaking on the essence of the day, the parish priest, Father Francis Ike, notes that Christ's death is to remind all of his selflessness towards mankind.
My message to people is that in suffering, we must continue to stand by God. Even Jesus, in the face of suffering, as man, he wished that the cross could pass over him. But again, he said, not his will, but the will of his Father. In the cross, there is salvation. As we say, in cruce salus. So whatever we are going through in life, whatever difficulty we are going through in life, let us don't see all the difficulties as a terrible end. Some difficulties yield a better fruit.
Parishioners also add this to say.
The only way for you to make heaven is for you to obey the teachings of God, follow the teachings of Christ, and above all, walk in his vineyard.
What I want to do in return is that I'm begging him for the grace so that I live out the life of love he lived, to love others like the way he loved, to be able to forgive and to make sure there is love, peace and unity.
As Christians, we're supposed to take today very seriously, think about the sufferings of Christ, the life he lived on earth. We should imbibe all that he did and taught us, live a good life, and as much as possible, as human beings, we are not perfect, but live by the commandments which he gave us.
The many ills bedeviling the world may have set people against each other. Here in Nigeria, as the next administration prepares to step in, citizens are urged to be patient with one another and make things right for the sake of humanity. Emmanuel Olubobokun, Plus TV News.
In the wake of Easter celebrations, Christians were urged to imbibe and reflect on love and self-sacrifice to ensure peace and unity of the country. A Catholic priest who gave discharge at an Easter service in Kaduna said Nigerians must put national interest above personal sentiment. Correspondent Habila Darifal report is presented from our studio.
3 days after the crucifixion of Jesus from the cross of Calvary, he rose again on Easter Sunday. Christian faithful in Kaduna metropolis gathered to celebrate with thanksgiving and prayers for the nation to come out of the current challenges facing them. The parish priest of St. Paul Ugwan Rimi Kaduna, Reverend Father Joshua Archie, says Christ's sacrificial death and glorious resurrection are the highest expression of love to mankind. He notes that his virtues inspire love from one to another, irrespective of religious background, sentiments, and even beyond personal interests.
It's a message of hope that there's hope for a better tomorrow, there's hope for a better future, there's hope for a better state. That's simply the message of Easter to Nigerians today, that in spite of what is happening, in spite of the situation that we have found ourselves, let us look with renewed hope that tomorrow we surely get better than today.
The clergyman says Nigeria must rise up beyond the present challenges being experienced in the country, stressing that the leaders must ensure service to humanity.
Peace is key to ensuring that the needed environment is created for things to thrive. Where there is no peace, things cannot work well. Leadership is a gift, and it is good that our leaders see this and be sincere in the office to which they have been called into.
Some of the worshippers expressed joy of seeing the great season of Christ's resurrection, which signifies hope.
Wonderful day in the life of any Christian. Jesus has risen from the dead to give us life. Continue to hope on Christ, to bless the church in Nigeria and everyone, both Christians and Muslims.
Celebrating the resurrection, that is the renewed hope for our country and renewed hope for Christians in the world at large. So it is a great hope that everything that we are passing through, Christ knows it, and Christ absorbed it on the cross of resurrection. And at the resurrection today, he is telling us that, yes, our renewed hope is with us.
The appeal to government at levels, new political leaders to ensure Nigerians enjoy dividends of democracy.
Prices of essential commodities in the open market have continued to skyrocket and seem to be above the reach of the common man. Plus TV News correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedoku visited some markets in Lagos and brought back this report.
Our first port of call is the live chicken and ram section of the popular Idumoto market in Lagos Island. It is void of the unusual human traffic situation occasioned by Christians trooping in and out to buy one item or the other ahead of Easter celebration. From live birds and goat section to perishable goods such as tomato, pepper, onions, etc., we met the traders practically lying idle. They had little or no customer to attend to.
Nobody go buy as they waka inside market, nobody they follow buy. That's why the market they do sell. Market no day at all. Market no day. And they carry waka too much. Market no day. You know day at all. That's what they do now. Because market took us.
Okay, no move at all. I thank God. They say some more. Everything they call the bring and also the whole of no so. Market na some more.
People know they come like last year. But alhamdulillah, small, they are coming to buy the chicken. But even the price is not the same with that last year.
A little down the road is another section where gari, rice, beans, and other edible items are sold. The story isn't different. The traders also decry low patronage and high cost of goods.
Everything costs. Kò sówó ẹ bá wa bẹ̀ ìjọba kó bá wa sọ gbogbo ẹ̀dẹ̀rọ̀ kí gbogbo nǹkan less kò sówó tá fẹ́ fi rà ọjà tún wá wọ́n ebi ń pa gbogbo aráàlú kọ́lọ́n bá wa sọ gbogbo ẹ̀dẹ̀rọ̀.
Something when you are selling something last year 2 naira, this year you are selling 5 naira. Last 2 years ago you are selling this pigeon 3,000, 2,500. By this year you are selling 4K, 3,500.
Something costs this year. No money to buy itself as it costs. The Rika rice there is not 500, 400. This year 700, 600.
They call on the federal government to come to their aid and address issues affecting the economy.
May government help us. May them help us because all the thing where we they sell now, and just they put money, the thing just they go up, and no money to buy it. When we come market today, the price where we buy market today, if you come tomorrow, and we just put money again. So may them help us, we need help. May them help us. Everybody they para, may them help us.
Despite the worrisome scenario, these traders are still hopeful of better days ahead. Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
The Lagos State Police Commissioner has appealed to the Inspector General of Police to continue to give special consideration in his reward program of officers serving in Lagos State. He made the appeal when he decorated 36 newly promoted senior officers with their ranks at the State Police Command headquarters in Ikeja, Lagos. Plus TV News correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedoku files in this report.
It is the occasion of the decoration of the newly promoted officers of the Lagos Command and presentation of checks to next of kin of deceased police officers. Having served dedicatedly and committedly, these 36 officers are now being recognized and rewarded. The Lagos State Commissioner of Police, Idowu Owohunwa, commended the officers for their diligence to duty, which he said earned them the elevation.
Those virtues that got you promoted, as you resume and enjoy the privileges of your new status, don't let those values depart from you. Because at the end of the day, you will be judged by your capacity to hand the new rank.
The Lagos CP noted that police officers in Lagos State are most resilient dealing with the most complex set of crimes in the country.
So in appreciating the IG for what has been done today, we also want to appeal to him to continue to give a special consideration in his reward program for the Nigerian Police Force to Lagos State. This can be done through the sustenance, the instruments of promotions. It can also be done through other reward systems that will make an average Lagos police officer know that he's being appreciated for the great job that he or she is doing for this nation in Lagos State.
In their separate remarks, the Commissioner of Police Railway Command, Yetunde Longe, and the Archbishop of Lagos Anglican Communion, Archbishop Ephraim Ademowo, charged the officers to brace up for the new task ahead.
To whom much is given, much is expected. They normally say it is good, the higher you go, the cooler it becomes, but not so in the Nigerian Police Force. The reward for hard work is more hard work. You have to continue to work hard. Much is expected of you now that you are in that cadre that I will call the management team of the command. So you should live up to expectation, be professional in whatever you are going to do, and God will continue to reward you.
Seeing a man diligent in his work, he will stand before kings and not before mean men. The same thing applies to seeing a woman, a lady, diligent in her work. Is going to stand tall anywhere. I want to beg of you to put in your very best.
Speaking with newsmen, some of the promoted officers thanked CP Owohunwa for the elevation and promised to redouble their efforts in the discharge of their duties.
Oh, this will give me a very strong vigor to do my job, to deliver more than I'll be doing.
You know the name Commissioner of Police, you know what it means. I'm now a Commissioner of Police. You know I'm spoiled to do better in the job, more work.
Earlier, CP Owohunwa disclosed that the welfare and promotion scheme represents a critical component of the agenda and leadership vision of the Inspector General of Police. Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
A bill to prevent Nigerian-trained medical and dental practitioners from being granted full license until they have worked for a minimum of 5 years in the country have passed second reading in the House of Representatives. While leading the debate on the general principles of the bill, the sponsor, Honorable Ganiyu Johnson, says the bill seeks to address the high numbers of cases of Nigerian-trained medical doctors leaving the country for greener pastures and its implication on the quality of health services in the country. Plus TV News correspondent Emmanuel Ehijeni completes this report.
With Nigeria's healthcare system plagued by a massive brain drain with the mass exodus of medical doctors and other skilled workers, the House of Representatives passed for second reading a bill to stem the worrisome tide. Honorable Ganiu Johnson, who raised the motion, expressed concern that it is only fair for medical practitioners who enjoyed taxpayers' subsidies on their training locally to give back to society by working for a minimum of 5 years in the country before exporting their skills abroad.
Yes, we are not saying you cannot go abroad to make your money, but if government has subsidized your tuition, okay, I mean, to the tune of 40 to 150,000. The least we can get from you is that after your husbandship, before you are given full license, before you are given full license, before you are given full license, at least you can give back to the society within a period of 5 years.
Members, while acknowledging the negative effects medical brain drain is having on the healthcare sector, also raised some concerns as imposing such restrictions on the doctors will amount to interfering with the free will of intended medical practitioners to choose where to practice.
Abroad is very expensive, but here in Nigeria, the government is investing so much money and at a subsidized rate. So this bill is timely. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. In fact, at the public hearing level, I will make an input personally.
The issue we're trying to cure is the brain drain. And that in itself, in my own opinion, Mr. Speaker, I think it's a catch-22 situation that we're in now as a country. Do we try to restrict these people and impinge on their own fundamental human rights? Or do we start to provide for the resources that we need to apportion more resources to the medical profession?
Before calling for a voice vote on the proposed bill, the Speaker, Femi Gbajabiamila, informed lawmakers on Section 45, subsection 1 of the Constitution, which has a provision for setting aside the fundamental rights of any individual for the sake of the greater good.
To deviate from fundamental human rights under certain conditions. If you have your Constitution, go to 45.1. And one of those conditions is where it concerns public health. It's specifically written there, public health, 45.1. So if the government or we feel that to safeguard public health, this restriction should be put, then we have not violated anybody's fundamental human rights.
The bill was passed and read the second time before it was referred to the House Committee on Healthcare Services for further legislative action.
The Nigerian Customs Service Federal Operation Unizone C has seized contraband goods with a duty value of 2,757 million naira. The acting comptroller in charge of the zone, Kolade Kayode, says the seized goods underscores the determination of the service to enforce all law relating to the importation and exportation of goods into and out of Nigeria. Our correspondent compiled this report.
It's another round of successes recorded by the officers and men of the Nigerian Customs Service, Federal Operation Unit Zone C, as they showcase the items they seized from smugglers within the short time. Speaking to newsmen, the acting controller, Kolade Kayode, says the zone has intercepted various contraband goods worth billions of naira.
Our operational modalities, based on the approved standard operating procedure, the units live up to its responsibility by intercepting various contraband with duty paid value 2,777,676,390 naira only. I repeat, 2,757,676,390 naira only between January 25th to March 25th, 2023.
After conducting newsmen around the seized items, Kayode said the fight against smuggling can only be won if all hands are on deck.
It's worrisome, and we will try all our best to make sure we combat it. We are out, my boys are everywhere, the Eagles eyes are everywhere, they are working, and they will continue to work. Sleepless nights. we work on around the clock. Our boys are being attacked day and night, but with Almighty God, we are able to just get through.
They seized contraband goods include sacks of pangolins, Indian M, cartons of cough syrup with codeine and bulletproof exotic vehicles. Others are bales of second-hand clothing, bags of smuggled rice and various medicines, including tramadol.
Over 2,000 internally displaced persons taking refuge in Dawudu camp in Guma local government area of Benue State may be at risk of an impending health disaster unless the government takes necessary action to help obviate the looming epidemic. The IDPs appeal to government and other spirited individuals to assist them put things in place to avert possible epidemics. The IDP appeals to government and other spirited individuals to assist them put things in place to avert possible epidemics. They say their camp lacks potable water, food, among other things, as they call for clearing of their latrines, which they say have become a menace. Our correspondent Francis Thier visited the IDP camp and has the report.
Dawudu IDP camp is about 15 kilometers from Makurdi, the state capital, and has over 2,000 displaced persons residents in the camp due to armed herders' attack for over 4 to 6 years. Currently, the camp is without potable water, as the only source of clean water, a borehole dug for them by government and other humanitarian bodies, is no longer working, making the people now resort to fetching water for their domestic use from an unsafe shallow well a little distance from the camp. One of the IDPs say many families are becoming worried as children and elderly are falling ill.
The borehole, many of them are not working now. The ICRC, which is the Red Cross, their borehole, we was using it, but for now, this is almost 1 month now. The borehole is giving us a problem and we're not able to get clean water to drink. That is why if you can see our mothers, our sisters trying to fetch a dirty water here, and this is the only source of water for us now to drink. So we face a lot of the challenges in the IDP camp.
While explaining that the situation in the camp is getting worse due to feces littered over the camp, they appeal to the government and other spirited individuals to rally around them before the unfortunate happens in the camp.
All the toilets we have here in the camps, almost all of them has food. If you can go around here, anywhere you try to move now, you discover a sheet. And this sheet now, the fry used to sit on it and still go back to and sit on our food again. Well, immediately, that is why you can see almost all our children crying, crashing their body, fever, and whatever, which we don't even have a hospital to take care.
Meanwhile, they expressed appreciation to some agencies like the Red Cross who have been of assistance providing water for the camp.
Everyone talks about getting their dream jobs, but what does it take to get that dream job? In a religious society like Nigeria, some people resort to prayer, But did you know that sometimes the only reason you're not getting the job isn't because you don't have the credentials? Many times about how well you can defend your credentials through your presentation and communication skills during the interview. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the rate of unemployment in Nigeria rose to 33.3% in December 2020 from a 27.1% in 3 months. Interview phobia is a major issue that contributes to unemployment in the country. Some individuals are employable but don't know how to express themselves properly, present their resumes, and network effectively. An expert spoke to us about interview phobia and how it has increased the rate of unemployment within the country.
Okay, so I mentioned I struggled. I went to Lagos State University, a public university. Nobody taught you any of these things. And so I thought that if I come to the interview space, I would do well because I know I'm good enough. But coming in, it was difficult. I got plenty of rejections, and I made up my mind that if you can get past this thing, you would help other people who are also like you. And so sitting down in that space, I also see people like me, and I feel for them.
According to Student Graduate Report, more than 50% of graduates in Nigeria disclose that communication skill is the least skill their academic education prepared them with.
Like we have a compulsory NYSC every year. I believe the government or the educational sector should do something like when they know somebody's in their final year, maybe they allow them go through a month or so, or they introduce a course and make it mandatory for them to be able to go out there and face the outside world when it comes to interviews, when it comes to networking and all of that. I've seen super amazing, intelligent people lost opportunities because they were not confident, and those who were not so smart but have built their confidence are able to get the job and get these networks and get these opportunities. Especially when you come from a Yoruba or Igbo family where you don't have to look at your dad in the eye. You get that kind of thing. So you have to learn to look at people in the eye when you talk to them. It makes them believe that you're not up to something. You're not hiding anything in your cupboard.
We're going to school or having to attend different schools, all right? They just teach us, we only have syllabus on what they've been doing so far in past years, and there's no trend of bringing in new things.
So the next time you complain about not getting a job, think about how well your CV is prepared, assess your communication skills during the interview, and think about how well you presented yourself.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Sayo Sale, and today, go Diola in the Diola and I are in studio. Hi Dee, how are you?
Hello.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
You want to come back?
It's so great to see you.
I didn't want to
have you back on the set.
I want to sleep, but hey, even will not let me. Omolola was so in a hurry.
There's no rest for the
You know what? Next time, what I will do, I'll come 1 week and just be quiet. I won't say a word. After I've rested 1 week, I will tell Omolola.
I'm back.
I'm back. Well, how are you?
I'm good.
I enjoyed every bit of the show. It was really, really fun watching you guys. I mean, you guys were just doing some amazing stuff. Nama has joined us via Zoom. Hi, Nama FM.
Hello, ladies.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
How is the UK?
UK is we're just coming out from the coronation of the king. So is a combination of mixed feelings. Some people say they want, some people say they don't want. So we're not sure what the UK people want.
At this point, do they have a choice? But I actually took out time because as at the evening of that day, the BBC World on YouTube had gathered 1.6 million views. You know, they were, so I actually took out time 3 hours plus. I watched the entire thing. You know, of course, you go the forward and the forward, and but I stayed for like, you know, I watched the entire. It was quite a beautiful ceremony, honestly, beautiful. I saw.
It is. It is.
I saw William's son. Oh, it was part of the tray for the father. I mean, his grandfather.
He was having so much fun.
You know, because I had just come out of watching Queen Charlotte on Netflix, and you know, so it was like, okay, now vibe. Yes, after watching the acting part, this is the real. What's it called? And I was seeing how Camilla was talking with Charles. Hey, no, sorry, Mo, they call them Queen now. King.
Queen. I was going to. I was going to correct you.
Now. Still getting used to it.
Queen Camilla.
Queen Camilla was using eyes to talk to King Charles. I said, I can see. It was so beautiful to watch their love. They were not talking, but they were talking. Because you could just see that they were using eye to just be.
It's a partnership that works.
Serious partnership. Well, I mean, I'm happy for them, even though Nigerians really didn't care, because our problem plenty, tribunal. Our problem plenty, but I mean, it was what then Tiwa Savage's performance, her gown by Larry Da Silva.
Her dress was beautiful.
Beautiful. I've not had time to sit down to listen to the full performance, but I mean, the small bits I've seen. I mean, it was a fantastic weekend. It was a fantastic weekend. And of course, it started today. But let's keep that one aside, right? So, you know, we said we're starting off something, and we started it in partnership with Enough is Enough.
Yeah.
And today we want to talk about a few things I would like for you to know, like how some state laws in Nigeria provide for bogus pensions and allowance for ex-governors and their deputies. Now, these large pensions are paid in addition to the salaries and allowances paid to serving public officials, including ministers and members of the National Assembly who are once governors. Now, so tonight, of course, as I said, in conjunction with Enough is Enough, we're asking ex-governors' pension and gratuity. Where is the outrage? Why are people not talking about this?
Because they don't know. People don't really know. Yeah, there is a lot of speculation, but people don't really know the details of it. So maybe today, I mean, with this enlightenment, because it is only when people are enlightened then they can become empowered to take the necessary action. So let's use, well, this is a case study of Lagos State, and let's talk about houses. So the governor, as part of his pension, is entitled to 2 houses in Lagos and Abuja. A one-term governor, you know, and deputy, so that's 1 house in Lagos. For pension, 100% of incumbent's salary. For vehicle, 20% of incumbent's salary. For vehicle maintenance, 10% of incumbent's salary. Utility bills, 20% of incumbent's salary. Furniture, 300%. 300% of basic salary every 2 years. House maintenance, 10% of incumbent's salary. Entertainment, 10% of
entertainment.
10% of.
So please, how much is the incumbent salary? Do we know? We need to pull
out.
That.
We need to We need to pull out the figures. But let me now also go on to say that there is a bill, you know, to repeal the provision allowing former governors to receive pension and other fringe benefits, which has passed second reading in the House of Assembly. Of course, this is at state level. If it is not passed by May the 29th, which is the inauguration of the incoming administration, the process will start again with new legislators. For me, I think the cost of governance in Nigeria is just too much. Of course they won't, because it is not going to be in their best interest if they sign off on this.
I would need to really reach out to the Lagos State House of Assembly, the leadership of the Lagos State House of Assembly. Let's even understand this. So I don't have a problem with you giving yourself pensions and all of that. But when it is in a country where we already know the situation.
There's a lot of poverty in the land.
It's not even only the poverty. Where we are right now, right, we really cannot afford certain kinds of, as far as I'm concerned, these are just luxuries.
Yeah,
because
they are.
Yeah, we can't afford it.
What is 300% of basic salary every 2 years for furniture?
You're even giving somebody for entertainment.
If you buy good shares, why do you need?
Just buy good data. Have you gone on Instagram or TikTok? You'll be well entertained with data. How much is that? Now let me come to you. Let me not talk too much. I just got back.
Welcome back.
All right, so just in continuation with what Diola was saying, now there's a proposed bill by the Benue State Governor, Samuel Otom, and recently he said his tenure is supposed to be rounding off in a few weeks, and he has proposed an outrageous bill, somewhat. The bill proposes that the former governors and the deputies get a monthly stipend equal to the salary of an incumbent governor. So while he is proposing this, we have workers who have been owed for over 8 months and pensioners who are owed about 38 months salary respectively. So you can imagine, while all of these is going on in the House and people are trying to push for more, some people don't even have any to boast about. And this is really concerning because you can just imagine what we're setting ourselves up for. I mean, like you said, we do not have that opportunity for luxuries now. So if that is where our focus on, then you already know that our priorities are misplaced, because this is an outgoing governor who is already taking care of his future, so to speak, with the proposal of this bill, and asking for the same amount of salary as equal to an incumbent governor. I don't know what the motives behind these proposals are, but they're definitely not for the benefit of humanity. Now, the enough is enough is also encouraging people to actually act instead of ranting. That we should act, don't rant. And if you want to ask questions about lawmakers and demand, for answers to some of your questions, then you need to go to Shine Your Eye to engage your state, state lawmakers, not just Lagos State, but all of the states. You get their details there, and you can demand a review of these laws that allow these bogus allowances. And
you also need to know who represents you.
The website to go to know who represents each of your lawmakers in the different states is www.shineyoureye.org. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's really that's where we are in Nigeria. Completely misplaced priorities.
Well, we are going to stay on this matter.
Yeah.
As long as, because enough is truly enough.
Yeah.
We're tired. Like this thing, like Norma is asking, where are they? It is, when is the audacity for me.
Yeah, it is the audacity.
Are you kidding me?
Word. Yeah,
you're owing people's salaries.
Yeah.
You're asking
and you're already setting up your retirement.
Your retirement.
Yeah.
What effrontery?
Yeah. And it speaks to the wickedness of us Nigerians, because it is only when you are wicked, you know that as a state governor, you're owing salaries. I mean, these are people who have probably put in 30 years of service or 20 or 10 years of service. And this is you are an elected official, max 8 years.
8 years, you're done.
8 years, you're done. And you're willing to take care of your own future as against. It's just sad, honestly. It is sad.
All right.
So you were mentioning the audacity, and I would also throw it back to us as Nigerians. It's because we don't ask questions.
It's the complacency. So they have audacity.
We're not to demand
absolutely
answers from our leaders.
All right, but let's move on to what we're going to discuss today. And here's what we found as today's quote. each generation imagines itself to be more intelligent than one that went before it, and wiser than one that comes after it. So this is from George Orwell. Now, when we speak about good governance, naturally the youth come to mind, but what about the older generation? So today, Gbolahan Olojede is here to discuss the topic, good governance and the responsibility of the older generation. We'll do all of that, but quickly we'll just run. When we come back from that break, we want to breeze through what we found in the news, then we'll dive into that conversation. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
All right, thanks for staying with us. As you already know, it's still ways you are watching. And Dola, let me come to you. Before we go for the international holiday, let me quickly come to you. What did you find for us in the news?
Okay, so headline news is security beefed up as presidential election tribunal holds pre-hearing. And that started today in Abuja, you know, I mean, on the back of the just concluded elections that happened, and then the LP and the PDP, you know, issues, well, concerns that were raised about the result of the election. But also, in the same news, there is a party, you know, that have decided to withdraw their suits, you know, against the elected president. That's Alliance AA, you know. So, well, for me, it's a step in the right direction. I mean, we've always said that violence is not the answer. The tribunals are there, to, you know, to adjudicate on matters such as this. But I mean, I would have wished that Atiko's I know that he did make a formal request, you know, to the judiciary that the tribunal be, you know,
televised,
be televised live, you know, and I think
they
that
have kicked it out.
Exactly. Again, that would have just on the backdrop of the fact that, you know, a lot of people had issues with the elections and all that. This was the perfect opportunity to have just made transparency and let everybody feel involved, and, you know.
This is tribunal. It's for you people and for you people alone. I did not come back for that.
But this is just pre-hearing. Let's see what happens.
When they were already flinging out the television.
Let's see the magic that happens.
Media is the most powerful tool, right?
It is.
And if we say that we want to have a tribunal, blah, 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 based on allegations and all of that, the only thing you can at least do for us
is to make sure
is at least let us even be watching it and let us be hearing everything. You say no phones, no television, no nothing. Norma Ifanga, what did you have for us? I don't even have energy for you people today.
I'm taking us away from Nigeria, actually, back to the coronation. Unfortunately, yes, it did happen on during the weekend, actually. But what drew my attention was the fact that Tiwa Savage performed our own Nigerian female music star. She performed at the coronation concert of King Charles III at Windsor Castle on Sunday evening, and it was quite grand, very, very grand. She performed excellently well. I I was really appreciative. It's moments like this that sort of make you proud. I mean, wearing the Nigerian green outfit and singing at such a beautiful event, such a memorable event. It was quite interesting to see. We also saw performances by Katy Perry and Lionel Richie. But of course, Nigeria, when we come into any mix, we have a way of bringing our vibe to it. And Tiwa actually did justice to this one, and kudos to her. She did brilliantly well. Of course, we know that the coronation happened on Saturday. It was held at Westminster Abbey in England, and it was a beautiful end to that event.
Long
in
live
the
king. The king.
God save the king.
God save the king. It is way. All right, so World Red Cross and Red Crescent Day is a time to celebrate the spirit of humanitarianism and recognize the individuals who make a difference in their communities. Now, this year, the theme is everything we do comes from the heart. We want to celebrate the people in our communities, the person next door who often are the first ones to step up and support those in need around them. They could be someone at work, a neighborhood business owner, a Red Cross or Red Crescent community volunteer, someone at the gym, shop, market, the market we go to, or someone living close by who has always been by our side. So however they support us, they do it with love and from their heart. So happy Red Cross Day. Humanitarianism.
Yeah.
Well, if I go speak English, we're not before dictionary. All right, so let's take a break. When we come back from the break, we'll dive into the conversation for today, the role of the older generation. Stay with us. All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, while there is no agreed definition of good governance, United Nations human rights define good governance to relate to the political and institutional progress and outcomes that are necessary to achieve the goals of development of any nation. Now, the true test of good governance is the degree to which it delivers on the promise of human rights, civil, cultural, economic, political, and social rights. Now, it is only natural to look to the youth, especially, who are the ones demanding, and upholding good governance. However, older members of the nation are known to bring wisdom, calm, dependability, and unconditional love that frame the views of the broader society and shape the future of young generations. So today we're asking, what is the responsibility of the older generation, right, in ensuring that good governance truly, is established, especially in our continent, African continent? Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-8663. You can also tweet at us at Wakeshow, Africa1, with the hashtag Wakeshow. So I'll bring in our guest in a minute. Diola, I just want to hear your thoughts. What do you think that the older generation can do? I feel personally that they have failed us. Yeah, because again, I remember sitting with my grandpa before. At least I was privileged to meet one of my grandparents before he passed. He would always complain. He used to be a staff of, was it Nitel a lot? He would always complain, government, wala, and all of that. And I feel like, that this kind of feeling of there's nothing we can do, docility and all of that. I feel they were the ones that planted that docility in us, you know. So I think it is the rebellion that we now carried along that is not making this new generation, they have gone haywire. Like their own is that if you come for me, I draw your blood, you know. So like I feel like if anything needs to be remedied, it will still have to go back to the older generation. Trust me, it's not all these young people that we are seeing. It is when they say, come, this one we've overdone it. Let us step back. That's when I think we can make any headway. But what do you think?
Okay, so I think that mentoring, number one, I mean, that's at the core of, you know, getting the younger generation to do better. You know, they come with experience. It's easy for them to say, okay, you know what, we've done it this way. This was the process and all that. It didn't work. Continue. There is that. There is also role modeling. You know, of course, now it's a case of do what I say, not what I do. You know, again, like the young people, it is about why you're not acting what you are saying. Practice what you preach, you know. So you can't be saying something and then be doing something else, you know. Again, it sends the wrong signal. Then there's conflict resolution. Now, at the older generation, are they truly managing conflicts? So you have situations where even in private sectors, public sectors, and wherever, where issues happen, are they really mediating in order to ensure that they are resolving conflicts amicably, where everybody becomes a winner? You know, because the true test of conflict
resolution... Can we really have everyone as winners?
Yes.
Is it possible?
In some ways. In some ways. I think it's possible.
Let me hear, Norma, your thoughts. Then I'll bring in our guest. Quickly, Norma.
Go
ahead.
Jola took the words out of my mouth. Of course, I can't overemphasize the role that mentorship has to play, but more importantly, the fact that we need more exemplary leadership. Over the year, I think that's where the young generation have struggled, where a lot of what they've seen have not been exemplary. It's not something that they want to emulate, and they are fighting against it because like you said, the young generation have felt that this generation has let them down completely in terms of being being in charge, being in control, helping them, to guide them to see the prospects and to be able to harness their own potentials. They have more of stifled every opportunity that the young ones have to be able to bring value to the table. So the younger generation have actually felt let down in terms of advice, being that advisory role, so to speak. We don't have leaders that have shown high levels of wisdom and knowledge, even in management of conflict. And the situations that we have currently in Nigeria could have been better if we had leaders that better manage situations. But there's a lot to process with the older generation and their role in helping the younger generation understand the process, that there is a process, and the role that they are supposed to take on, how responsibility is also part of it. So there's a whole lot to unpack when it comes to governance and the older generation versus the younger generation. And I'm glad that Bolaho is in the house to bring more light on that.
Absolutely, absolutely. On that note, Bolaho Logic is a consummate finance professional who has spent the best of the last 30 years. You see, he's a veteran. He's the older generation that we're waiting for. In corporate Nigeria, his industry exposure cuts across professional services, investment banking, and advisory services. You see, the words are just aligning. So corporate banking, print media, education, healthcare, oil and gas, and telecom. He's passionate about issues of leadership and good governance. And of course, he has joined us live in studio, looking dapper as always. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I saw you smiling. You were laughing. At some point, you were nodding. I said, okay, you are the older generation we'll be waiting for. I mean, like, this conversation, you know, it's us trying to look at things in a different light. Up until 2023, February 25th, I really felt that, okay, if anything must change, the youth must step up to the plate and make the change happen. Everybody carry load. Carry, what's it called, PVC and all of that. We did all the drama and everything. Today they are in tribunal. They say they are debating, they've kicked out televising, whatever. We're keeping all of those things aside. There's a problem.
Correct.
Especially in the African continent. And this is not really unique to Nigeria.
Yeah.
Right? We're having issues around good governance. And it seems like, you know, the narrative before was the youth and all of that. But you know, we are trying to step back on ways to say, no, I think if any problem can be solved, it is to trace it back to where it started in the first place. But anybody we cite with gray hair like Bola, we are tracing the problem back to you. But hey, that's just on a lighter note. Really, when we talk about good governance and the responsibility of the older generation, where do we start from? Do they even have any responsibility in ensuring that there's good governance? Do they have any role to play?
Obviously, the older generation has a very huge role to play. And it starts from exemplary leadership.
Absolutely.
One of the voids that we have is a situation in which a lot of young people could not see someone to look up to. And where there is nobody to look up to, whoever they find, whether it's a publicly weed smoking entertainer, or whoever catches their fancy, in terms of however they have defined what they look up to, that's who they will follow. So the younger people look up and they want to see. Let me tell you one short story. My son, I took him for exam, primary school exam some years ago at school. And when he came out of the exam, he was physically flustered. I said, what happened? He said they were dictating the answers in the exam hall, and teachers were walking around and, you know, asking what people have written, giving them answer script and all of that. The young boy was totally embarrassed. Now, that is coming from a generation it was meant to look up to. These were the same set as his own teachers in school, but that is what they were doing. So this can cut across to several other segments of our society, whether it is leadership at the local government level, even at the traditional rural level. We now have situations in which even wife beaters are becoming traditional rulers. Some are even on
celebrated
on
and
drugs
revered.
and revered. So when there are not many people to look up to, the society becomes what it has become. So one very good step in the right direction is to have more leaders who will show them the light. Exemplary leadership. And the more of those we have, the more of them are willing to also mentor the young people, the better for the society. Young people, there are gaps for them also. The current generation are not just a product of the nurture of their parent, like maybe someone like me could have been. I was largely a product of the nurture of my parents and the school. They are nurtured by too many things, from the TV to internet to so many things. So even some of the parents do not know their own children. It's totally different from my own generation, when your parent could literally say, that is where he will likely be. It's a totally different ballgame. So the older generation must make it a point of duty to understand. A lot of us do not understand that generation. We are puzzled. Why do they do what they do? Why do they behave the way they behave? But paying attention to them and trying to understand where they're coming from may help us to help them or to support them rather than having a fight. Because that's what we literally have with them.
So I want to ask a question. I'll come to you, Diola. I know, help me out here. The Yoruba culture, when, I mean, they told me about the story of the Agbada. It was supposed to signify, you know, you've done hard work and all of
Correct.
that. And that's why you're wearing that regalia, because it's almost like a proof that this is to showcase
You've
that
been there, done that.
I've put in the work, and this is my achievements and all of that. Because we're talking about older generation.
Correct.
Look at where we are today in terms of moral standing. I told someone, I said, see, I don't have a problem, whoever they want to select or elect as a leader. When someone, I know that there are some things I will not come out for because there is a question mark in my character as a person. So because of that, I will decide that, you know what, let me step back. Let's look for someone that has a bit of transparency and clarity with their records. Let me push that person forward. And so I take a back seat so that, you know, my reputation does not taint the position, right? You are in a country where certain allegations were made, right? And all of a sudden, it seems like we are all turning a blind eye. On one hand, we're turning a blind eye to certain kinds of things and allegations. On the other hand, with the same mouth, we're complaining that there's a rise of fraudsters, there's a rise of internet, what's it called, scammers and, you know, different things, rise of usage of drugs and all of those things. Does it not conflict, right? Because if we say, because I feel like everything now, it's coming full circle. And I think, right, if we must find a solution to this problem in Nigeria, everybody that is 50 and below, you know, I mean, sorry, 50 and below, you have no business with the problem. People that are 50 and above, you people are the problem of our country. It's as simple as that. Because you see, what you have done is that we are mirroring. And you know the thing about mirror. When you do, if I learn from you, I will be better than you. Because what we are successfully doing as a nation, we're a breeding ground for real hardcore criminality. Because that's what is happening. So if we say we want to curb it, then we must start to see the older generation, people that have questionable characters, people that have been linked with whatever. Let's start to see some level of, you know what, we completely frown at this thing, and let's see those judgments happening. Maybe that's why Ekweremadu's case, you know, is looking like people are saying, okay, yes, some level of justice is happening. But if we do not see that, right, and this is not us trying to now fight, it is the older generation themselves saying that, no, this one, oh, my hands are not clean. Let me step back. Because if I go there, I'm telling people that it is okay to do crime and you will still be celebrated. I don't know if you get where I'm going.
I know what you're saying. You have divided the society in a way different from how I will have divided it. You divided it by age.
Age, yeah.
But I don't think age exactly is the problem.
So what's the problem?
You see, an analogy is when you take the northern Nigeria and people say, oh, they don't want to go to school. We have to have the Western education is a taboo or something in some part. But when you look closely, what you find is not this homogeneous environment where people did not want to go to school. No, it is actually an elite versus an elite and political class versus the rest of the people.
Sure.
So while the children of the elite and political class in that part, we go to the best of schools in Nigeria and proceed abroad and come back to take all the roles, it is being presented as if the children of the commoners don't like to go to school. I was discussing with a friend of mine about school in certain part of the north. He said the impression that people don't want to go to school is largely wrong. In some instances, there are even no schools to go to. Absolutely. And nobody is talking about those parts. So the problem with Nigeria, we tend to look at leadership and separate public sector and private sector. There's even a tendency to think that it is government that is corrupt. But in the real sense, without the private sector, the corruption of government will be limited. How do you carry out the money? Who pays all the money?
You must launder them through banks.
Yeah.
You must
Yes, it must pass through the
system,
private
yes.
sector. Yes. So it is the private sector that facilitates. So what we're dealing with is much more deeper.
Than age.
Than age matters. So even across that age that you have spoken about, I was speaking with a young man who took a ride with me one day, and he was talking about how we had nobody to trust. That it was in the days of removal of subsidy by Jonathan, that they've created this committee that is meant to supervise over it, and that there is nobody. And then another person who was also there now, but he said, but there is Justice Kayode Esho now. As at that time he was mentioning Justice Kayode Esho, it was already late. I said, but justice is late. So there are still people here today who are of those older caste, pristine records. The Akintola Williams is still alive. Christopher Kolade is still alive. They are also of that same generation, right? So it is not an entire generation that you cannot trust. That is not what has happened to us. But there are bad eggs, and it has become so pervasive and systematic and systemic that the younger generation have also imbibed it. So yeah, I agree with you perfectly that within the younger generation, the problem is even probably deeper because they've learned from the worst.
They've learned well.
And they've learned well from the worst. That is why even in the political space, when people say, oh, it's all these old people, I said, how old was Amici in 1999?
Yes.
How old was Yahaya when he became governor? Even them, Fashola, how old were they? Most of these people were young. A lot of them were below 40 when they came into politics in 1999. How old was Wike? Wike is just 53 or something, or 56, thereabout now.
So take out 8 years.
Take out 24, which was when he came into politics. And you see he has been around for a long time. So we will miss it if we think it is just an age problem. However, the older generation must be deliberate also about helping the society to understand what the problems are by living exemplary. Begin to set example. Let's be able to have more Christopher Kolades. Let's be able to have more of those. What's the former vice president? He's late now, from Oko. In Anambra State. You see all these people, they've been there and they lived an example. In fact, when I got chartered, what's the name of this former vice president of Toshagari now?
I'm trying to find his name.
When I was being inducted,
Then Alex Ekweme.
Alex Ekweme.
Thank you, Norma.
Alex also had someone, I can't remember whether it was a child or someone who was getting inducted. So he came. You know, this man was sitting in the crowd. It was somebody that identified him and said,
Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, this is the former vice president. And I had to call him up to recognize him. Where are those men?
We are coming. Let's take a break. We'll be right back. All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, if you just tuned in, we're discussing the topic good governance and the responsibilities of the older generation, and we have with us Bola Olojade. Now, remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at Wayshow Africa1 with the hashtag Wayshow. So before we went on the break, you were saying, where are those people? Well, we are actually searching for them, but Diola, you have to search for them.
Okay, so again, for me, I think we need to go back to asking ourselves, who are we? we have an identity problem. And if you don't know who you are, it's almost impossible to replicate yourself or to tell another person, how to be good or how to have values, and or to even give a history or to even say, okay, you know what, this is the path, you should stay on this path. Now,
and if you, sorry to cut you, if you don't know who you are, you would also fall for anything.
Exactly, exactly. So now, I am looking back to the age of my father's. Okay, he was in his late 70s before he passed just recently. And when you hear them talk, you can sense this sense of, let me give an example. The Yoruba people, they pride themselves on being a people of culture. And you would imagine that, or you would think that to a very large extent, that culture should drive their daily living. A proper Yoruba person, you are expected to behave in a certain way. At the root of all that is, don't do what would shame your parents.
Proud of you.
Do you understand? But you come back now, and then you are asking yourselves, at what point, if people of 50-something, 60-something, it's almost as if they have forgotten this basic rule, whether from the north or from the south or from the east. We all have fundamental cultures that should drive our daily living. Again, it goes back to identity, whether they don't say it enough or whether we just feel, okay, you know what, we have evolved to the point where that is not necessary anymore.
You want to speak to that?
You see, the problem with identity is a very serious matter. As a matter of fact, it's also part of the regrets we will have over time with the current Japa syndrome. A lot of people have lost interest. We've had situations where we read news about people tearing their passports. There is a belief that when you go out there, all the opportunity, you become a citizen today in the UK, you can contest election and probably can win. But you see, I've been around enough to see people who have lived a part of their life in Nigeria and then went abroad. Their mind never left Nigeria. If you were born out there and you've never experienced, there's no part of you. It's a different thing. As a matter of fact, most of the news about Nigeria that I get every day is from my friends who are abroad. And I'm asking myself, you are the way you are abroad. I thought should be their matter that is the primary to you. But no, they listen because they still hope and wish for this country to work. So, but if people don't even have an identity, if they can't, they have no root to hold on to, they will easily get blown away by anything. And it is not good for us as a country. The way India has been able to manage its own situation, in which a lot of people left India around the same time, and today, they not only have planted themselves firmly in many parts of the world, they also
returning back. Well, I think India did a major role in bringing those things to happen. Bringing the people back.
Yes. Can we also do the same?
We are hoping. What we must be
Okay, Bola, wow. Thank you so much. It's already, I'm just thinking, I'm just brooding in my head and just wondering like, oh, wow, what's the way forward for us as a nation? So I wanted to ask a question with regards respect. They say respect is reciprocal. And in as much as the older generation, they desire that the young generation respect them or look up to them. But the younger generation are complaining that there's nothing to look up to because what has been passed on from one generation to the other is what has brought us to where we are as a nation today. So I want to ask, what is the older generation not paying attention to? And what can they do to begin to earn the trust of the younger generation? Because really, the truth of it is that we cannot do away with the older generation. Like Jola said earlier, they have the experience and they have the wisdom, whether they are aware of it or not. So how can they be relevant, apart from being an example or role modeling? How can they actually pay attention to the needs of the younger generation and plant themselves to become impactful in order for us to really change the narrative that is already our reality in today's Nigeria?
I believe they must be deliberate about understanding that generation. The older generation does not exactly understand that generation much. So, and if you don't understand a problem, how do you proceed to solve it? So, deliberate effort to understand them and draw them in. As it is today, they are loggerheads. Meanwhile, there are mutual values across both groups, and those values could be passed on if there is enough attention to understanding those people and supporting them to succeed, because that is the future. These older people will soon get old and out of the place.
Sorry, as an aside, let me just ask this older generation now. So what gap are we looking at? Because there is also
some of them they departure line, but they just refuse to depart.
There is also an issue, a huge gap between, well, millennials and then Gen Z. There is a war going on. Millennials will blame Gen Z. Gen Z is blaming millennials. So the millennials, who are they blaming? Do you understand? So I think it is also very important to even understand who we refer to as the older generation.
But we say we are older generation.
Exactly.
Oh, no,
Some people will just take a cutoff of
50 and above.
Yeah, and above.
Well,
that's why I said. I said it from the one. I've already calculated it for you people. But I get your point really strongly that if we limit it to age, then we'll lose or we'll miss the real challenge. And again, if we truly say we want to solve a problem, we must also trace it back to the root. So where did we lose our conscience? Where did we lose? Because now it seems like we do things conscienceless. We just do it, because I can do it. Now, see this governor that we read his story. Let's even just focus on Lagos State governor. So the salary has come back to me. They said after completing his tenure, the governor is expected to receive a 6.6 million plus severance gratuity. And the breakdown of the salary, the total salary will be about 11.5 million.
That sounds gratuity.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me explain the thing, because you are the finance man. So what gives? Can they put up Diola's post again? What gives that you? Because when we say there's problem, this is the problem that we're seeing, right? That you sit down and you think it is okay. We're in a state where we are complaining that we have financial crisis as a country, right? And somebody sits down and sits on this kind of bill, right? They say it has passed second hearing.
Yeah.
If it's not signed before May 29th, they will go and start all over again. So what they've been doing to us is that they'll just lead us. May 29th, they don't sign it, they will take it back again. That you're asking for 300% of
furniture, of basic salary of furniture.
Like, please, what is this? Like, really, what is this?
For life. So if you live for the next 30 years, this goes on.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So this is why we say that, for me, it does not make any sense, right? Because all these people, I get it. A lot of these people, some of them, they were in their 30s, they were in their 20s. And like I said to you, that the problem is vicious. If I learn corruption from you, I cannot do it the way you did it. I will add technology. You can never catch me. It's impossible. Just forget it that there is no way that you will match up to me. That's why now I'm so scared. I see 20-something-year-olds buying a car of 200 million. I called my sister the other day. I said, have you not been working hard? Do you understand? 200 million, 300 million, they are buying properties. So what we are doing is that we have successfully built a generation that, like, you thought, okay, these people don't have conscience. This one, if they open, okay, our generation, their conscience, they are back. This one, when they open now, there's no sign. So how do we solve this problem? So how can the older generation mend this problem? Because I will still put it back that they really are the originators of the problem.
But it is good that we're discussing the problem, and I think it's part of the way. For Lagos State, for example, I remember that in 2021, Lagos State actually halved the gratuity and all the benefits that it provided for the governor. That was because even around that time, there was a
lot of agitation,
and they cut it down by 50%. So if there's a need to even revisit that further, let's revisit it. But you see, the problem is deep.
It is deep.
You just mentioned a gratuity of 11 million. What is 11 million to a governor as a gratuity? What is it? It's like a drop in the ocean. It doesn't mean anything. Those are things you give to. We should be thinking of being able to give to school principals when they lead, not a governor. I'm not a governor of Lagos State who presides over close to 2 trillion naira in budget every year. So the safety net, what do I come back to after I'm done here? Must be robust, but it shouldn't be exploitative and disgusting to the people. Which is what we had. I attended a party, one from retired justice house in Ikoyi, and when I got to that house, I'm like, okay, if this is where judges live, then why will I be corrupt now? If you see space, not all those choking, Ikoyi, whatever, where there will be space alone. So those people must be comfortable. And that is meant to dissuade hanky-panky.
Any form of corruption.
But is it working?
No.
That is where the problem is.
Because I said it today that, I saw a post today and they talked about poverty, how even the media, right? People in the media space, journalists are very poor. Or they're not paid well. Their remuneration is poor. Tell me, if I'm earning 20,000 or 70,000 naira salary, and there's a report that can fetch me 700 million, why will I not kill the story and take the money, right? So it's
a systemic problem.
It is, actually.
It's a systemic problem. There's no way you will have the number of poor people that we have and things will improve. We first have to deal with it from a systemic perspective. Lift more people out of that poverty. When more people come out of poverty, then we begin to see reduction in corruption. Enter any eatery in Lagos today. As you are packing, the way some people are already greeting you and other, that is not corruption, that is actually begging, and it shows a high level of poverty all over the place. When you go and ask how much that guy gets paid, 30,000, and you're asking yourself 30,000. You probably have a wife. Some of them have children. They are sending to school. They have to pay rent. They pay electricity, and you're wondering. So how exactly do you live? They live on what you call transfer income. Transfer income are income that they earn with not to work. So you come today, I give you 200 bucks, 500, 1K. That's what they live on. A society that is built on that will not be able to successfully fight
corruption. Absolutely.
I'm speechless.
It's an ongoing conversation, I think. And I think at our very basic levels, there are just some things that we must do. I always say that every opportunity you find yourselves, you must do right before you earn the right to be able to say to another person that you're not doing right. Yes.
A lot of things we're doing sometimes.
There are some things I cannot come out to say I want to go and run. There is some position I cannot run. You understand? Because I'm not holy. So let me step. I'm saying that can we prick the conscience of the older generation now? We've tried everything. We've tried to fight them. It's not working. We've tried this. So can we prick their conscience? Like, okay, just for the sake of who is coming in front, can you just, this thing, there's question marks around you. Do you understand?
You've fallen fully back to separating this matter by age. You see, within that older generation you are talking about, are people who are complaining
Bitterly as well. Yeah.
about some elites that they can, political class that they see in front. They are in the same shoes as those younger people
Absolutely.
who are also complaining. That is the reality.
Okay, so can we prick the conscience of our people in leadership?
Yes, let's continue to prick the conscience of people in leadership to live exemplary lives. And we can begin to turn things around and rebuild this nation block by block. These are the people who are looking up to.
Yeah.
And if they are not living up to the whatever, the society will not heal.
Well, thank you very much. We're going to bring you.
Yeah, absolutely.
By that time, I'll have your definition of what. But thank you. Had an amazing conversation.
Yeah,
I really feel pained, but hey, we will leave.
It is what it is. We'll get better.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Diola. Thank you, Norma. Now, before we go and show you follow us across all our social media handles, let me apologize. It's because of me that we're not taking messages today. I will try to read it tomorrow. I'm sorry. Follow us across all our social media handles at Wayshow Africa. You can interact with us further, drop a comment. Most importantly, follow all our engagements on social media, like, share, and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed our quote, here it is again. Each generation imagines itself to be more intelligent than the one that went before it and wiser than the one that comes after it. This way. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 8 p.m. for us to bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello from Berlin, Germany. Nigeria is currently going through a recession. But what is the actual state of our economy? Is this as a result of the pandemic? Or there's more? Should religious organizations in the country be made to pay taxes? These are the conversations and the answers that you get to hear when you listen to these debaters.
Hello, I welcome you to today's episode of Matasada Imani. We're going to be talking about religion, youth, and money as it concerns the Nigerian people. My name is Mercy Aband. Nigeria has the 5th largest Christian population and the 6th largest Muslim population in the world. Pretty impressive figures. So what are the economic aspects of this fact? Let's talk about this in today's episode. I am not physically present with the guest at the studio because I was in close proximity with someone who tested positive to COVID. Even though I tested negative, I had to stay away for the safety of everyone in the studio. But I'd like to introduce our guest. I'll start with Timothy Imogere, who is a proud Nigerian student living in Germany. Hello, Timothy, welcome.
Hi, Messi. Thank you for having me here.
My next guest is Kumbi Oshinoiki. She runs a business in Germany. Hello, Kumbi, welcome.
Hello, nice to see you.
And Ada Anene is involved with data management, also living in Berlin. Hello, Ada, pleased to see you again.
Hello, Messi, nice to meet you.
And we have Ebuka Valentine Okeke. He's a Nigerian student in Potsdam, also living in Germany. Hello, Ebuka.
Hello, Messi, nice to meet you.
And finally, and not, as part of the guest in the studio, Tolulope Adefunke Omadara, another Nigerian student. Welcome.
Hi, Messi. Thanks for having me here.
Pleasure is mine. We have two callings from Nigeria, and our guest is Ose Anene. Mr. Ose Anene is a businessman, is a hotelier as well, and is a politician. Hello, Ndi Kato. Ndi is an active member of civil society in Nigeria, and she's a frontline activist in the country. I would like to talk with you about a very impressive, or actually I'll say important factor in Nigeria's reality, and that is religion and money. There is a lot that can be said or that has been said about this topic, but let's start somewhere. Nigeria is going through a historical recession at the moment. Poverty rates are on the rise. Should and could religious institutions contribute more to the economic relief of Nigerians? And this question I would like Kumbi to respond to. I would like to start with Kumbi.
Okay, I'm aware that there are lots of churches and mosques who have all sorts of programs that are aimed not just at providing relief to people in the communities, but also look to empower them through skills acquisition programs, trainings, and that kind of thing. So I think as part of their social mandate, a lot of religious bodies of all persuasions do this. Whether it's going to be enough to have enough impact on society in general, on the economy, is debatable. And also, not all religious organizations are necessarily big enough to be able to provide the manpower needed to run a very comprehensive program that's going to make impact in their communities. But I do know that a lot of the big well-known churches and mosques do also a range of programs. Yes.
Thank you, Kumbi. Ada, from what Kumbi has said, we should not be seen to outsource the role of the state to religious institutions. Do you disagree?
I think that there should be a balance. I think the money of the people goes to both the government and the religious institutions. And the way that the religious institution can, put back into society more like a corporate, social responsibility, is to, create initiatives to help the people that they take care of. So I think it's not a bad idea. Like she said, there are actually churches that have these initiatives already running, like the mobile clinic run by some churches that I know. And so I think it's good that the church institution or the religious institution have these initiatives running, in support of the government.
Thank you so much, Ada. Ebuka,
yeah.
Do you agree, or would you subscribe to religious organizations, especially the ones that we've seen, not just the church now and the mosque, to pay tax to the state for development?
I beg to disagree with such assumption, because as far as I'm concerned, is a kind of suggestion that is geared towards probably helping Nigeria escape the nets of recession. But the truth remains that churches originally are agents of socialization, and as far as I'm concerned, they should continue to play that role as agent of socialization. Their participation into economic activity of any kind should be a kind of mandatory, should be optional and not mandatory. Taxes should not be imposed on churches, because doing that have a lot to do in the area of churches carrying out their social responsibility of educating the people, inculcating the required national values in the people. Now, imposing taxes on them, I don't think it will have much to do with, or can in any way have a serious contribution to saving Nigeria from economic recession. So churches or religion should be detached totally from the economic mess that we find ourselves in.
Thank you, Ebuka. Tolu, I would like to ask you this. In the UK and other countries of the world, churches are known, these same churches that are in Nigeria are known to pay taxes. But when they get to Nigeria, they do not pay tax. And there's a conversation right now, and there's lobbying before the National Assembly, where people are saying, if these churches are making billions and millions of dollars, why should the state not take part in that? What would you say?
I think religion should remain separated from politics. If you compare maybe European countries to Nigeria, you will notice that there is a decline in the number of people that go to churches, because once religion is connected to politics, what we have is compulsion, whereby forcing people to do some particular things, and that is not good for religion. There should be competition, there should be freedom of religion and all that. If you look at countries where religion is not separated from politics, it's either religion is used for conflict reasons, or you see people not going to church anymore because they have to pay taxes. And it would discourage people from going to church, and they would before you know what, people won't learn the religious virtues that are very important for the society. Because let's take tithe, for example. If the government says everybody should pay tithes, if it's a matter of compulsion, then it's also against the religion, because when you are doing something, you should do it out of joy, you should do it out of willingness and all that. So I think religion and politics should not be connected. Meanwhile, there might be religious bodies to check what the church is doing with the money. How are they helping How are they helping the people, the church members, and all that? But not the religion.
Thank you. I would like to call in at this point. I'd like to call in Ose to come into this conversation. Hello, Ose. Can you hear me?
Hi, Mercy.
Yes. Pleased to have you join.
Glad to be here again.
You're a businessman, so I'd like to hear your take from this. Do you think churches should be responsive and responsible in societies like Nigeria?
I'll also try to answer as a politician. And so in the first instance, I heard the previous speaker talk about a separation between the state and the church or the mosque. And what you do find is that in developed countries, that separation does exist, and they pay taxes. But in Nigeria, for instance, there is an unholy marriage between religion and politics. So when campaign season comes around, for instance, if you're a serious politician, you will talk to the church and you will talk to Muslim clerics. when the state needs to speak to society, maybe to tackle security or whatever issues, we find that religious leaders are co-opted very deeply into these discussions to try to intervene in resolving these issues. So, you know, that separation, I just want to make that clear that in Nigeria, that separation between the church, the mosque and the state doesn't really exist. Moving on to the conversation about whether religious bodies should pay tax. I also want to make it clear that the discussion isn't that members of churches should be compelled to pay tax. It's that if you have a church, for instance, where the senior pastor has 1 or 2 private jets, where he has private schools, where he sells merchandise, and he's making money as a business enterprise outside of, you know, regular church activities, away from ministering and healing and preaching, then I think it only makes sense that the religious bodies should be made to pay tax. That's my personal opinion. I don't see the reason why.
I like that you talk about education, because it's also part of the conversation that we're supposed to have today. We've seen churches, big churches, I wouldn't want to call the names, and we're saying churches more because they're the ones that are involved with most of the projects when it comes to churches, when it comes to schools, hospitals, etc., in the country. We've seen huge churches where school fees in some of these churches are not within the reach of even the middle class. And I'm sure you can correct me on this. How then would you support the argument that these churches or these organizations owned by religious bodies, be it the mosque or the church, makes huge sums from school fees and the state should not be seen to earn from it?
Well, so I'll speak. So for instance, Christians are supposed to pay 10% tithe. You know, if you tithe as a Christian, it's 10%. In Nigeria, the VAT rate is 7.5%. So even if you were to tax a church, they would still be left with 2.5% untaxed amount. Again, so I don't see the reason why an entity that's set up as a profit-making entity, and not just, it's not charity. You know, my kids probably are unable to attend some of the more elite church school establishments. So it doesn't make sense to me that churches make money.
You fall under the Nigerian elite. I'm going to fact check you. You fall under the Nigerian elite. So to say that your children are unable to afford some of the schools by churches is, you know.
I mean, you started this conversation by talking about a recession. So maybe 4 or 5 years ago, this statement would have been true. But Nigeria is currently the poverty capital of the world. So most Nigerians who were previous elites, we find ourselves on the pension line these days.
But also, just a final thought on that. Again, I'll go back to what Kumbi had said earlier on. The church is not supposed to be seen as, or the mosque as, you know, agencies that replace the state. So in places where, you know, they're already performing the functions of the state, like building schools, hospitals, and ensuring in some communities, they literally cater for the basic amenities for these communities. So if you are insisting that because they make so, and that, they have to pay tax, where do we call in the government? Will that be fair to churches who, you know, over the years are literally standing in for the state?
So your question is an interesting one, and it sort of has 2 threads. So the first thing is the assumption that the church is stepping in or filling the gap for a state that is falling, that is failing. And that is sort of correct. There are pockets in the country where government and governance is absent, and churches, and not just churches, I'm happy Indy's on the call, civil society actually also stepping into the gap. But civil society is accountable. Civil society is accountable to donors, civil society is accountable to government, civil society is accountable to the people. And churches to this point are not. So I just want to make that distinction that even if they were to step into the gap, they need to be held accountable.
So would you support your political party to push for a bill that ensures that churches and mosques are made to pay taxes? I want to hear you on record.
I am an opposition party politician. It will be difficult to maybe when we win, we'll visit that conversation.
You had power for 15 years.
It would be a very unpopular policy plan to try to push through. Nigeria is a deeply religious country.
You have members in the National Assembly.
Nigeria is a deeply religious country, and any attempt, I think, ahead of an election to push through taxation of religious institutions would be seen as an attack on these institutions. So I don't think it will be very difficult to push it through just because we are a religious nation.
But you are convinced that this is something that should be pushed?
Personally, I am, yes, but I'm also a pragmatic politician, so I don't see it happening in the near future.
That's an interesting thing. Thank you so much, Ose Anini, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to go back now to the studio so I can get the feel of, everyone who is in the studio about what Ose just said. Can you perhaps react to some of the points raised by Mr. Anini?
Yeah, I mean, what he said was something that is very, it's a little bit controversial. At the same time, it's emotional. It's a topic that's very emotional because of...
Why is it emotional?
There are two things involved here. When we are talking, we focused on just one religion. We did not talk about the other. And that is why this law cannot be actually implemented in Nigeria, because it's going to be seen as just the victimization of just one religion and not the other. For example, it's not, Muslims are not obliged to pay 10% of their income, for example, or their wages or whatever the case might be to the mosque. Christians are, by whatever belief system they actually go for, so tithing or seed sowing or whatever the case might be. And you cannot say, okay, you are going to tax churches, and then churches contribute a huge amount to governance of whatever the case might be, and then mosques contribute nothing. This is going to be a little bit discriminatory. So that's why it's not going to work in Nigeria. There are politicians who have been talking about this. For example, El-Rufai was the champion of this, the present Kaduna State governor, but it wasn't going so well because it's a little bit sentimental when you actually talk about this whole thing, because it's one-sided. So this is what I have to say about that. So I don't see it happening in the nearest future because of the one-sidedness of the whole thing. But maybe if there's a way they can actually create a level playing field. However, I think our emphasis should not be on churches contributing financially to the government. We know there's a huge corruption problem when it comes to Africa and governance in Africa. So it's good to actually separate what the government does and what private sector does, whether it's churches or religious sectors like churches or mosques. I think what the church can do, we have a big problem here, like Ose said, with school fees and how maybe some churches have mega institutions, they have businesses. If a founder of a church registers a business like a university, that can be taxed, but not the church. We can separate that business, and that business can be taxed, but not the church. However, if we want to actually make religious institutions contribute to cases of recession, what I feel that can happen, because recession is not actually just the lack of money, but it actually has to do with internal policies and the external politics of the world, and maybe, for example, the pandemic, for example. If the church is to contribute or the mosque is to contribute, they should contribute with skill acquisition. Skill acquisition. Let me just give an example. I don't know if I have much time. If you can give me just 2 minutes, just say something, or 1 minute, sorry, Messi. If you can give me 1 minute to say something. For example, the reason why I believe the Goodluck Jonathan Almajiri school system failed was the focus. This is actually a pseudo-religious system in northern Nigeria. And what could have happened that could have maybe led to the success of that system, or what Jonathan was trying to do then, was that he could have converted the schools not to Western education acquiring centers, but skill acquisition centers. If this was the main focus, I'm very sure that it could have worked perfectly. Because you have 9 million out of school children, in Nigeria, for example, in northern Nigeria. If 9 million out of school children can be trained in skills in the next 10 years when they are teenagers or maybe when they are adults, then these children can actually contribute basically to the economy of the country.
Thank you for that intervention. Just a bit of a fact check. It's actually 13.5 million now out of school.
Okay.
So
yeah,
it's done 9.
more than that.
Hi, Kumbi. When you spoke earlier, I noticed you made an argument for the religious institutions. I'm trying as much as possible so we don't focus on the church. Religious institutions. But when an institution seems to make a whole lot of money from other businesses like schools, because we've seen primary, secondary, university, these are all schools at different level owned by churches. And if you go and find out the school fees, it's neck-breaking, as it were. When you hear that number, do you still argue that with all of the interest that comes in by virtue of students who pay school fees, the state should not at some point reach out and say, you know what, we actually do deserve our taxes?
I have a very big problem with a blanket statement to say, oh, the state should collect the taxes, because we know that corruption is endemic in Nigeria. And I also have a big problem with the assumption that because an organization is making money, that is in itself wrong. We have, in the West, we have examples of lots of organizations that are philanthropic organizations whose purpose is to be social enterprises. So they have to make money in order to fund the causes that they support. And so I have no problem with any well-run organization making money for the purposes of contributing that money back into society. So not-for-profit is a valid business model, especially in a continent like Africa, where you do not have a recourse to public funds. We have no social security. And so if an organization is able to take the money that it receives from its congregation and multiply and grow that in order to contribute, to put that back into society, then that should be supported and applauded. What is missing, both in the tax system, the state-run taxation, and also in these organizations, the lack of scrutiny. That is what is missing. And so whether you're collecting the money from the churches because you feel that the operations are opaque, or you're giving it to the states whose operations are even more opaque, you're losing. It's a lose-lose situation. What we need is transparency. We need anybody who's collecting money under any guise to be able to account for how that money has come in and where that money has gone. And I think that we ought to be, the state should be supporting and putting in processes and laws that support organizations, especially in developing countries, to use whatever resources that they have to multiply that and to put that back into society. And for those organizations to have properly scrutinized, reporting structures. They have people that can be held accountable. They produce reports. They have a commission that oversees all of that. I support, provided it's done in an open and transparent way. But to collect money from organizations that are doing good and give it to politicians who are going to put it in their villages and build mansions with 7 swimming pools and all sorts of nonsense, I don't see how that is good for anybody. So I think everybody's issue is around transparency. I have no problem with anybody making money and multiplying that money in order to benefit the masses.
Ebuka, Kumbi just touched on something that I find very important to this conversation, and that is accountability. If you recall, perhaps in the 90s, if you were not too young to know that, in the 90s or in the 80s, we had schools owned by the Catholic Church. Let's use the Catholic Church as a case study now, right? And government took over these schools. Government took over these schools. And today, most of these schools, even the King's College in Lagos, they're mostly in dilapidated conditions as I speak. Do you then think that most of the Pentecostal churches now and some religious organizations stepping in to set up schools and stand in the gap and increasing school fees and, like we had rightly pointed out, do you think the point made by Kumbi that, accountability is an issue that we should not dismiss. Hence, the churches should not be seen to send the monies they're literally trying to raise to help the communities back to the state. Especially knowing that these same states are yet to account for even the schools that were handed over to them by the missionaries.
Okay, I think one of the basic problems facing Nigeria's socio-economic development is lack of accountability. Now, coming to schools, before now, when schools was under the church, there has been a good record of efficiency, seriousness, because it seems privatized enterprise in Nigeria function more than the ones that are under government. So based on the situation of Nigerian schools, I think I will subscribe to the suggestion or idea that the schools should go back to the mission so that there will be objectivity, so that there will be responsiveness and accountability, because ever since the school was handed over to the government, the accountability was eroded. It became totally unachievable. And I think that has been the issue facing Nigeria till date. Now, coming to taxing churches or religious institutions, I think he made a point. He said something about that Nigeria is deeply religious. And topics or issues like that, when it comes to whether the churches should be taxed or not, are things that we need to be very, very careful in handling. If not...
Thank you, Ebuka. I would like to call in Ndi Kato to join us. Hello, Ndi. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Mercy.
Good evening. Pleased to have you join.
Thank you for having me.
I think this is an important conversation for you because you're a member of the civil society organizations in Nigeria.
Yes,
and when Ose was speaking, he clearly did mention that the accountability mechanisms put in place for civil society. I just want you to react a bit to some of the conversations you've heard and you've listened to and what you think about what the debate going on in the studio at the moment.
Well, for me, I remember today seeing something. I think I want to start on that note. A pastor, and you do know that with Nigeria, you can't put, a limit on how many or what people preach or how many religious organizations or bodies, preachers, Muslims or Christians, you can't really put anything on that. They keep going. So this pastor says, in this harsh economy, giving 10 naira as an offering is wickedness before God. And I remember my reaction to that was, I find it amusing that the Nigerian God cannot stabilize his own personal naira. I mean, if you cannot help us, can you at least not, equal your own personal naira to the dollar? One of the things I find back and forth with religion is that, the Nigerian gods outsource things to the Nigerians and the Nigerians outsource back to their gods. And we don't have any responsibility in between. And it's very upsetting. So for me, taxing the church is not so much about, will the government take care of the money or keep the money? What would happen to it? What is happening to my own tax? But it is a responsibility that we have to do. And some of these freedoms that we give religious organizations, we give to mosques, we give to, traditional worshipers at this point are nearly non-existent, but let's put them in there. And churches, some of these freedoms make them untouchable. And for me, I need institutions that would hold more Nigerians. I need processes that would hold more Nigerians accountable. And when we talk about how well they have functioned, still that sense of accountability is not there. When we talk about how good these schools were and all of that, if you look back at the process and everything that happened at the time when these schools held sway, even until today, there is no accountability. If students get rusticated, you can ask questions. If a child drowns in a bucket or in a drum from a religious school, you can't ask questions. You can ask questions in a school owned by non-religious organizations. If a child gets raped and get justice, you can really get that on this hand. These are untouchables. And for me, again, the process, this conversation about taxation for me is about responsibility, is about reducing the number of untouchables in Nigeria. And, with Ose's conversation, Mercy, with Ose's conversation, you brought something about the government. I can't really remember it word for word, but I feel like, you know, these things are not mutually exclusive. That you can hold the government accountable. You can accept that they are failing, they have failed, they are stealing, this is not right. And we can do this with religious houses too. And all of these steps actually come together to make a better Nigerian society. I just don't live for any society where anybody is untouchable or we think
Andy, I am happy you're reacting. I am happy you're reacting to this because you have an academic background. Your mother is a professor. You literally had to grow up in an entire academic environment when you were growing up as a child. At least I know that history. But I want you to respond honestly to this. Would you say that government has been responsive and responsible when it comes to education in Nigeria?
Of course not. Totally not. The Nigerian government has not been responsible with anything. I mean, I would try to wrap my head here and we'll be here the entire time. The Nigerian government is completely irresponsible. There's not a single sector.
So why then should the church, you know, pay taxes to an institution that has not shown accountability?
Well, Mercy, this is the point with the untouchables. Why aren't you asking that question for me? Because I pay taxes and the government still steals. But we've not had the conversation about why not Nigerians? Why are Nigerians still paying tax? Why are we still wasting our time seeing as the government steals it? We don't give exceptions for the average Nigerian. So that conversation for me doesn't really come up, because if it is because the government steals, then nobody should pay tax. If it is because the government steals, we should keep advocating for further, you know, destruction of the Nigerian state, or further, what would I call this thing now? Further breakdown of everything. Like, okay, let's all rule ourselves, let's do everything, scatter it all to the ground. We should continue to advocate for that and say nobody should obey laws because the government is irresponsible. Wake up and do as you feel because the government is irresponsible. Now, if we don't make that excuse for the average Nigerian or for the average Nigerian institution, knowing very well that these processes are also put in place for a state to function, and that we are hoping and we're working actively towards the government getting better. We're fighting for human rights. We're fighting for electoral reforms. We're fighting for processes that would strengthen institutions within Nigeria. And now in the process of this fight, we can't wait. We can't say, oh, because this hasn't happened, then this shouldn't happen. These things are not mutually exclusive. The government is irresponsible. We're making steps to ensure that we get strong institutions, that whether or not a Buhari happens, a Trump happens in Nigeria, whatever happens in Nigeria, the person cannot trump these institutions, cannot trump the strength of these institutions. That is what we're pushing for. And in that process, also pushing for people or organizations that are not untouchable. This is very important because these kinds of things make it very possible for Nigerians to breed demagogues. This is a country where extremism is rife, demagoguery is rife, like there are always untouchable. Once we have made heroes out of people, okay, this person cannot be questioned. And for me, being able to question religious institutions in Nigeria, to put them through the test of conforming, for me, that is a very important step. And it's less about whether, oh, they are using their money to feed the poor. I'm using my money to feed the poor, Mercy. Check my local government, and I still pay tax. I still pay tax. Many Nigerians are paying black tax, or as we'll call it, the Nigerian tax. Also, will be feeding people in the village. Mercy, you are doing the same. Almost everybody does this. I have my own borehole. I pay for my own water. I pay for most of my electricity in Nigeria. I pay for my security in Nigeria, and I still pay tax. I still pay tax. So it's just not excusable for me. It's not excusable. And let's be clear. Okay, carry on.
Thanks for that point. I will definitely go back to that. I will have to ask the people in the studio, but I will not let you go without asking you this question. Nigeria currently has 13.5 million out-of-school children. Perhaps with COVID, that number is likely to go up. And this is, you know, and of this number, about 10 million is in northern Nigeria. You are a northerner.
Yeah.
Do you think Almajiri should be abolished?
Of course it should be. It's modern day slavery. These children go through a lot. I would like to paint, back when my mom was still alive, the University of Abuja Staff Quarters has this clinic, and they usually bring the boys. And I remember they brought one time I went there for treatment, and they brought one boy, he was close to death. And the malam was like, they should just give him the drugs. And the nurse was like, you can't give this child this drug. He's going to die. He hasn't eaten. Has he eaten? Just give it to him. Just give it to him. And we learned that that boy died. We learned a couple of days later he died. There's no accountability for that, nothing. I've also seen the sister of that same Malam, sexually exploiting those boys, asking them to fan her, everything. The process for the Almajiri around University of Abuja, the children around there, was that they had to go beg for money and bring a certain amount daily. And if they failed to bring that amount daily, they had to go and fetch firewood and bring to the Malam's place. Now, the original thing behind Almajirinchi is that, these children are supposed to learn the Quran under this person and be itinerant preachers. But that is not the case. Even the initial case is wrong. There's no way that underage children should leave home and then go to a place to learn to be itinerant teachers under a system that is not properly regulated. And now, even that particular abuse that we're saying the initial idea is wrong, it has gone way beyond that. This is parents, absconding from responsibility, a region actually committed to bearing kids, a culture that permits bearing kids with no intention of being responsible for them, putting these children into the streets and ensuring they just keep going. I do liken what the Northerner has become to Lord of the Rings. There are these creatures called Urukai that were created by Saruman. And that is what the Northerner has become. There is no value to life, nothing. You're just brought in, you're created in that factory. Okay, just come out.
Can you also see that these are the points you just raised is perhaps a fallout of the lack of accountability within the religious system that the state has not properly managed.
Of course. But carry on, please, Mercy.
Would you then say that regulation of activities by some of the imams needs to be put in check? Because beyond the fact that I bet a child and just send a child to a Malam, is because there's a system that allows it to perpetuate. Yeah. So how can we then have a country that controls and manages that process in a way where we do not wake up one morning and we have 13 million out of school children doing nothing?
So first of all, we need to criminalize the act of sending your child to Almajiri schools. We really need to criminalize it. The first step for me is the parents. The parents have to bear responsibility. But also, first of all, Northern Nigeria needs to accept that it has a problem and that some of the cultural practices within Northern Nigeria are very harmful to the nation, harmful to the North. Whether we think or there was a thought initially that this was going to be beneficial, we're no longer at that point. When people say we're sitting on a keg of gunpowder, no, the keg has exploded. Northern Nigeria is thinking and, of course, carrying Nigeria down with it. So at this point, after accepting that point, the first thing is to criminalize this and criminalize it on the side of the parents and on the side of the Malams. We're seeing that, this is not being done. And yes, you are right. It is part of that thing of not holding religious groups responsible. Even for that, you saw how it was difficult for us to make a definite statement about taxing the church. It's the same way it's kind of difficult to make a definite statement about these Malams. But the more you are allowing, the more it continues to fester. And any group of people can actually carry any group of boys, indoctrinate them, and release them onto the streets. We are seeing the result of that in Northern Nigeria. Nobody asks that when the Almajiri goes, where does he go? Nobody asks those questions. So the Northern example is enough for Nigeria to know that at this point, everything must be questioned. And it's not just the religious organizations themselves, it is the religious idea. Nigerians must learn to question and hold accountable everything, from ideas to the bodies that perpetuate these ideas. And I do hope that I'm quoted anywhere. I will run for office. I have run for office. I'm also a politician, but somebody has to say these things.
Thank you so much, Indy, for your time.
Thank you for having me, Mercy.
Indy said, if you listen to what Indy's argument is clearly the fact that there's been no, at best, actual accountability from the state does not mean the role of the state should not, the state should not be strengthened, from what I got from what Indy said. Do you think she has a point?
I think Indy said something that was very important, and she said these things are not competing, and we need reform, full stop. Okay, we need reform in the way the state is being run. We need reform in the way religious organizations are overseen and supervised. We just need root and branch reform to get rid of the rot. The rot is deep, okay, and it's pervasive. All right. So I don't think, again, I'll come back to my point. The issue is not accountability. I don't think anybody who's responsible is not going to have any problem with being accountable. Okay, I have a problem where one party is demanding accountability of another, where they themselves are not, they're not following the rules that they have written. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So I think you can do more harm than good if you don't find a balance. And the problem in Nigeria is that there's so many chicken and egg situations. It's difficult to work out where to break that cycle. Do you understand? But I think asking questions is important, and that's something else Ndidi was saying, and I totally agree with her. You have to ask questions. Ask questions of your religious leaders, ask questions of your politicians, ask questions of, the guys in power. Anybody that wields power should not be inscrutable. You have to be able to ask questions. They have to be able to give account for their actions. And I think when the whole Sorosoke movement started, I think it was an awakening of the fact that we have a civic responsibility as Nigerians to ask questions of those in authority and to hold them to account. And people are only beginning to wake up to the powers that they have to recall their senators and, to petition their parliaments and all this stuff that we haven't been doing. We're very good at sitting at home, wringing our hands and complaining. And we're very good at going on Twitter and shouting. But, to use the powers that we already have to hold our politicians and our religious leaders to account. We're not doing it, and I think we need to start doing so. And in the process of doing that, we need to have the reforms we're looking for. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I noticed Ose raised his hand. Ose, are you with us?
I am.
Yes.
I just wanted to throw the fox into the hen coop. In northern Nigeria or in Nigerian politics, and in democracies everywhere, it's supposed to be, a game of numbers. The majority has their way. And, one benefit the North, enjoys over the rest of the country is that as a voting bloc, they are the largest, almost homogeneous voting bloc, almost to the point where the North decides who becomes the president of Nigeria, and any other section can only, or the impression is that you can only get it if the North cedes it to you. So there appears to be a strategic, argument behind, the population, drive that we see happening in the North, because those little kids you see are voters. So whilst, the South might be more prosperous, the North is more powerful politically at this point in time. And, asking them to give up that power is something I don't see them doing.
Perhaps can I just get a reaction from Tolulope before we get back to Ndi? Because I noticed Ndi is raising her hands as well. Tolu?
Okay, what I have to say about this is we should ask ourselves who is normally responsible for economic development in the country. It's the government. And another question is, have they really done their role in this as well? The problem is the corruption rate in Nigeria is too much, and we see that the religious organization is developed more, they are more active than the government. They provide for their people and all that. I think that is why they are so active in matters that concerns the state. I know that they have indirectly a role to play, but at the same time, we need a state that is able to develop the country, and there should be uniform laws that govern the north and the south.
Contradictions with what you said.
Okay.
At some point, I find you, agreeing within yourself about the same issue.
Okay, but maybe I don't understand your question.
I'll go to Ndi.
Okay.
Ndi wanted to say something. Thank you, Tolulope.
Okay.
Okay, I'll get to Tolulope's point, but I don't want to lose the point which I'm trying to make. Just throwing in another fox with Ose's fox in the fire at this point is that, these complaints or this conversation we're having is that one part of the nation actually operates that decentralized system that we're talking about, but does not come out to say it. So, for example, Northern Nigeria has the penal code. as gender activists, when we're pushing for women's rights, you do know that in northern Nigeria, the penal code permits that women can be beaten. Your husband can be, and that law is different from what obtains in the South. So the North has laws that are for it. The North has the police. We talked about the Hisbah police, and it's just now like Yoruba land, for example, is trying to catch on with Amotekun. The North has specific things that they put to ensure that this region runs differently. We're looking at the Zamfara issue with the gold. They have the rules. What we are aiming for as a nation is happening there. The restructuring we're talking about, we have a part of the nation that has restructured to benefit the monolith it wants to exist as, which is primarily 2 tribes and 1 religion, right? They have created that system, and then we're all living like that system does not exist. We're all living like, anybody who suggests that such a system should happen in Nigeria is strange, but it's not. I want us to accept that some of these strange things that you're feeling like, I can't seem to find the answer to this. This is like this. It looks like, wait, what? It looks odd. No, it is happening. It is happening that a part of Nigeria is doing its own, it has restructured, but it's functioning with the illusion of no restructuring, benefiting from no restructuring at the federal level while acting as a restructured body at this level. This side does not tolerate alcohol, but this side will benefit. So some of these things, we have to look at them closely. Perhaps there is another time for conversation for that. But that is a really, really important conversation we need to have with respect to Nigeria, because every time you're talking and you see that something is missing, perhaps these links should come and we should discuss those. And with respect to the church does not get the scrutiny the government gets. The church is not in the news every day. None of your big churches gets this scrutiny that, Buhari's government, for example, or let's say the mosque. None of your big mosques get the scrutiny that Buhari's government gets daily. Every day we're like, this is what the economy looks like today. They're fetching from pension funds. And yes, they're fetching from pension funds, almost all of it. So you guys should check into that. But we're doing all of that. But nobody's really looking at it and saying, well, today the pastor withdrew another big chunk of money. These are the number of people. This is the theft going on in here. None of those checks are going on in there. So we tend to just let them run free. If it was on the same level, you would see that, no, this rot is the same, and the help you think is coming does not really balance with how much is going into those institutions. Yes, we do not think that mosques give tithes, but they actually do give a lot of offerings, and money goes into these things. People fund these things. Perhaps some of the taxation should include looking into the accounts of these organizations.
What is the solution, Ndi? What then is the solution to the Nigerian problem as identified by everybody?
Well, Nigeria needs to have a conversation about restructuring. Abuja needs to be a weak center, if it needs to be a center at all. Nigeria needs to be restructured. We are too heterogeneous to run the way we're running. Every Nigerian state or region has to be competitive and provide for itself. What we have right now is a rent-seeking state. So with a rent-seeking state, there is no responsibility. If, for example, Zamfara needs to cater for itself without collecting money from Port Harcourt's coffers or from the oil from that place, people will have a proper conversation about dropping a lot of children. They won't be dropping children and thinking of them as numbers for elections. If you had to provide for yourself, you would have to start having the conversation. Okay, we want to have these numbers up. We are thinking of Almajiri and not saying anything about it, but we need to provide the funds and figure it out on how to balance this out. If that is the situation Nigeria finds itself, most of these things will not be happening. And so when the restructuring conversation comes up, we tend to make it look like, these people don't like the North, these people don't like the South. No, it's actually going to enable a Nigeria that is more responsible. Because as a state, if you know that your state is not functional and no Port Harcourt oil, no Bayelsa oil is coming to save you, you will behave yourself. Right now, we have governors who don't have to have any ideas. They have run out of money. They have gone to the pension fund to fetch 6-point-something trillion naira. Where is that money coming from? We know how the whole circle of the oil rent state or the oil state we are dealing with here is. So we have governors who are not going to have to think of any great ideas for their state. What are these governors going to do? They are just managers. Money comes in, they do. Money comes in, they do. And that is why we're having no ideas, nothing. You have our president. Our president, what did they commissioned 104 buses the other day. And I laughed. I said, I come from Jama'ah local government. What is 104 buses? Even for Jama'ah local government in Kaduna State, that is not enough. And so this oil state, this petrol state has made everyone lazy. It is a business arrangement. Everybody feels like they can just come in and benefit from this state and go. Nobody has any ideas and it's not working. Nigeria must restructure.
Thank you, Ndikatu. Let's get a closing statement from Timothy, Kumbi, Ada, Ebuka, and Tolulope so we can wrap this up. Thank you so much, Ndi. Hello, Timothy. Can we get a closing remarks?
I think what Indy said is very, very, very true. I mean, it's very, very crazy. I'm from the southern part of Nigeria, but I was born and bred in the north. I lived in Kaduna State. I know quite a lot about Jama local government in Kaduna State. I live in Zamfara State also. So I was there when the whole Sharia thing started in year 2000, 2001, etc. And it's quite crazy to actually see that a state benefits so much from taxes from Guinness and etc., Heineken and the rest of them, and then you destroy beers that are coming into your state. This thing it's not happening right now. It has been happening in year 2000. Lorries were burnt. A lot of stuff were destroyed. So this is actually quite crazy. And like what she said, the northern part of Nigeria is actually running a different system from the southern part of Nigeria. The southern part of Nigeria is secular. The whole thing that pertains to the governance of that section of the country is different from, for example, the north that runs a kind of pseudo-fiscal federalism, whereby each region controls their resources. Each region has control over their police, the Hizbah police. They have their own kind of laws, etc. So this has to change, and restructuring is actually the only answer. And finally, as regards the whole thing about, she talked about taxing the church and the rest of them. I still don't agree with what she says completely, because I would say you can tax the church when it starts doing business. So you can target the business of a church, for example, when they begin to collect school fees, for example, when they have universities. That should be taxed. But the tithes that people pay to the church should not be taxed. This is a religious obligation that people have to fulfill. It's not a business.
Thank you, Timothy.
And it should not be taxed.
Okay, so I just want to say that Indy is absolutely right. We have to restructure. And I think actually that decision is going to be made for us. Because the one thing that we have been relying on and all these years, oil, the demand for it all over the world is rapidly declining. In 10 years' time, nobody's going to be manufacturing cars that are driven by petrol. So we have to restructure. When the money dries up and nobody can rely on the money from Bayelsa or whatever state, everybody should be living off their IGRs. Okay, those state governors should find a way of generating revenues internally and living off that. And when we start to do that, I think we'll see that some of the changes we're looking for.
At the end of the day, it falls down to making that separation. What the government should handle and what the religious institutions can do. It's not mandatory, but it's their responsibility. It's a responsibility they need to give back to the society. And we need to come to that point where we need to understand this, that at the end of the day, it is the government fulfilling their duties to its citizens. The state, as in we have relied so long on us, we have self-governed ourselves for so long. We have fixed up the things that have gone wrong all by ourselves. And right now, it's about time that the government takes charge of its responsibilities and begins to do it, not looking at the religious bodies, but fixing it first for themselves and by themselves.
For themselves and by themselves. Ebuka.
Nigerian governmental system always have a way of suppressing a cause that would have been of immense advantage to the nation. Now, there has been clamor for restructuring across the geopolitical regions of Nigeria. And you see the system and the people that run the system, especially the politicians, they do all they could to suppress that national urgent need. And as far as Nigeria is concerned, restructuring remains the basic solution to Nigerian problem. Because when we restructure, we need to come to the drawing board. We need to have serious renegotiation. We need to have a lot of national discussions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Tolulope.
Okay.
Finally.
I think I also support restructuring because this will ensure competitiveness as well among the states. each state government will be able to think and meet the needs of their people. So I really support restructuring instead of a government just being elected and just performing ceremonial role without, they don't even understand what it is to do strategic planning. So when there is decentralization, each state will be able to, think of a very good strategic plan that will favor their states and implementation and evaluation, because then each state would be getting resources according to their productivity. So I think decentralization is very important. Then as regards churches paying tax, I think the question is, what has the government also done to support churches? It should be vice versa. Okay, so I don't think we are there yet where churches have to pay tax, because presently they are doing actually more for their people than the government, I will say. Who do the people run to when they have problem? Most times it's churches that help people get through their emotional needs and some of the needs that they have.
Thank you, Tolu, for your input. I want to say thank you again to our guests, Ose Anene Ndikato, your input, brilliant input. Kumbi, Timothy, Ada, Ebuka, and Tolu Lokwe. Thank you to everyone watching and those that are going to watch much later. I want to say goodbye to our viewers from Berlin, Germany. See you next time. My name is Mercy Aban.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment. And another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Weeks after the 2023 general elections, political parties are enmeshed in a series of crises, creating instability and unrest among members. And intrigues as reps plot revolt against APC's zoning arrangement and choice of candidates. This is Plus Politics. I'm Mary Anna Khan.
The 2023 general elections may have come and gone, but the aftermath of the keenly contested polls is still being felt across the land. Winners and losers emerged in the process, even as some contestants, doubting the credibility of the electioneering exercise, have since filed petitions before the election petition tribunals across the country. Now, of the 18 political parties certified by the Independent National Electoral Commission to enter the contest, only a handful justified their registration status in terms of their electioneering outings, especially the governing All Progressive Congress, the major opposition People's Democratic Party, and the Labour Party, won many assembly seats, House of Representatives and senatorial seats, in addition to the impressive outings in the governorship election. Now, apart from the big three, the All Progressive Grand Alliance, Young Progressive Party, and the African Democratic Congress also made some impact. However, a few weeks after the election, some of the parties still have been enmeshed in different crises. Some are deep, as threatening to tear the parties apart. To discuss this with us, we're being joined by two political analysts, Ambrose Igboke and Segun Sopitan. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. Good evening.
Thanks for having me. Good evening, Nigerians.
Great. Let me start with you, Ambrose. The senior advocate of Nigeria, Michael Zekome, was speaking recently to the Punch newspaper, and he made reference to the fact that one of the major issues that causes crisis in political parties right after the election is because that part of, or that time after the election is, according to him, a time of loot sharing. And that is why we see, you know, a lot of people at the helm of affairs in political parties going at each other's throats. What do you make of this statement by Michael Zekome?
Well, I think Michael Zekome has been a participant in electioneering himself. I think under the PDP, he contested one election in Edo State. But I beg to differ with the erudite lawyer because, first of all, there won't be a lot of bickering if the processes for primaries in the political parties are credible, transparent, and are devoid of some intrigues that we see playing out. The bickerings always start from not having level ground or fair play among contestants for primaries in the political parties. So that is what, first of all, if you find out some of the grievances being tailored in the tribunal, you will find out that most of them are pre-election matters. Many of these things are pre-election matters, bordering on who is a rightful candidate of a political party, who was wrongly, outsmarted in the political process for the primaries. The looting, or whatever he called the looting, is usually, during after the governors have been swearing, or now that a president-elect or governors-elect have been declared. That is where you now go to people lobbying to get political positions and all that, and then to see who can be appointed for different positions. But ultimately, I think the bickering always comes from the fact that some members of the political parties feel aggrieved that they were not given level playing ground. Some of them were, unanimously even forced out of the party. Some of them were refused the chance to even pay for party funds. Some of them were screened out unjustly. And so all these things come to play. Some of the political parties, the party hierarchy just, unilaterally impose candidates on the political party and call it primaries. So because of, the grievances by political party members, most of them now go to the tribunal, fighting the outcome of their primaries, first of all. And then there are also the other opposition party who face just change in the electoral process, also challenging the INEC and then the winning party. So I think it is more borders not on loot sharing. It borders more on the fact that the processes that throw up candidates in the political primaries of political parties, and then the processes that throw up elected candidates, even in the general elections conducted by INEC, are the basic problems why there are grievances. If both processes were free, fair, credible, and transparent, people will pick up the phone and call the winners. But because there are always issues in terms of transparency and credibility, that is why such grievances are much. So that is the pain of the problem. So I don't subscribe to the part. White loot sharing may be some infinitesimal part of the problem. The major problem is lack of transparency in the electoral process.
Okay, Segun, let me come to you. Again, quoting the senior advocate of Nigeria, he says, and I quote, Nigerian politics is amala politics, come and chop politics. Ours is politics and democracy of stomach. Politicians don't practice democracy here. All they look out for, according to him, is how they have their hands in the till. But let's go back to what Ambrose just said, not being able to get the processes from the get-go. Why do you think this has continuously eluded us, even in our so many years of nascent democracy?
Well, thanks, Marianne. I tend to agree with Ozekome Frank, the acclaimed lawyer, with some of his assertions, especially with regards to the motivation. What exactly is it that motivates the actions of a larger percentage of our politicians? You find that invariably and ultimately, most of them are driven by personal interest rather than the common good. So to that extent, I would agree with him. But having said that, then to answer your question, one of the other things that we do have as a problem as a country is the might is right philosophy, if you like. The fact that impunity is a culture for us as a country. And that speaks to what my colleague has just talked about, in part, in that a lot of our political parties, a lot of the political actors, the leadership of these parties, driven by personal interests rather than the national interest or the common good, tends to pursue agendas, tends to pursue intrigues, calculations that will further deepen and entrench their hold on power. And in so doing, they will do whatever it will take, including flout laws of the land, flout the rules guiding their own party and the conduct, of the affairs of such parties, and so on and so forth. So invariably, you find that people in power generally, in fact, whether they are politicians or otherwise, people in power generally in Nigeria will tend to conduct themselves in a manner that suggests that they think that they are above the law, and whatever they do, they'll find a way to wangle it through. And, going back to what Barrister, Ozekome said, I think he also needs to remember and look in the mirror, look at himself and his colleagues, and the role that they play in how these events tend to play out. Because what the politicians do is that they deliberately do the wrong thing. They deliberately ignore the provisions of whatever laws or rules that are guiding their conduct, knowing fully well that to overturn those decisions in court can be very challenging, because they would have, the support and the if you like, connivance of members of the judiciary, whether at the bench or at the bar. So it's easy for him to speak about the Amala politics, but maybe we should also talk about Amala jurisprudence. So for me, I think the challenge we have is, as a country, we need to continue to fight for a situation where people in power can be held accountable by the people they are governing or that they are ruling over. The more we lean in that direction, the less that we have these types of situations that will eventually then throw, these parties and these associations and these groupings into crisis upon crisis. Crisis. If you go on Google and just say APC crisis, it's so laughable that you always find every year there is one crisis or the other in the APC. Every year, year in, year out, election cycle after election cycle, there is a crisis in the PDP. Even the Labour Party that has just, recently gained national prominence is already embroiled in crisis. And if you look at, the underlying issues, you find that it will not be too far away from the fact that people will just stand up, make a pronouncement that is completely unreasonable, that is completely out of variance with the provisions of the constitution of those parties, And then, they go about and parade themselves in whatever manner that they choose, knowing that overturning those actions can be very difficult in a court of law. So these things are fundamental to the way our society works, and we need to continue to fine-tune, these things.
Let me come back to you, Ambrose. Now, barely a week after the presidential elections and National Assembly elections, we saw the APC National Vice Chairman Northwest, Saliu Lukman, calling for the resignation of the party chairman and also hinging his demand on the need for religious balance in the power sharing, equation. And this has dragged on for so long. There has been calls for a meeting to be held so that these issues be dealt with. And don't forget, we're getting ready for May 29. For the ruling party, I mean, the PDP had its fair share of drama just before the elections. Many would even tie their loss to, some of the internal wranglings. But looking at the ruling party and this thing that they have to deal with barely a few weeks before the elections, do we see it fading into the background or not?
Well, I think that call is, for the best, I would say, is unreasonable. It is a distraction while we are trying to focus on what the new government that will enter has for Nigeria. For example, the constitution of the cabinet, policy direction, the vision, midterm visions, short-term vision, midterm visions, and long-term visions of the incoming administration, how to reposition the economy, how to get out of the huge and humongous debt debacle that is hanging on us, both internal and external debt, how to restructure the production sector, how to improve our exports, and what how to do to reduce capital flight we have, especially through the exportation of crude oil and bringing it into Nigeria's refined product. So there's a lot to be done. So this kind of distraction is not what we need. The gentleman who is shouting horse now was there when the APC went ahead to do a Muslim ticket. Where was he then? And where was he where was his voice when people spoke against such an arrangement? So I think we are past that level. APC have done what it wants to do in terms of the sticking to the agreement of ethnic or religious balancing in the power architecture of Nigeria. So we are past that stage. The elections have been done. The elections have been won and lost. Great parties are already in the tribunal. So we wait for the outcome of judgment. But as of now, we have a winner that is declared by INEC. And so bringing out this kind of thing is not what we are talking about. People are already talking about how to look into the issue of, will I say, trying to apportion slots for different geopolitical zones in terms of power sharing arrangements. So we are looking at power sharing arrangement on a national scale. Who is going to be the Senate president? Which zone is it going to come from? The House of Representatives, the Secretary to the federal government, all these power structures, so that you have a fair representation of the regionality, ethnicity, and religiosity of Nigeria. So he should not be talking about his party issues right now. That is not what Nigerians are interested in. We should be focused on how to unite the country, because this last election was a divisive one. We're having a lot of division among the various ethnic groups and religion, and religion was played more than national policies. And this is very bad for the country. I mean, see the example of what is happening in Sudan. Even Sudan played that card for a very long time, and even after that, they separated the country and gave independence to each according to religious leaning. We can say that the war in the north continued. So it is not a question of religion. It's not a question of ethnicity. It's not a question of where we come from. It's actually a question of our mindset. Just like my colleague said, our mindset is fixated on the negative. I don't know why. So we don't have a national ideology. We don't have a national ethos that we can key into. We need that. When you go to the United States, for example, there's a national ethos. Serious countries like Britain, serious countries like even Ghana here, they have national ethos. For example, we say America, this is American first. It's a national ideology that drives every citizen, that drive every sector and institution. We need that kind of ethos. If we don't have it, then all we're going to be doing is just moving around, cycling, movement without motion, motion without movement, and then we'll just be spinning around like a papa's chair. We're going nowhere. So this is the time to remain focused, and we plead with politicians not to throw up all this kind of frivolities at this point in time, to allow us focus. They should go and solve their internal party problems. I don't disturb the national discussion at this stage. That is a submission I want to all the politicians to embrace. And if I may just talk a little about Amala politics, I think all of us are eating the Amala at the level at it will be. Just as my colleague said, the judiciary also. In fact, after election, it is time to prepare a huge bowl of Amala. They see it as business. Be it as judiciary. You see a lot of lawyers now that will become multimillionaires because of election petition issues. So this cycle continues after every, and that's what we must look into. In terms of party funding too, individuals fund political parties in this country, and that's what has been causing a lot of issues. They see it as an investment, as a business investment, and not for altruistic nationalistic reason. No, when somebody keys in billions of naira for an election, he expects reward, and that is what causes a lot of the problem. So party funding is very, very important. How election petitions are also funded are very, very important. If we don't get this roots and cause analysis right, then we are not going anywhere. So it's the time to look into how we conduct our election, how parties are funded, and the outcomes of this, so that we can go back to the drawing board and see how we can redirect our footsteps to the right path.
Interesting. You literally went into the area of my next question to Segun, because you know, every time we talk about how we play politics in Nigeria, the issue of ideologies always creep up, and you gave some explanation to it. But Segun, I want to ask the role of ideologies in Nigerian politics, because you know, if you ask now, there is none whatsoever. I mean, our democracy, as nascent as it is, we keep saying that it's still a growing democracy. Have we not come of age where we can start defining you know, the ideologies of the different political parties, as opposed to making promises or using logos to differentiate these political parties? Just like Ambrose said, in different parts of the world and countries that are poster childs for, you know, democracies, we see the Green parties, the Independents, the Republicans, and the Democrats, and in the UK you have the Tories, and you know, the Labour, you have the Lib Dems, and you have all kinds of people, and they have ideologies, clear-cut ideologies, that make them stand, you know, unique, that stand out, and of course helps people to decide where they want to go. In Nigeria's case, it looks like it goes to the highest bidder. And quickly, to add to what Ambrose said, he talked about party funding. There is the new Electoral Act that's been amended. There are rules and regulations as opposed to a cap when it comes to the funding of political parties. But yet, it's very difficult to get political parties to make public their accounts and for us to know who's funding and who's not funding. If we're unable to get all of these things in place, how ready are we to really have free, fair, and credible elections?
Well, look, on the question of ideology, we're a long way off, and my guess is that we may never get there. I know that might sound fatalistic, but you know, for me, the fundamental problem and the fundamental reason why parties lack ideology, especially in our recent experience, maybe in the earlier years of our national journey, you know, in the 60s, for example, you could say that there was some sort of ideology guiding, you know, the practice of politics at that time. But you see, there's a correlation between the decline in the ideological leaning and the ideological bent, ideological foundation of these political parties, and an increase in corruption in our society, and the centralization of power. You know, the fact that we've moved from this regional thing, and eventually, thanks to the military, we ended up with a unitary system of government where all power resided in one human being at the center. You see, leaning from that and leading from that, ideology was bound to die. Because the point behind an ideology is to say that as a human being, I stand for something, and I would like to see that thing that I stand for promoted in the national space. So, for example, I could say that I'm a capitalist by nature, or I'm a socialist by nature, or maybe I'm even a communist, and so on and so forth. And then, because I'm a capitalist, I would like to see a situation where my country allows free market, free enterprise to drive national development. If I was a socialist, I would say, no. You can't leave, the national development question to the free market. It will never work. No, you have to take responsibility for the welfare of the people. So the state must be big, the state must be well funded, the state must do this and that to further the interest of the common man and protect the most vulnerable in society. That will be the things that will be driving the political actions of our political actors. But in Nigeria, what we found is that the further away we moved, from representative governance and moved into unitary style of governance, the more we moved into corruption, and the more the motivating factor for our political actors became their personal interest, their share of the loot. So ideology is completely useless when my objective of going into office is to enrich myself, where politics has become the fastest way to personal freedom, financial freedom, rather than a call to serve. In other parts of the world, what you find is that majority of the people that go into politics are successful already in private enterprise. They have done well, they have succeeded, they have excelled, they have shown what they are capable of doing, and then they say, no, I want to serve my people with all of this, skills that I've acquired. In Nigeria, it is exactly the opposite. So you find a situation where the worst amongst us, who are able by some means or the other to walk their way into the corridors of power, are the ones that lead us, and their objective is simply to make themselves rich. So ideology will die. Therefore, it will be easy for me to jump from the APC today to the PDP tomorrow, to Labour Party, to NNPP, and any other party, as long as that vehicle will guarantee my access to the loot. And I think that this is the fundamental thing. So first of all, before we can get to a situation where party ideology is returned, where parties are run based on some sort of shared common ideas amongst the players, you would have to devolve powers. You would have to make public office unattractive. Right now, it is simply too attractive to get into power. I will do whatever it takes, including shove ideology down, into the darkest recesses of wherever I can hide it. Because the volume of resources that are simply available to me as a president or as a governor just makes ideology completely pointless. So if I am a governor and I have access to 1 billion naira, 1 billion naira, for example, every month that I do not, by law, need to account for, what ideology are we talking about? If I'm, as a president, I have security votes running into billions of dollars every year, what ideology are we talking about? We need to fix our governance structures, our governance systems, before we can now begin to talk about our political systems and our political structure that will ensure that the best of us, people that are thinkers, people that have philosophies, are the ones that will emerge, into the national space. Talking about the party funding issue, it's still, revolving around the same conundrum of impunity and all of that. Look, how can INEC monitor party funding sources as provided for in the Electoral Act when INEC itself is either under-resourced or completely compromised at all times by the political actors who have captured the state and captured the resources of state, and therefore have a war chest that nobody can resist, that the court cannot stand against. So we have fundamental problems that have just boxed Nigeria into a corner and put us in a catch-22 situation that is very difficult to extricate ourselves from. So for me, it will take some visionary leader to emerge who would say, with courage and stand and tear down these structures and these machineries that have been put in place to capture the state by political actors. Until that day, we continue to, we just continue to try our best.
All right, we have just 1 minute, and I'm going to give this 1 minute to Ambrose. Ambrose, quickly, looking at what's happened in the PDP, as we know, there's an acting chairman for the party who took over from Ayu. His name is Damagum. Now, with Damagum, who's a Muslim and a Northeasterner, sitting at the helm of affairs, do you see peace returning to the PDP anytime soon?
The Shakespearean book called Macbeth. PDP has murdered sleep, and PDP has sleep no more. The PDP got it wrong on set of preparation for this 2023 election. The PDP enthroned this power rotation among the North and the South in the presidency. And when it was now turned for the PDP to make a bold statement, having had 8 years of Northern leadership in the presidency, the PDP had it that the presidency should naturally revolve to the South. But what did the PDP do? The PDP started playing to the gallery. The PDP started marolling and dribbling our collective sense of equity by saying they threw it open, whatever that means. They threw the presidency open when the presidency was naturally supposed to come to the South after North has had 8 years. And so they threw it open and see what happened. They produced the Northern candidate. And that was what really, really upsets the apple cart in PDP. And they may not be able to recover from this by merely changing the national chairman of the PDP. Okay. That is not the crux of the matter. The crux of the matter was that a particular principle that they brought into the national political language was being truncated by the very people that brought it in for very selfish reasons.
Okay,
and
we have to go.
At the end of the day, the deed has been done, and they cannot recover from it just by merely changing the national chairman.
Well, all that will happen within the PDP remains to be seen. But I want to say thank you, Segun Sopitan and Ambrose Igboke, are both political analysts. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for doing justice to this topic.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Well, we will take a quick break. When we return, we'll be talking about the intrigues amongst the House of Representative members following the decision by a senator to pick who would be heading, of course, the committee in the National Assembly. Stay with us. Well, the last is yet to be heard of the intrigues amongst the House of Representatives members following the decision by Senator Abdullahi Adamu-led National Working Committee of the All Progressive Congress, APC, to tarry a while on the zoning arrangements of the leadership of the National Assembly, in spite of the pledge by leading aspirants for the speakership position of the House of Representatives to abide by the APC zoning arrangement. There are fears of a revolt by some of those angling for the exalted seat in the event that the party's decision doesn't favor them eventually. But as we speak right now, the APC has adopted Akpabio, former Governor Godswill Akpabio, and Abbas as Senate President, and Abbas is Speaker of the House of Representatives. Joining us to discuss this is Biodu Shomi, a veteran journalist and a political analyst. Thank you so much, Mr. Shomi, for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Great. Looking at this press statement from the from the APC, saying that they have ratified the zoning formula, which was proposed by the President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu, ignoring protests by aggrieved members of the party on the lopsidedness of this arrangement. I just read out the fact that there are people who still may not necessarily agree with the pick of the President-elect. There are also those who are arguing that this should be subject to an election as opposed to a selection by the President-elect. What are your thoughts?
Yes, it is a fact that senators are expected to elect their own leadership, be it the Senate President or Deputy Senate President. That's a fact. But no doubt, the senators came on the platform of the political party. And as is the practice in Nigeria till today, you have the party playing some influence in that process. The reason for that is, one, to ensure balancing, to ensure that they got the right balancing right in the leadership mix-up in the country. Otherwise, you may have a situation where the president is from a particular section of the country, the Senate President from a particular section, and the Speaker from a particular section. The party plays a role in stabilizing the situation in a way that it will not be possible, to have across the country representation, representation across the different zones within the country. That on its own is expected to douse the shouts of marginalization. But unfortunately, it has not resolved that. You still have one or two zones dissatisfied who have not been able to be, in one of the 4 top leadership positions, since we have 6 zones, still complaining. But it is still a better situation than leaving it to chance. If you leave it to chance and the party fails to influence the conduct of the senators in terms of the leadership zoning arrangement, what would happen is you would end up where with the region with the majority of the senators may easily, choose one of theirs to head the Senate and head the House of Representatives at the same time. So we'll find ourselves in a situation where everybody will be complaining. Those who are in the minority in the other regions, say for instance, the southern region, will now keep complaining of marginalization and that the North is dominating power. So in the spirit of ensuring zoning arrangements to ensure inclusivity in the political leadership representation, then the intervention of the APC is well encouraged. But that may not necessarily end the issue, because the bottom line is the senators hold these aces at the end of the day. They are the one, they can choose not to follow the party guidelines or to follow the zoning arrangement. But it's most unlikely that anybody would try and do anything that would disturb the balance in the country currently. And that is why Ganduje came out to say that, look, in the Northwest, they are supporting that arrangement. And if you look at the configuration, it will not be difficult for anybody to say Akpabio will not be. Because if all senators in the Northwest and Southwest, support that arrangement, you are talking of about 50% of the, almost 50% of the senators already. So I think that zoning arrangement will hold in respect of Senate. The House of Representatives may be a bit dicey in the sense that it's a larger constituency. The APC has a smaller margin there to play with. So now it depends on what the members of the House of Reps choose to do, whether to follow the party line or to dissent. That remains to be seen.
Talk about because in all of this, there were certain people who were frontline runners. I'm talking about Ojuzo Kalo and the likes. I think Austin, I've forgotten, not Austin Chidoka, I can't remember his surname. These are some of the people who were, also in the running. But let's talk mostly about the Southeast. With them seemingly being cut out of this deal, being that many people actually thought that since they were eyeing that city would go in their direction, does this not leave them feeling once again like the unfortunate cousins? And how do you deal with that? Don't forget, in the elections, they seem to have lost generally. And now again, eyeing that revert seat, it seems that they have also been left out in the cold.
Yeah, but when you go into history, no zone has ever held the Senate presidency more than the Southeast. Just go back into history. They've held it more than anybody, any other zones in the country. And therefore, they cannot perpetually hold on to that. And we live in a country where we have 6 zones. No matter how you distribute the top 4 leadership positions, 2 zones would end up getting deputy positions. And that's exactly what has happened in this case. In the case of the APC zoning system, you cannot blame the party for that, because there has to be some measures to consider. You must have some issues to consider in making up your mind. Political parties think about votes. They don't think about all the moral issues that you and I think about. What they think about is votes. Where do I get most from? Then how do I reward them? So, and that is part of how votes are distributed. It's based on the reward system. And given that, if you look at where APC performed, got less votes, it's actually in the Southeast. There's no way they would leave Northwest or South-South that gave them more votes than, and then hand over the prize, to Southeast. That to me will not work when it comes to the party zoning system. In the Senate, that's a different case. The senators may choose to do something different. Like I understand that some of our friends, including Ojikalu, are already mobilizing to see whether they can do something different in the Senate. But when it comes to political party taking a decision, they would rather take it on that very basis. What is in it? What did you bring to the table? As far as they are concerned, South brought more to the table, and that's why they're being rewarded with the Senate presidency. And I'm sure they're also conscious of the fact that they need to douse the tension around Muslim ticket, and probably why they would rather prefer a Christian. Otherwise, the votes from the Northwest far outstrips the vote from South and Southeast together. But there's no way how they can again push another candidate who is a Muslim. It will only continue to play into the anxiety and fears of those who think that religion has a role to play in politics. That's not my view, but some people think that way. So the fact of the matter is, we are bound to have this kind of situation if it comes to party zoning. But when it comes to senators electing, whether they will follow the guidelines of the party or the directive of the party is a different thing. So it's up to those senators from the Southeast, including my very good friend and brother, Ojikalu, to now reach out to other senators and see whether they could change the equation.
These choice picks by the APC national. Let's start with Godswill Akpabio, a 2-term governor, Akwa Ibom State, been a senator, did not necessarily run for the ticket of the Senate. Let's not forget there's been a drama that surrounded that particular ticket. He was running for presidency, and then all of a sudden he's back trying to claim his ticket. There's so many questions around that. And now here he is. He's also had so many court cases. The EFCC had invited him sometime this year on cases of corruption. And so in 2021 too, several other years, he's been invited by the EFCC on issues of corruption. Let's examine how well he would do as a Senate president.
Yes, when you look at Godswill Akpabio, people have different views about him, and people see him in different ways. Honestly speaking, I can say one thing for sure, is that there have been so many issues raised around the money, one thing or the other, about Akpabio. But up till now, there's no conviction. He has not been convicted. And the law in Nigeria clearly states, except you are convicted, there's little or nothing anybody can do. That's when you can be excluded from public office. And that conviction must be within the currency of 10 years. Otherwise, is deemed, you are deemed not affected by it once it's over 10 years. But Akpabio has not been convicted. That makes it difficult.
Are you there, Mr. Shomi? Can you hear me?
Issues around issues, what people are saying in the media and all that about Akpabio. The most important thing is EFCC has also not been able to convict him. So for now, the law deems him innocent until proven guilty. But when it comes to his performance, will the EFCC trial affect him? His performance as Senate President? That's a different thing completely. Will it be morally right, for somebody undergoing EFCC trial, to be the Senate President? That's another thing completely again. So, but so far is yet to be the Senate President, and so far is yet to be convicted. So his performance may or may not be affected. We don't know. Time will tell.
Let's talk about Jibrin, Barau Jibrin. The issue of budget padding in 2021, his name was obviously floated in that. But let's look at his personality and him being the next speaker of the House of Representatives if of course, a consensus is reached by the members on the floor of the House of Representatives. Yes,
he's no doubt a very popular politician. And in my view, I think he's a protege of El-Rufai. He has very good relationship with Ganduje and some core leaders in the Northwest, and both across the party, both within the APC and within the PDP. He's been in the place for some time now. Not much is known about his leadership qualities in terms of how to manage a complex, portfolio like House of Reps, because it's more complex than the Senate. You have a situation where he needs to be able to pull not only people within the APC, he needs to reach out to some people in PDP, possibly from Rivers State and some other states in the Southeast, with the view to be able to get the desired number of votes required to move in. He's quite very popular amongst the returning House of Reps members. With the new House of Reps members, I don't know. So a lot depends on his ability to reach out, on his leadership skill and his efforts, to reach out to those new incoming members with a view to keep them on board, to adhere to this party zoning system. Otherwise, they may be in for surprises because the opposition are working day and night to ensure that they could at least control the House of Reps, produce the speaker. So I think he has more work to do than Akpabio.
I'm so sorry. Jibrin is the Deputy Senate President. Abbas, obviously, is the one who's fronted for the Speaker.
Sorry, speaking about the Speaker.
Yes. I mistook. I said House of Reps. So Abbas is the Deputy Senate President, obviously, but then we is the Speaker. Jibrin is the Deputy Senate President who's been picked to pair with Senator Akpabio. But in the House of Representatives, we have of course Ben Kalu as the Deputy Speaker and Tajuddin Abbas. Yes. So obviously the Southeast has some leverage in the House of Representatives. Well, that's a plus for them.
Yes, but you know what not many commentators from Southeast are not happy about is the fact that the post is a junior one, Deputy Speaker. That's what they're really complaining about. I think their preference is to have the Senate President. That may not happen because of the zoning arrangement within the APC and the strength of the majority that APC controls in Senate. In terms of House of Reps, the story may be different. It depends on how what they do and how they work it out. But the mathematics also may not necessarily favor them, given the fact that you may have the North Central, Northwest, Southwest, and possibly Northeast similar. So they may not necessarily get the figures that they require to smoother the APC zoning system. But the fact of the matter is, no matter how you do it, one zone, two zones will get deputy posts. No matter how you do it, that's the fact of the matter. We have 6 zones, and then you have 4 top leadership positions and 2 deputies. So no matter how we do it, that's what will end up happening. It's quite unfortunate that Southeast got it this time around, and many people may not be happy about that.
Well, I want to say thank you. Biodun Sowunmi is a veteran journalist and a political analyst. Thank you so much for having this conversation with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
And that's Plus Politics tonight. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow as we continue to talk for development. I am Mary Anako, and do have a pleasant night rest.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Good morning.
The headlines are buzzing this morning.
And the global scene has never been more unpredictable.
So much to talk about.
I am Maureen.
And I am Nyamgo. Join us every morning for the breakfast.
Right here on Plus TV Africa.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating. And successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Hello there. My name is Oluseyi Akinwale Fashwi. Orúkọ rere ó sàn ju wúrà lọ, meaning a good name is worth more than gold. That was the creed imparted in us when growing up. This forms the background to my good old days story. My late grandfather, an Ondo man, from Okegbogi compound in Ondo State, was a revered Reverend Father of the Anglican Communion that traversed the whole of Western region back then. His sojourn in line of work brought him to Abeokuta, where he met and married my grandmother of the Deke family at Ikuruake, Abeokuta. This is the basis of my dual lineage of an Ondo man and Egba man. My late father, Prophet Olujimi Timothy Fashui, resident in Ibadan, retired as a higher executive officer at the then Nigerian Cocoa Board, Cocoa House, while my late mother, a trader, Oluyemisi Fashui, hails from Abeokuta. I was born at Lafia Hospital in Ibadan. I am the first of only 2 children, the other being a girl, now married. I grew up with my maternal uncle, late Mr. Adekunle Ladende Esquire, who was then an agricultural officer and later a divisional officer at Ogbomoso during the Western region days. My uncle, an Egba man, was a strict disciplinarian. His wife, a midwife then, likewise trained us all on strict moral standards. I will share some of my learning experiences with them in the course of my story. I started my primary education at Bodija International School and completed it at St. Benedict's Private School, Ibara, Abeokuta, where my uncle was transferred to Ogun State after creation of states in the 70s. Then to St. Leo's High School for Secondary, Ogun State Polytechnic for A-levels, and University of Ilorin, where I obtained B.A. Hans degree in Performing Arts. Growing up was memorable and indeed indelible. From early days at Old Bodija, Ibadan, where streets were paved, neat clean gutters and drainage systems, security guaranteed, even with low fence and no barbed wires. It was then considered uncultured to speak across fence to your neighbors. Notable places then were Palm Chemist, Keba Chemist, KS Motel, Cocoa House, Agodi Gardens and Zoo, Premier Hotels, Rotunda, and a host of others. In those days of strong values, our normal day usually will begin with bell ringing by Daddy, my uncle, for prayers. Songs from hymnal books, psalms from Bible were sung and recited off heart. Till date, I can still read Psalm 23, 121, 122, 103, 91, and some others from memory. Then, everyone had a car to do before school. Everyone was trained to write with Ami, the foundational phonemic notations of Yoruba language, which is Doremi, and speak in Yoruba language. Proverbs, idioms, witty sayings, storytellings. Alo, alo. Oruku tindi tindi tindi, oruku tindi tindi tindi, oruku bimo, gbogbo ọmọ ẹ̀ ló yàjẹ́ o, kí ni o? Pardon me as I won't be able to translate this in English language, but it suffices to say each story then ended with a lesson in moral and conduct. It is strange, therefore, to know that majority of families nowadays train their children strictly on English language and eroding our cultures and traditions, all in the name of westernization. This is a tickling time bomb. Values inculcated in us were good character, good name, discipline, integrity, truthfulness, cleanliness, hard work, dedication, loyalty, God-fearing, sound education, and responsibility. I remember a day I was running late and dressed up for school without doing my morning course. As I prostrated fully, saying, Udabo sir, meaning bye-bye sir, Daddy asked, have you done your course in Yoruba? I couldn't answer in the affirmative. He then asked that I should go and remove my uniform and perform my duties, and that when I get punished for lateness in school, next time I'll learn to wake up earlier and do my course. This taught me how to be responsible and time conscious. I remember another incident of my goose. My uncle requested for a glass of water. 50-50 calls it. Half hot water and half cold water, making it warm water. As I dashed from his front, I accidentally kicked or brushed his leg while leaving. He called me back and instructed me in Yoruba, Lo mu adawa kowage itakun to fese kolenkan, meaning go and bring a cutlass, machete, and cut the tree roots you kicked then. I turned to leave, only to realize my goof of not apologizing when I kicked his foot in error. I quickly prostrated and said, sorry sir. That was Courtesy Lesson 101. I never forgot the incidents and lessons, using an idiom for corrections. Wow. I remember the good old telephone always under lock and key. I won't disclose some naughty pranks we played to dial numbers without opening the padlock. God help you if you are caught in the act. Your punishment will be near capital. I recall my uncle had tools of various artisans. We repaired minor things ourselves. Hammer, nail, saw, crowbar, shovels, plumb, ladder, plumbing machine, a toolbox for screwdrivers and paint brushes. We actually painted part of the house once. He was a hands-on man, a life skill I possess till date. Memories. What of dress code? Everyone must tuck in their shirts going out, neat and ironed. No collar flying. Hair must be cropped neat at Maridoti Babas, Makola. But what do we have today? Nudity has replaced decency. Now we glorify Yahooism as a profession. Drugs and drunkenness proliferate and rule our world. Mentorship gone to the winds and lawlessness now order of the day. How did we get here? Growing up, our orientation of sound moral values was right, and it has helped me later in life to mix freely with people of diverse cultures and traditions. It is the same values that has helped me in my passion, drive, and calling into integrated development communication initiatives, where we use arts as a tool for advocacy and education for attitudinal change of various publics. This is a clarion call, a call for us to revisit those old-time tested values of integrity, discipline, patriotism, hard work, dedication, humility, good character, and high moral standards. It is time for us to call the emerging generation to borrow a leaf from our past when there was dignity in labor, honesty, perseverance, and belief in God, who is the author and finisher of our faith. Let's shun tribal sentiments and embrace religious tolerance. Hunger does not discriminate. You are uniquely made. Nigeria can and will be great again if we all do the needful and stop the blame game. Let us ask ourselves one question. Am I truthful and honest in my dealings? As a parent, government, or a businessman? What legacy are we leaving behind for our children? They deserve a future that is greater than our past. We owe them a duty to lead them right. Nigeria needs an urgent national moral rebirth to galvanize credible leadership and responsible followership. Therefore, I join Sir Shimore Badejo on this noble initiative to say there is hope for Nigeria still. Our good old days can be a foundation for a better tomorrow. Let's do our bit to make our country great again. Long live Nigeria. Thank you.
Hello, you're welcome to Timeless Conversation. My guest today is a very well-known Nigerian. He's an international figure. He has inspired quite a lot of young Nigerians today to speak out, to be non-conformist when things are going wrong. And at the same time, he's someone who cherishes his culture, his upbringing, the societal value, and the family place. My guest is none other than the man we all call Charlie Boy, but it has the birth name of Charles Oputa. Charles Chukwemeka Oputa, popularly known as Charlie Boy, was born on the 19th of June 1950. He hails from Oguta in Imo State. Multi-talented Charlie is a singer, songwriter, television presenter, publisher and producer. One of Nigeria's most controversial entertainers, Charlie Boy is best known for his alternative lifestyle, political views and media productions, including the iconic Charlie Boy Show. He once served as president of the Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, PMAN. In 2011, he was also a judge on the Nigerian Idol set. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, good to see you.
Happy to be here as usual.
Indeed, you know, since we've known each other, I'd always looked at you as someone, this man is too different. What's the difference?
How different?
Yeah, what's the difference in you? There's something that
I don't know.
Different.
I feel very regular and very normal.
Are we going to start to
In fact, over normal, they worry me.
You want me to define regular?
I don't know. I don't see anything abnormal or different about
Okay, let's
me.
try this now.
Yeah.
Sometimes they list your birth age as 70. Another set of people will say 71.
Because I've decided not to say anything about my birthday. I
That's
don't know
irregular.
why that one is
That
an
is
issue.
That is irregular.
That is irregular.
Most people your age will talk proudly about their date of birth. Before we start this program now, you know what they talk now.
Waiting at the talk. Remind me.
I know we
You know,
remind
too many spirits they pass. So
no. Make one
sometimes.
spirit bow for another spirit. Yeah?
Okay.
Why don't you want to talk about your actual date of birth?
Because, you know, we get football age, we get passport age, we get spiritual age. You can assign any age to any of these different compartments or departments, you know. And because in the beginning, I don't give many dates, so I don't get confused. I know, I don't know really what it is.
But one real age that is there is what?
The real age, the last time I looked, it was 70. That was
last year.
Last year, 2020.
So 19th of June,
But,
1950 led us to 70 in 2020.
That's what they said.
There you go again. That's what is coming up.
Unfortunately, my mom is late now, so we would have asked her. She would have been the only one who would have
To remind you.
specific.
To remind you, because I know she told you. For instance, I know that you were so close to your mom. Describe your relationship with her.
Oh, it was heavenly. You know, that was what kept me in Abuja for a long time, taking care of my parents. And I'll tell you that that is the proudest job I ever did in my life. And I'm very happy that I had the opportunity to take good care of them, shower them with love, you know, because I'm sure in the beginning they didn't even think that that was possible, that it was going to be me. Because I give those people, I give them a tough time. I show them pepper. I show them pepper now. You know, as a growing teenager, you know. But I think in a roundabout way, I hold my father responsible because he always taught us to speak up and speak out, you know.
So you got that from him?
Yeah. He will always say things. I remember some of his famous quotes, you know, anywhere you see injustice, you know, you fight it. If you don't fight it, it will come back and chop your head off, you know, things like that. We always had that in the household. We always had things like, do you know who you are? Do you really know who you are? I'm giving you this name, or don't go and spoil it, or, you know, you have to preserve it. So after, do you know, every time, do you know who you are? Do you know? I say I know who I am, My name is Charles Chukwemeka Oputa. I live at number 11 Borokiri, Ahofia Road, Port Harcourt. He said, no, you're an Oputa. I said, so? What does being an Oputa mean?
Well, can I pose his question back to you now? Do you really know who you are?
Yeah.
Or have you found out
It's
who
because of knowing who I am that gives me the confidence in the things that I do, and in being comfortable in my own skin, because I know who I am, I know where I'm coming from, I know where I've been to, and I know exactly what I want to do with my life. And praise the Lord, I've been doing that for the past 70 years.
70 is back.
Sure you wanna test my ride? Power back here. Sure you wanna take a ride? CB, you know me.
Now, the journey to discover yourself, to know who you are, took you out of Nigeria in your teens. And your dad wanted you to be a lawyer.
Not necessarily.
So,
He wasn't fussy about. He wasn't. He would have loved everybody, because he sees anybody, they start talking law, or if you have some love for law and things like that, then he made a friend in my father. But no, we were just allowed to express ourselves, any which way we wanted, because that was the first freedom. To be vocal, to be curious, to ask questions. We were taught that.
Probe your environment.
Yeah, not to. We're not like the kids. Like when you have elders come over to the house, you tell your kids to go to the other room. Elders are there. No, we weren't brought up like that. We were brought up to stay with elderly people, and we were encouraged to be curious, to ask questions, even though we didn't know what the hell the issue were about those days. Yeah. And then from early enough, that kind of made me very comfortable with people who are much older than me.
Yeah. I read somewhere that you studied communication.
Yes. I'm a mass comm major. I did mass comm, radio, TV, I used to run a public relation, outfit, we specialized in TV program, radio program, adverts, stuff like that, the documentaries. We did a lot for state governments, federal governments, back in the days.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
Now, let's relate that to your life as a performer, as an artist. Was your education helpful in putting it on track?
Yeah. It taught me how to look at things from different perspective. It taught me about being open, being my authentic self. My father raised us very well, if I must say, because early enough, I always heard him say, man, know thyself. A person who has a full understanding of him or herself and knows exactly what he's been given grace to do will only find fulfillment in the things that he or she does.
That's deep.
Yes, and I think my parents set us up on that track. Yeah.
So, reading mass comm was very useful to you in your engagements as a performer.
Oh yeah.
As an activist.
Yeah, understanding.
As an activist.
Yeah, understanding the human psyche, understanding, arty people, they like to exaggerate a lot, and where your stunts, your hypes have become effective is when people start to see you in different lights.
Yes.
Because Charlie Boy means different things to different people. It's only from where you stand. If one stands on the side of ignorance, that's all you think that whatever this brand is doing is just something weird about him. There's nothing weird about it.
Talking about something weird, you know, when you hit the scenes in the 80s,
yeah,
everybody was saying, he's the son of a Supreme Court Justice.
So
how can he dress like that? And you're still dressing like that at 71. Well, almost 71.
I've calmed down a bit.
Calm.
Yeah.
This one is calming.
This one, they come now. I remember when my head used to be red, yellow, green, and all of that.
And you don't get hair again.
Yeah, I don't get hair again.
So it's not calming. You're toning
when I used to wear 2 different shoes on, each leg, my craze that time, computer no reach am.
You even use the word craze.
Yeah.
You have not seen that craze.
Although my mom was very understanding. My father, on the other hand, actually thought I was crazy. I say crazy because a lot of people out there too thought that the flamboyant image I built as Charlie Boy was crazy, weird, too loud, too flamboyant, not acceptable, perceived as not responsible, especially for the family image. You see, it's a different kind of craze because this craze, wait a minute, this craze is organized. It's well.
It's intentional.
It's intentional.
What was the intention about?
You know, when you have a famous father,
good.
It's like a big thing hanging over your head.
A huge umbrella.
No, not an umbrella. It becomes a burden. Like, I like to give you an example.
Yeah.
Like, what's his name? Femi Kuti.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah? Fela's son.
Yeah.
Fela was that big.
Huge.
So can you imagine the struggle Femi at the time was going through to be
Femi?
To be Femi.
Not Fela.
To find his own identity.
Yes.
Because no matter what he will do at the time, he said, you can't be like Fela.
So there you were.
Yeah. I hated to live under anybody's shadow. I didn't want that.
But that man gave you covering.
Say?
Your dad, his name gave you covering. He pushed you to go get education.
No. Yeah. Yes. I mean, from that perspective, sure. He gave me all I required.
Yeah.
And I'm grateful for that.
And then you came back, you rebelled against all that you got. We need to say, I want you to say it.
Yes.
So why?
Yes.
Because you don't want that cover.
Why? Because you can't just call me up one morning and say, here, take a letter, go there, pack your bag, go and start work. No. I am going to take that from anybody. I never told anybody, I never had any discussion. Say, I'm going to go into paid employment 9 to 5. Yeah, we not discuss that. So when I got that letter one morning, that was in Owerri. I didn't say I know they go anywhere. That was when our fight really started.
Okay.
You say, why? Everybody, once they finish university, then find work. We don't find for you, you no one work. I say, I didn't have that discussion with you. Oh yeah, what do you want to do? Because I was tired of living under this shadow. Yeah. I wanted to break away. I wanted to do my own thing.
Not break away, break out.
Break out, yeah. I wanted to do my own thing. So when it came to a head, when they asked me what I wanted to do, and I said, I want to be an entertainer. Of course, now, everybody was disappointed. So that was when I decided I was going to cut the umbilical cord between me and my parents. At that time, we were in Owerri. So luckily for me, he was promoted as a Supreme Court judge. So he went to Lagos. Then me, we from America, come back. Now village I go enter. You don't see that kind of thing.
Yes, sir. He wanted to
for 7 years.
He was hitting the reset button.
Yes. Now village, I go start to build the brand Charlie Boy. And for that, those were the darkest 7 years of my life.
Wow.
Because that was when I came to appreciate poverty.
Poverty?
Struggle, yes.
Why?
Why not? Because what grows in the village, really? Villages are where people go, elderly people, senior citizens go to relax and fade out. There's no prospect in the village,
But there's
even though I had a recording studio.
There's rejuvenation.
Rejuvenation?
Yes.
When you are young, you're not talking about rejuvenation. You're talking about your burning ambition.
But
where
if
you
somebody
wanna be.
give you contact, you say you don't want.
Why I go on to 9 to 5 now? I want to do my own thing now. Other people know they succeed when they do their own thing.
They do.
Must I
But that was
going
all
to
he
pay?
knew. That was all he knew. He was offering you
Yeah,
what he knew.
no. Well, I don't blame him.
Okay.
You know, parents are usually, sometimes they're overbearing and they worry a lot about their children. I've learned from
That's very true.
my parents to worry less. Because look at how I turned out. I'm sure in my father's wildest dream when I was like 15, 20, he wouldn't have believed it. Because I always said, oh, you just want to throw your life away. But I knew exactly what I wanted. And I wasn't going to throw my life away. But I was going to do it my way.
So after 7 years, what happened?
After 7 years in the village, well, an angel I met in one of my rare trips to Lagos to, scout for a recording company, see who will, take my body of music. And, I met Tina Onwudiwe.
Onwudiwe, yes.
Yeah, the African Oyibo. She's late now.
Yes, she is.
And that woman did a number on me. She was the one that restored first my confidence, because 7 years in the village robbed me of my confidence. I started to have an inferiority complex. I was avoiding my friends who I thought were doing much better than I was, and I swore never, ever in those 7 years to go back to my father to say, help me out.
I was just going to ask that in those 7 years, what was your relationship like with your dad?
It was really messed up. We weren't talking. In fact, I can boldly say that I disowned my parents. It got to a point where, I couldn't really take care of my family. I was living with my present wife in the village at the time.
Yes.
So you can imagine, from America to the village, no running water, no light, nothing. So we're like stuck. But the beginning seemed all right. I just had some few gadgets and stuff. I did one emergency studio where guys would come patronize me. But after the first year or so, everything dried up. Nobody was coming again. That was when I learned how to chop bread and granite for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
And it's usually very tasty.
It's very tasty, but too much cholesterol and all of that, not healthy. But that was what we could afford at the time.
At that time.
So 3 years, when me and poverty, they do face you challenge, I had to ask my wife to leave, to go back to the US and walk and see whether she can send some little monies for us, because we just had our first baby, my last boy, before she traveled. So I think my son was just about 9 months or a year.
Okay, before they both left.
Before, they didn't both leave. My son stayed. I was taking care of my son. Yes. I mean, they changed nappy. I mean, they cook within the boy, they chop. Yes. I didn't have a maid. I didn't have anything.
It'll be okay to conclude that you're a stubborn man.
Yes. If I want something, I can die for that thing.
And you took after your dad in that stubbornness.
I think It's my mother. I got that from my
both
mother.
of them?
Oh, my mother is. You can't shut my mother up. A big wings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So your wife went back to the US?
Yeah, she went back. She stayed almost 4 years. I didn't see her. She was sending money. God bless that woman. So
You guys are still together, right?
We're still together now. We'll die here.
But after 7 years, you now broke onto the national scene properly. Then.
Yes, thanks to Tina Onwudiwe. I'll always say you can't talk about the history of the brand Charlie Boy without mentioning that name. That was that time now I was like Mumuna. I was Tina's like pet. She noticed my self-esteem was low. She noticed I didn't have confidence. But she admired me for all the creativity at the time. And she saw in me what at that time I did not see in me. You know, because she was convinced that this was something special, this was something different, and it was going to blow. You know, I didn't see that because 7 years in the village, like I said, took its toll on me. I started to even feel sorry about myself. So she was the one who gave me my confidence back.
Now you got back that confidence, and it was easy for you, or wasn't it, to chart a path for yourself, to say, this is where I'm going?
Too easy.
Too easy.
Yes, too easy.
So those 7 years were necessary then?
Yeah, you have to go through. You have to go through a baptism of fire. I mean, you just don't. Things don't just happen like that. You must suffer. You must sweat small.
Okay. In the 80s, you were in your 30s. Now, you're at the beginning of your 70s. Now you're 71 in June. Now, what has it been like?
Up and down. Because sometimes I have to be Charlie Boy. Sometimes I am me, Mr. Charles Chukwuemeka Oputa. And all the time that I'm me, sometimes I wake up in the morning, there's one ankle ache, one wrist ache, one headache somewhere.
The body.
So the body is not adjusting to the commands that
but
I'm
the engine here is still.
But the engine here and Charlie Boy, they seem all fresh.
They're in sync.
Youthful. Okay? And that is why when I leave the Charlie Boy brand, there's that thing that attracts young people, little kids, that lives in that brand that I don't want to lose, because it is the brand's simplicity, openness, authenticity that also keeps him youthful.
Now, talking about the youth and being youthful, you have been seen as a huge father figure to the younger generation of Nigerians, at least in the last 3 to 4 decades. And to all intents and purposes, you seem to have influenced the flow of their thoughts.
The brand has crisscrossed generations.
But there is a problem in our society today, and it is drug abuse. East, west, north, south, everywhere. What can we do about it?
We just have to keep fighting it.
How?
The people who young people look up to, they need to start to talk about it in a more positive light. For me, like, you know, I'm open, I'm blunt, sometimes I'm wickedly blunt as Charlie Boy. You know, I smoke weed, but I will never advocate that for young people. I can't, but I'm old enough to know what's good for me and what's not good for me.
Yeah.
So I do my thing. Okay? The drug issue is a scourge as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
And that is why, like with my kids, I want to be in tune with them, that I know everything. I mean, they can come up, they can be as open as I was taught to be with me. And they look upon me as their friend. Okay? Because I've been down that route before.
You said as their friend. That means that you are improving on the perception of the relationship. Because at some point, you didn't see your dad as your friend.
No, every child, you go think say your papa na wicked person, you know. But all the good things that we were taught when we were little, those are the things I've run back to. Those are the things that are helping me in my life, even though that it's not in sync with the environment. But I've had to fall back on the values, the morality, the integrity as handed down by my father. And thank God, I'm not so much in a bad place not to say, I'm not going to do this. Putters don't do that.
Yes.
I'm not going to do this. I'm going to be like this. Even if it kills me, yeah, I can afford to do that. And so that's who I have become. But you know, the difference between me and my father, because in the beginning, my father used to punish also. He whipped me tire. And he scared me from learning, because he would want us to be cramming things. Cram and come and recite for him. That's not learning. So we're not learning because we had fun learning. We're learning because we're afraid. If you don't get this thing, you say make you go cram, it go whip you. It wasn't till I got to America that I knew that even learning could be fun. And I never looked back since then.
Since then. I was going to say that, you know, you're a very brilliant man.
I don't know about being...
It's me talking now. You don't need to agree.
Okay. If you say so.
I mean, that's something that I needed to say so that I could put you a bit in a position that would be uncomfortable, because you don't like talking so much about what you have achieved.
I don't think I've achieved anything.
Oh, yes, you have.
It just maybe a little.
If you had it, for instance, there was a time you were the one who came out and quelled the uprising that Okada riders were about to embark upon in Lagos about 2-3 years ago. And at that time, you had even stopped riding publicly. That's an achievement. You were a voice, and still you are a voice that people listen to.
Yeah, I know that a lot of millions of youth have been inspired by my lifestyle, by my story. They've been inspired in such a way that they now understand that they can't give up on themselves or their dreams. And it doesn't matter whether it's your father, your uncle, don't let anybody run your life. Live your most authentic life. And I don't know how it sounds now. It may sound too analogish, but hard work does pay.
So, hard work pays. Still on the youth. I don't hammer. I want hammer. That's what you hear. That motor winning they drive. That's what I covet. I claim it. How? What can we do?
Because the young people are looking at the elders. They're copying all these things from their elders. They are not living in isolation. Monkey see, monkey do. They are waiting how Papa live their life. Now then they copy so. How the people who, by God's grace, are in a position of leadership, how they messed up. They messed up our environment, they messed up the system, You can imagine the plight of young people. Government has failed them. Community has failed them. Parents have failed them. Where should they turn to? In our time, in your time, we had support system. If you are naughty, you're not in your neighborhood, and you're in some other neighborhood, and you do something naughty. In our time, somebody could see you and say, who you be? Who be your papa? After you don't ask that question, say, oh, no, they behave like this for this house. He go correct you, he go send you back, go meet your parents, say, this is what I found your kid doing. Everybody's eye was on the young people, the teachers, the community.
Yes.
Because for my time, when you don't finish like class 5, before you go to the university and you have a good result, before you come back to your house, many people don't call party for your head.
Yes.
It was a thing of pride for parents to say, my son is doing so well in school. It wasn't about the money.
But would you say there's also the part played by population explosion?
It's population explosion, wrong priorities, wrong values. You know, after the war, when we now started to adopt the system, my teeth better pass your teeth. Now there everything crash. Because a thief is a thief. There are consequences of stealing.
Yes.
So all thieves should be prosecuted the same way.
Same way, yes.
No be when your man there for position of power and he's a bloody thief. You say, no, it's okay. But when my own thief come now, it becomes a problem for you. Until we can solve that. It's a mindset thing.
Yeah.
Your thief is better than my thief.
You're saying there must be equality in justice.
Precise now. Precise now. Do A as you take do B. The problem we're having in Nigeria today is because of the too many injustices everywhere. In the north, in the south, in the west, in the east. Injustice everywhere.
Let's evaluate the problem of insecurity in our country. There's so much call for breakup. North wants to go, East wants to go, West wants to go. Where are we going?
We're entering a big dark ditch. We don't know who is flying this plane. This contraption called Nigeria, where is it from? Is it our creation? Or is it the British creation? So, if you have leadership from the 19th century, it can't fit in the 21st century, can it? It can't work.
It can't, yes.
Yeah? If you have a building with a faulty foundation, with the foundation of the building, they know doing well. Then after it don't build like 2 stories, you want to put the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th on a faulty foundation, will that house stand? My brother, it no go stand now.
Yeah.
So
what's the solution?
The solution, bring down this house. Start again. Because whether we like it or not, what is coming, what is about to happen to us, is worse than what we've seen already.
By bring down the house, are you saying restructure?
It could be restructuring if we go agree. Because you see, this is a give and take situation. Husband and wife live together. They no go talk. When they come to the table, if they have differences, they talk it out.
Yeah.
They have equal respect for one another.
Yeah.
If now the husband just they do what you do, na me dey here, na me be Lord and Master, how the marriage go work now? That is it. Because before we used to have this regional system where we made contribution to the center.
Yeah.
Why monkey go to walk babu the chop? I don't understand. That is the injustices that I'm talking about. That is why Biafra people want to go their own. Oduduwa people want to go their own. Arewa people want to go their own. Because they can't stand these injustices. So until we come to the table to have that conversation sincerely and genuinely, I'm sorry, it's going to get worse. Then we now bring down the house. The house will fall, bata, bata. Then we can start from beginning and correct that faulty foundation that we failed to correct in the first instance.
That's your prescription.
That's my prescription.
Talking
And
about,
that's the only way I can see it working.
talking about prescription, have you taken your COVID-19 vaccination?
They were supposed to come. They were supposed to come to the house this morning. I don't know what happened. So I'm hoping that this week, they come to me.
Supposed to come?
Yes.
You're your father?
Yes.
Ew.
I say father now. Hey.
But what would you say to people about the vaccine and being healthy?
Well, how much time remains for me now?
Not to talk like that. Not scare us
No,
now.
just being realistic. How much time remain now? If na poison be the vaccine, they give me that. Well, man must die. Something killed a man. Yeah, it can't be that bad. Prevention is better than cure. So I rather know that I've done everything to be safe. So whatever happens, happens. So it's a good thing. I think I like to encourage people to go out and have the vaccine. How bad could it be? Yeah.
Yes.
And still wear the face masks and practice good hygiene.
Good hygiene. Now, you don't like being reminded of your age. You love being the one to tell us that
because age. What is
wait
age?
now, I
Age
never
is
finished the
neither-
thing
Okay,
now.
sorry,
Make you hear me now. Which
Okay,
one?
Okay.
See, in regular society, everybody will be calling you senior citizen, elder statesman, and all that. All of those things don't resonate with you. How does it feel to be a grandfather?
I don't feel any different. I feel the same way I felt 30, 40 years ago.
Well, how
It's
do you
not a big
relate
deal.
with your grandchildren?
I have 16. Like my relationship with my children, not like father and son. They're like two adults, two playful, spoiled kids. And that's the way I like it because my children tell me everything. You can't imagine sometimes I'm dazed by what they're saying to me, but I try not to show it so they will always feel that they have a hip father, that I'm with the times, Because the kind things they come out for their mouth, I say, okay, let me bond them anyway. And when I remember as I shaking my parents too, I would just laugh. I go calm down for Jesus because what goes around comes around.
It comes around. Yeah. I wish your mom were alive.
No, my mom, I had a good time with my mom after my father left. It was 3 years, so all the love was showered on her. And my mom pulled the biggest trick. I don't think she knew that I would have loved to be with her as she passes along, but she waited till I traveled when I wasn't around and decided to leave. And for a few days I didn't forgive her about that. I thought it was that wasn't the plan. But yes, I had fun with my mother. I always joked about her vision, and that's why I call her a witch, because she was very futuristic in her thinking.
She was like a prophetess to you.
Precise.
So the kind witch when you say your mama carry, you never seen type before. Why?
Simple. She was very futuristic, forward thinking. She held my father. That woman held the house. My father was a player. But my mom tamed him. And tamed all of us, more or less.
But she was also very soft towards you.
Oh, yes. Because she was the first to see that boy in me. She used to call me from the very first day I did hear something. I could comprehend things. She used to always call me Charlie Boy. So that name, that's how that name came about. Because that was my pet name.
So the Charlie Boy actually came from her?
Yes. Yeah. That's why they call him Winch. Yeah. And when people want to get into issues about how old are you, I say, I beg when I leave that thing. If my mama be Winch, waiting, it is, I have vampire blood now. What do I have to do with old age?
You had your first child at 17?
At 16.
16?
Yeah. I'm from Bele spoil now.
From Bele?
From Bele.
Tell me.
I make, if to say all these funny pastors, they for that time, night vigil, them for the carry me go, deliverance. Yeah,
but your mom took care of that's your first child. What's your relationship with him now?
I didn't even agree that it was my child now. Now, when I come, things begin to work out for me, that I became more mature, that I went back to look for him. But then, at that time, we were supposed to be in school, not going around and getting women pregnant.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
But your mom did not, she didn't give up on you.
No, just like I can't give up on my kids. You know, like I told you, children are like monkey see, monkey do. I've always seen my mom and my father together since I was born.
Yes.
Even when they have challenges and issues, before I turn my head the other way, I see them stealing kisses, holding hands, you know.
And that's why you're still with your wife?
I guess, because I wanted to be better than what I saw. You understand?
Would you give yourself a pass mark now? Or would you grade yourself, looking at their sheet and your sheet?
Yes, I've tried. 45 years is no more now.
Yes.
Staying with somebody, no. The same smell, the same body, the same face, the same routine. I try. Over-try worry me.
Something to say to her?
She's my best friend. She knows that.
Look into the camera and tell her.
I don't have to be looking into the camera to tell her. She knows what she knows, and that's why we're all dying here. Nobody's going anywhere.
All right, we're about to round off this session of talk, but we won't go without talking about how to sustain older people in their old age. You're an old man now. What are your needs? What really are the needs of an older person?
You see, I'm always, like I say, I'm such an exceptionally blessed person. Only God fit understand. Okay? The kind blessing I get, sometimes I don't think I deserve it because it could have gone the other way.
Yeah.
You understand? But I think that I'm living my life on purpose because I'm doing really what God had always intended for me to do via people.
Yeah.
I love people. I don't like to see suffering, people in agony. So my heart is always going out for the underdogs. And I got that from my mom. My mom was generous to stupidity. And my father had a little bit of that. And I know that I'm not even supposed to be alive as I'm talking to you. No, because my youth was rough. I got into all kinds of things, okay? Even drugs. But I healed myself because those were the American years.
Dark days.
Yeah. And I said to myself, this is not how I was brought up. So why are you doing this? I had to even go and see a shrink to figure out, is there something wrong with me or am I, only to be told that what activated my misbehavior at the time was the racism I experienced one-on-one in America. At the time, I was with my baby mama. Her sister came to visit. So there were 2 white women. And here I was sandwiched between 2 white women. We're just taking a leisure walk downtown Boston. And then 7 white, excuse my language, white trash comes out of the Cadillac, all with a baseball bat, nigger this, nigger that, just because I was walking with 2 white chicks. One was the mother-to-be of my baby boy. They beat me that day. I thought I was going to die. The only thing that saved me that day was the police. As police just they go around everywhere and are crime now. So they thought that, the white women I was with had run up to call the police. That's how they let me on. That's how I was saved. And I ended spending almost 5 weeks in the hospital. I never forgot that experience. That was just barely 8 months staying in America. I never thought I had racism in my blood. But then my hatred was potent because I just couldn't figure it out. In our house in Port Harcourt, when my father was a lawyer, he was a legal attorney to Mobile and stuff like that. So when they see Yoruba people, they come house. I didn't think that there were any, I look at them as equals, not as superior to me. Only to go to America, then they ask me where I sabi speak English, whether I live in trees and all that crap, and to call me a nigger. So it wasn't till I saw the shrink when I was now questioning my modus operandi in America. Why am I doing all the stuff that I'm doing? That is kind of alien, that came up.
Okay.
And that was how I was healed, and I said, I'm getting out of this country. I agree now, sir, old. No be lie you talk.
So what does
Charlie
an
boy
old man
can be
need?
old, now.
Yeah, now.
Me as Charles, but I agree. No be me they talk now. Sometimes I wake up, my knee is not in the right position. Either my neck don't bend, go one side. Little things like that. I'm more into myself, always checking my prostate, checking this, checking that, as a health freak.
What does a man need, an old person need to survive now?
An old person needs a lot of companionship.
Companionship?
If you have children that are good, that are like Charlie Boy, who took care of his parents, that will make, you'll age so gracefully. And because an old person needs to surround himself with family and a lot of love.
Okay.
It can bring sunshine to your life.
Good health?
Good health is a sequence of where you are financially. So if you're a little okay, I think that's the major investment that everybody should make in themselves to make sure all the things are working when they should.
So let me throw you this final one now. All right. Are you okay? Financially?
Am I okay? Financially. Is Dangote okay financially?
On that note, thank you very much for coming on the program. You didn't disappoint me at all. I was expecting something like that. Thank you so much, Charlie Boy, for coming on the show. That's how we greet now. Eh?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Nice having you. I hope to come back so we can talk again and look at deeper, other deep stuff.
My name is Sonya Onoyoade. I reminisce my good old days with an uncommon nostalgia. For me, my days of yore were lived fully from humble beginning. Born in Bere and raised in Inolende, Ibadan, the commonality of our abode made it possible for everybody to know everybody else. So, communal parenting was prevalent, evoking the sentiment of the age-old adage that it takes a village to raise a child. So, bad behaviors could be punished by communal stakeholders other than the parents, such as neighbors, aunts, uncles, and sisters, all taking responsibility for the life and welfare of the children in the community. My parents hail from Modakeke, but raised all their children in Ibadan. My early beginning revolved around Inolende, where I spent my infancy, and which harbored Ebenezer Primary School that I attended. It was a life of school and football, kite flying and sand dunes molded from a foot stuck into the sandy ground. Okoto was a plaything, just like Agbalumo seed. My primary school lay parallel to Igboa Gala, which housed the iconic colonial-era Bowers Tower, a high-rise rotunda with spiral tiers set on a hill and which played host to visitors and tourists and could be seen from every nook of the ancient city. A saying dedicated to this tower against those not conversant with the complexity of the city is Ibadolomo or Molayipo, meaning that you only know Ibadan but not the Bowers Tower, which locals called Layipo due to its rotunda nature and because you have to climb up its zenith in a spiral stairs. Inolende was communal by every sense of it. Every naming ceremony or traditional wedding, freedom from apprenticeship or sundry events did not require formal invites. Such events were for the community and children were expected to attend, huddled together in a choreographed manner around large bowls of rice as a couple of gazing sheep and bleating goats waited in the wing to pounce on leftovers. Muslim and Christian festivals were actively celebrated by all irrespective of religious lineage. Ramadan was a time we looked forward to as children of Christian faith because we would wake up to eat Sahari, and some evenings were filled with itinerant musicians who played Were, a Fuji genre with Islamic lyrical underpinnings. Sikiru Ayinde, later called Barrister, was a regular team lead in the locality in those days. Will I forget the good old days of Egungun festivals when we followed Ololu or Alakpanshopa or Atikpako, all dreaded masquerades from Inolinde to Bere and Makbo, sucking in their superlative acrobatic displays and guttural incantations. Young folks, especially those from humble background like me, found the serendipity of Ibadan around the 70s and the 80s. Odo Dandaru, a stream on the fringe of Mokola, was our swimming bay, and the elevator of Kingsway in Dugbe was our playground. Except for Cocoa House and a couple of high-rise buildings, the skyline was not dotted with skyscrapers, yet the serenity of Ibadan was profound, and the security unimpeachable. Family values were strong in my good old days. During school holidays, we would follow our father to his farm in Idiya, a village settlement in the outskirts of Ibadan. Farms were not an attractive sector to kidnappers or armed robbers then. It was fun in the farm, making small fires to roast corn or yam or rabbit caught by midnight traps. In the twilights of the day, while going back to the village from the farm or sitting around the fireplace in the village hut, Father would regale us with stories of life, wisdom nuggets and politics of yore. It was in one such sitting I knew the plant called Akintola Taku, so named because of the political crisis of the 60s. At other times, we followed Mother to Dugbe Market, where she traded in stockfish. I went to Ibadan Polytechnic, Ogun State Polytechnic, and the University of Ibadan. And in my trajectory, educational value was in the quality. Handphones and other modern gadgets of pleasure were few, so there were less distractions. There was nobility of character among students and lecturers. Cultism, sex for marks, student prostitution, and absenteeism were only hush words, unlike now that those vices are threatening the survival of the academia. Our children need to know how we roll back in the days and begin to invent a more quality life. They deserve better today and brighter future, so that they can also have their own good old days in the fullness of time. I believe we need collective efforts to ensure that we make the difference in the lives of our youth now for a better tomorrow. That is why I am joining Sir Shemore Badijo in this patriotic drive. How about you? Won't you rather join us? Thank you.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Barbing, I pay my rent. From the Barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
My story. Okay. The very first time I acted, and I got back home, it was actually with Regina. When the film came out, you know, it was hard on me because not necessarily my parents, but my grandparents didn't think what I did was good because of the role I played in that film. So they banned me from acting completely. Like, I should just face my studies and that's it. So it burst my bubble, but I used to I kept pushing, I kept trying to prove to them that, I could actually act and act good parts. But sometimes I have to be a bad person. But slowly with time they accepted it and loved me for who I was, and I am who I am today. I never gave up, basically. Even if my parents were not in sync, not my parents, not really. My dad was always agreeing with what I did. My grandparents, my great aunts especially, my grandmother's sisters, they didn't really like what I was doing, but I never gave up. So my dream stayed alive, and that's it. Keep your dream alive.
I remember when I was much younger, I was trying to sing, because I'm also a singer, and there was this young artist that just been released by a big name producer, and along the line, I liked the music, I liked everything about what she did, and so I decided to look for the producer. And I walked up to the producer, and I was told I couldn't see him, and they told me I should come early in the morning at EMI. It was called EMI Music then. It was at Oregon. That's where you have Daystar now, Daystar Church. And so I went in very early in the morning from Ikorodu, where I used to live with my parents then. Walked up to him in the morning, and he was awed by his presence, very awed by his presence. And I said, "Good morning, sir. I like what you did for Ivan Maha. I would like you to help me become a singer as well." And he looked at me and said, "You just finished secondary school?" I said, "Yes."
As the Kaduna State chapter of the Labour Party suspends 3 of its chieftains and disassociates itself from the Lamidi Apapa faction of the party, the breakfast this morning will take another look at the internal struggles threatening the party and how it can rise above it.
As technology is evolving, we are going to be looking at the place of tech in architecture and how ripe we are in Nigeria to embrace smart homes.
We shall also be taking a look at the headlines and off the press with someone who can give us some good breakdown of some of the headlines on our national dailies. Good morning and welcome to The Breakfast. Is the Technophile edition of the program this Tuesday morning. I am Maureen.
And I am Nyamgul. We're glad to know that you are there and watching us. Yesterday we were here and we hoped that we are all going to wake up together and enjoy the morning. And today we're going to be asking ourselves, as the theme of the day, is tech making us smarter or dumber? Are we dumber? Are we smarter with tech coming up? I don't know.
Well, it's become a very important question to ask, especially as some people who have been deeply involved in tech are beginning to raise concerns, warnings about technology and how it's impacting our lives.
Yeah, there was a movie a long time ago. I think the star in that movie was Will Smith, and they called it iRobot. Problems that the tech experts are expressing now were captured in that movie, where the robots became so intelligent and they wanted to be independent. They could think for themselves and they wanted to conquer the world. And exactly that is what is playing out. And some people who are in the tech business are expressing concerns that this AI, when it does come the way we want it to come.
No, not the way we want it to come, the way we do not anticipate. Jeffrey Hinton, who had worked with Google for over a decade, left Google not long ago, and is one of those who are raising these concerns. And he's worried that AI, you know, the machines could become so intelligent that killer robots could be emerging in the future. And also, of course, we're already aware of how machines now serve in restaurants and all of that. But he's worried that we may get to a point where killer robots will emerge. These machines may turn out becoming more intelligent than human beings.
So that is a terrible thing to happen if it does happen, and I assure you it will happen, because you have robots now being created, robots that have feelings, robots that can be jealous, robots that, you know.
Haven't you seen the men who are marrying robots?
So
in Asia, some men have married robots in Asia.
So, well, things are crazy. So if this happens, there's a tendency the robots might want to take over the world, and there may be nothing we can do about it. So in trying to make our lives easy, and we're bringing a lot of things to make us just rest and the things begin to do things, robots will now come and begin to have rights and fight for their rights and all that.
Nyamgul, I tell you, this concern,
it's scary.
It is scary, and it's so scary that recently more than 27,000 people, including many who are very knowledgeable in tech, they have issued an open letter calling for a 6-month pause. 6 months pause in the development of technology, you know. So that is how serious this is. But then the question is, the tech, moguls, these tech giants, will they pay attention? Will they want to be stopped? You see, world domination is a thing for a lot of people out there. So will they stop? And that's one of the things that I think tech giants aim to achieve: global domination. So would they listen to those who are petitioning, who are writing and saying, guys, let's pause this and have another look at what we are creating so we don't end up destroying ourselves?
Yeah, well, the tech guys want to dominate the world, and so many people, there's been a conspiracy theory for a long time that the pharmaceutical companies seek to dominate the world, and a lot of things that happen to us now, diseases that come, are actually created so that they can sell their drugs. That theory is there, even if we cannot prove it, but there are a lot of things that are happening and making us look at these theories again and saying, is there some truth inside it? And some people are also worried that someone who is supposed to be a tech person, Bill Gates, is the one who predicts how pandemics will come and so many other things that he should have no business with. But the fact that he's a millionaire and maybe cashing out on all that, multi-billionaire, and maybe cashing out on it and all that, making people get a lot of concern. So if AI is developed to the point that they have a mind of their own, it's going to be a very big thing. And I have this feeling in my head that one day we just might destroy ourselves and begin anew. There's even a possibility that this world has existed before. We don't know. There are people who say that as well. But I think if we continue in the way we are going, we just might destroy ourselves, and civilization will have to start from scratch again.
No, as I said, some people have written. There's no doubt that technology has improved life on Earth. There's just no doubt about it. I mean, we're enjoying what we're doing right now is thanks to technology, and it's been evolving and evolving and evolving. But do we know where to draw the line? Do we know where to say enough?
We should let God be God.
Yes.
Because we cannot play God. We can be intelligent creatures of God, but we shouldn't play God. And as soon as we begin to play God, it means that we're going to go above and beyond.
We can't play God. And any attempt to play God will mean
the destruction of mankind ultimately. As you saw in the Bible, where they built that tower, they were building to get to heaven, and at some point God confounded their languages, and that was the end of that tower. So I think mankind should learn, take a lesson from that, and know when to stop, especially when those who built these technologies are themselves raising the concerns. As I said, Jeffrey is raising that concern, and he comes from a history of, mathematicians. His grandfather was into mathematics, was into technology, his father was, and he has been into mathematics, been into science, been into technology. Is something he's very passionate about. He's been in Google for over 10 years and developed some very great technologies. But he's the one raising these concerns and saying, we may have taken this too far already, and we may need to take a look at what we are creating.
They will not listen to him. I assure you, they will not listen to him. Climate change is one of the things that all of us are seeing. We're seeing the science and all that, and there are people who are still doing what they're doing regardless. Well, like you said, mathematician, he came from a family of mathematicians. But if you live in Lagos, you have to be a mathematician to be able to navigate the traffic here in Lagos. And that's why you need to look at LASMA. They will give you a travel advisory every day, tell you where the traffic is heavy and where the traffic is not heavy. For instance, the boundary roundabout is busy, according to LASMA, as a result of influx and commercial activities. Mobile Road in and out is good. Marine Beach intersection inward Nagav to connect Area B is good. Outward journey Apapa through the Marina Beach, or bridge rather, to connect Igomu and Ijora is good. Both entry points of Sifax and Ijora Olokpa inward Total is good. The ramp through Total on the bridge inward Navy Junction to connect Leventis is also good. So a lot of places are good this morning. Traffic movement from Marine Beach through Dalami connecting Nagaf down to Area B is good. Eleganza to connect Etisala down to Mr. Biggs inwards. Armour Tank to Liverpool roundabout in and out is good. And at this moment, Apapa GRA in and out is also good. And return journey from Wharf Gate back to Eleganza, Flour Mills, Leventis, ascending Dalami Bridge, inward Ijora, 7-up is good. So there are a lot of goods this morning. And if you're moving, well, when I was on my way to this place this morning, the traffic was quite good. So maybe that's what is also in all the places that LASMA has given us, that they are good. We're hoping it will still be good when you leave home to get to work, wherever that might be.
Okay, well, hopefully that happens for you. Let's take a look at top trending. All right, top trending, we have our first top trending: Nigerian soldiers caught assaulting citizens at Kaduna. We do have a silent film to that. Can we have it roll?
Okay.
Go. Who they talk to?
Eh?
Who they talk to?
I'm calling my friend.
Go. Bring that.
Okay, wait, my mom is calling me.
Who is calling? Off the phone. Off the phone. I said off the phone. I hear you are making call.
I'm calling my friend. Where is she? That's what.
Lie down. Lie down. Lie down inside. Lie down. I said lie down. Lie down inside. No go lie down.
Okay, wait.
Lie down. I said lie down.
We are with our friends. We're not working yet.
Lie down inside. You don't go lie down.
We're not working yet.
I said lie down. You know what do?
Okay, we're not working yet.
Yourself. Don't make up. Don't make up.
Don't make up. We are not working yet.
What do you do?
Well, that's happened in Kaduna State. We understand that the military has responded to this video that trended and have promised to investigate and get to the bottom of the matter.
We thank God for social media. We thank God for the technology that we were talking about, because a lot of times these kind of things happened, but they were never reported or they were never captured, and that deniability was there. They could deny that this thing never happened, and of course, how can you show proof, because you were not allowed to take still photographs in those days, and who was moving with the camera if not a cameraman? So now everybody has a phone and these things can be captured. But these people are supposed to be in charge of the territorial integrity of Nigeria. They should be at the borders. They should be warding off any danger coming into the country. What are they doing? What business do they have in the civilian population that will give them the right or the opportunity to deal with civilians the way they do? This is not the first time, you know. The police do their own. It's bad enough with the police that we're taught to be able to
be our friend.
Yeah, to be our friend, to manage the civilian society. And then now the army going into the fray as well and doing what they do. I think it's really bad. And I like the response of the authorities anytime this kind of a thing happens.
Yeah.
And they're being, well, maybe not proactive enough, but their reactions are always very good. The way I see them. So please.
And in that video, which I had initially thought was a silent film, but we had track up to it, you saw, we heard a lady resisting, you know, the brutality and not allowing herself to be coward and, you know, not entering the...
At least she was trying to explain
exactly
what was happening. Of that fault, meaning what? What kind of... It's really disheartening when the people you should run to for protection are the ones that you now fear. It's terrible. And that's why in some places the Boko Haram and the bandits are festering, because these people offer protection and the people pay for their services, things that the government should do ordinarily, the army, the police should do ordinarily. Private citizens who have now taken laws into their hands are the ones that are doing it. And sometimes you ask the community people and they say, what can we do? Because the government has forgotten us.
They are now at the mercies of the terrorists and the bandits, which is terrible. Very sad. And sometimes you hear of these things happening, and it grieves you to know that these are fellow Nigerians within our territory, being terrorized, being brutalized, and we hear all these stories almost on a daily basis. And it's sad. We've interviewed Reverend Hiap from Kaduna State repeatedly on this station, and it's always been stories of woes, and woes, and you just hope that that story will change soon, especially as a new government is set to come into play.
Yes, the new government should know that protection of lives and property is a very paramount thing, is a primary thing that people should have from the government and nobody else. Because if you give it out to everybody to protect themselves, we never know what it will degenerate into. We saw a community that felt helpless now turbaning a terrorist, a known terrorist, because they needed the protection from terrorists. Who does that? So if things are allowed to go the way they are going, then terrorists will now share Nigeria into small pockets of places of jurisdiction. You know, terrorist A is taking care of this place, terrorist B is taking care of this place, which should never be. So government, the next one especially that is coming in, should make sure that we are protected. We, our families, and our properties, we are all protected.
You want to take the second top trending?
Yeah, well, aggrieved Nigerian state protest at the Presidential Tribunal. We also know that the security agencies were also on ground trying to prevent people from protesting and all that, but Nigerians protested. And this brings...
There you have the picture.
Yeah. Now, this could have been solved if they had accepted to televise the proceedings at the courts, because a lot of people would have sat back at home to watch what is going on, because where they are, they can't see what is happening in the court, so they will always only say what they're saying outside there. But if they had televised it, there are a lot of people that would have wanted to follow, and I think some of these things wouldn't have come up.
Yes, but there were calls for it to be televised, but it's up to the judiciary, I think, to decide if they want to go public. Some have argued that televising it may put the judges under pressure or make them anxious. Some people have stage fright.
Don't they need
according to
the
some
pressure?
arguments? Well, obviously they cannot be forced to televise it. Otherwise, they would have televised it, since there were calls for it to be televised, right? So here we are, the way it is. It started already. We've been looking forward to it starting. It has started yesterday. So let's just keep watching to see how it will pan out.
If you ask me as a person, I would say it's a lame excuse to say that they have stage fright. A judge has stage fright. Do your thing and leave the rest to God. There are countries that televise this. There are people who televise this. They don't have two heads. It's just a way of transparency and all that. And if you talk about pressure, you need the pressure to do the right thing, because you cannot do the wrong thing under pressure when people are looking at you. There's everybody, my eyes are on you, and you will be forced to do the right thing. I heard something said by some of the judges yesterday, and they said the peace of the country must be taken into consideration. And I was wondering where they were taking this to. So what do they mean, the peace of the country? Is it the peace of the country that we should just let sleeping dogs lie? Or is the peace of the country that there should be justice done? Peace of the country in what regard? And who is it going to favor? Peace according to who? And who are you considering when you talk about peace? Is it the aggrieved people who think there is no justice done? Or the people who say, okay, we have done the abracadabra, just let us do what we need to do and get out? What peace are you talking about? Peace cannot exist where there is no justice, if you ask me.
Well, the Chief Justice of the Federation is definitely aware, no doubt, that the world is watching, Nigerians are watching. This is a very, very sensitive time in our history as a people. This is probably the biggest tribunal, electoral tribunal in Africa that's ever happened. We have 5 of the political parties that went to court over this, so I understand that one withdrew as of yesterday.
Well, some papers are carrying that the case was struck out, the AA case
the
was
AA
struck
party.
out, but others say they withdrew their case.
The initial narrative was that they withdrew. In fact, I understood they were to withdraw yesterday. So that was the initial story, that they were going to withdraw as of yesterday because of some whatever within their party.
I want to go with the fact that they withdrew. Whatever else the story might be, they withdrew. They did the right thing and they saw whatever was for and against them, and they withdrew.
Yeah, so the major contenders are out there, the Labour Party, the PDP against the APC. So it's a hot one, and we're all watching.
We're watching. Let's see how it plays out, and we hope that whatever the outcome, Nigeria will be the better for it, because we can't survive an uprising. We don't need an uprising of any kind. We're not even talking about a war, but we don't need any kind of we don't even need another NSAS.
We don't.
We don't need it at all.
But haven't you noticed, and I had asked when we had our ballot 2023, one of the things that was very obvious to Nigerians was how calmly the youth conducted themselves in the wake of all that transpired during the elections. There were serious grievances, there were so many irregularities, yet, well, they were complained about, but there were no, riots. There were the youth didn't take the law into their hands. They were so well behaved, and it was quite instructive to see that happen.
And they were taking the intellectual way, because if they had a fight, they will go to Twitter, they will go to the social media, and
so
have
which
their
was a
fight.
good outlet.
Yes, but coming out to the physical, they were quite well behaved, like you said. And whoever is in charge, whatever the outcome is going to be, should never take that peace for granted. Should never take that behavior for granted, because people of nowadays are a volatile type, and it's not like they just want to be, but a lot of them just want the right thing to be done. And if you are not able to do it, they'll be asking you to leave the stage for people who can do it. A lot of people before them couldn't say that, maybe because they didn't have that power of anonymity, maybe because they didn't have a lot of things that they have these days, youths have these days. But whatever be the case, the right thing should just be done. And if it is done, everybody will be happy for it.
Yeah, let justice be seen to be done. I mean, those who belong to the APC will tell you that they won the election fair and square. And the opponents, the opposition, are saying, no, you didn't win it fair and square. But it's up to the judges now to deliver justice, to look at the cases and deliver justice. So we are watching to see whether justice will be delivered or not, for those who are seeking to annul it and for those who are seeking to protect it. So it's let's see if the judiciary would do justice to this case.
Yeah, it's possible the APC won it, and if they won it, fine. Let everybody see that they won it. We know for a fact that a wrong was done by INEC, not necessarily APC, by INEC. Whether they were influenced by APC is another case. We do not know about that. But INEC went back on its own words, ate its own words, and then did the wrong thing. But if it can be interpreted by the lawyers and everybody to say that they did the right thing, let us see proven that they did the right thing and all that. And we see a winner emerge, you know, in a clean way. Whether it's APC, whether it's AA, whether it's whatever party, let us just see the process that led up to that and how clean it was.
How
and
clean
then
it was.
Let us just
and
continue.
INEC is set to prove to you that the election was, you know, clean. I understand they've earmarked billions of naira to defend their stand.
Our naira, because INEC has no money
of its own. Exactly.
It's our money, taking our money to fight with us. That is something that needs to be looked into. When EFCC should move, they don't move. When ICPC should move, they don't move. If 400 billion was voted for INEC to do the right thing, conduct election in the right way, where are they getting the extra money to go and fight these cases in court? Should INEC even be saying whatever we have said, we have said? It's terrible. So let's see how it plays out.
Let's see how it plays out. You're watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It is a Tuesday edition, Technophile we'll call it. We'll be right back to take a look at the headlines. Do stay with us.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
All right, welcome back to The Breakfast. It's time for us to take a look at some headlines on some of our national dailies. And after that, we'll have Off the Press with a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators in the UK, talking about Chris Nwando Kende, who is will be joining us to take a look at all of these headlines that we'll be taking a look at this morning. But let's start with the newspapers before we introduce you to Chris. We're starting with The Guardian newspaper. Well, The Guardian leads with discontent as aspirants minority caucus reject Akpabio Abbas. Details of that you find on page 6 of The Guardian newspaper. On top of it, you find reconciliation not mentioned during Obi's visit. Soyinka clarifies. You find details of that on page 3 of The Guardian newspaper. And tight security as Supreme Court rules on Adeleke Oyetola's case today. Details of that is on page 7. And going down, you find technicalities. Time wasting won't be entertained. PEPC warns Atiku, Obi, Tinubu's lawyers. Technicality, time wasting will not be entertained. And that's on page 6 that you'll find details of that. That's all I'll be taking from The Guardian newspaper.
Okay, we'll move to the Daily Trust newspaper. The Daily Trust this morning is leading with a story, Tribunal to Lawyers, Parties, we must consider Nigeria's peace. And under that you have, here's Atiku's petition today, Obi's tomorrow, ASK's dismissed, Lalong barred from representing Tinubu. We also have Reps reject NCC's 700 billion naira request to close coverage gap. You'll see that story on page 5. On page 19, there's a story, not page 19, page 11, there is a story, Osun Governorship, Supreme Court decides Adeleke Oyetola's fate today. They have that story also on page 11. APC National Working Committee ratifies Tinubu's candidates, Akpabio for Senate, Abbas for Speaker. You'll also find that story on page 10 of Daily Trust. Now, ahead of commissioning, Dangote says Nigeria to gain $20 billion from refinery. And then there is a report. That report is on, there's a report on gunmen invading Kagarko Emir's house, abduct 7 grandchildren, 6 others. Those were the headlines from the Daily Trust that we are taking this morning.
All right, let's go to the Punch newspaper. And the Punch is leading with Tribunal. Tinubu Atiku Obi's legal battle commences. The riders, PDP, APM's petition pre-hearing hold today. LP Obi's case Wednesday. And then you have Tribunal warns lawyers, says those who deserve justice will get it. All right, you have details of that on pages 2 and 3 of the Punch newspaper. Right on top, you have National Assembly, APC picks Akpabio Abbas. Details, page 2. Obi's visit, not about reconciliation. Soyinka is saying there, page 19 is where you have details of that. Bandits kidnap 40 Kaduna worshippers, 9 Emir's children. Details of that will be found on page 19 of the Punch newspaper. And FG plans rescue of Nigerian domestic workers in Iraq. Page 15 of the Punch newspaper is where you get details of that. FG's plan to rescue Nigerian domestic workers in Iraq. That's all will be taken from the Punch newspaper.
Okay, Daily Independence is next. Daily Independent also leads with a story of coming from the National Assembly, or about the National Assembly. APC endorses Akpabio for Senate President, Abbas for Speaker. And the riders are Jibrin Kalu for Deputy Senate President, Deputy Speaker, respectively. Senators-elect Kik insist on producing own leaders. Presidential Election Court dismisses AA's petition against Tinubu is another headline, and the rider is warns against undue delay with frivolous motions. The Nigerian judiciary is known to do that a lot. We also have stories on top of that. May 29 handover date sacrosanct, says Defense Minister. Defense Minister is saying that this story starts on page 1 and continues on page 7. Presidential Election Petition Court. Atiku PDP seek live broadcast of hearing. You will find that story also there on page 29. Then we go down at the corner of the left-hand corner of that paper, that front page. You'll find Buhari asks NUPRC to supervise all crude oil export terminals. Page 7 is where you find the story. Energy infrastructure, Transcorp Power gets discharge certificate from FG. Okay, Obaseki, that's page 7 as well. On page 6, Obaseki okays 13th month salary for Edo workers. That is on page 6. Bravo. On page 7 again, another batch of 129 Nigerians fleeing Sudan arrive Abuja. And on page 6, 134 kidnapped victims rescued in Kogi State. And just a small headline under there, we have Nigerian Navy to reduce high insurance premium on ships. That's according to CNS. Okay, those are the headlines from Daily Independent. And that about closes our headline readings of this morning.
Okay, so it's time for us to go to Up the Press, where we have Chris Kehinde Nwandu, a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators in the UK, who is joining us this morning from Abuja. Good morning to you, Chris.
Good morning. It's nice to be here this morning. Good morning to our viewers.
It's always a pleasure to have you join us, Chris. Let's go straight to the tribunal. That is the hottest matter right now. Well, the PEPC has warned that technicalities, time wasting won't be entertained, and they've issued that warning to Atiku, Obi, and Tinubu's lawyers. Let's start with that. technicalities will not be entertained?
Yes, one of the reasons why I'm in Abuja is because of the tribunal sitting or the court. And so it commenced yesterday, the hearing of Itobi's case. And what the justices of the Supreme Court, 5 of them that heard the case, are saying is that technicalities will not be entertained. What they did was what we call laying out the rules. So if you are, it's like being employed. When you get employed in an organization, you'll be given the rules and regulations of that organization. So what the court did yesterday was just laying out the rules, and it is going to be taking batches. Today is going to be the turn of article. Yesterday was the 2. And I think there are about 2 or 3 of them. And so after that, the main fireworks will start. And so it was good enough that the head of the panel stated that technicalities will not be entertained. And that has been the bane of our judicial system and most of our the judgments of tribunals in the past. And it has not gone down with Nigerians. A good example is what happened in Imo State, where somebody that came forth was elevated to be the governor of Imo State, Uzodinma. That is how he became the governor. And something again after that, it's the level of insecurity and the rest of them. So it's good to know that this is being laid out, and that all the litigants and all the lawyers and everybody involved with adhere strictly to the rules as laid down by the tribunal or the court. Some said it's the court. They don't want to be known as tribunals, as the court. So there's how it goes on.
Well, is there some kind of handbook that will give us a definition of what can be called frivolous or something? Because these are things that have been done over the years in our judiciary, and people are becoming used to it, as if there's no place that you can go to and find out that these things are wrong. Okay, so now, for instance, yesterday, a former governor came to represent someone who was standing trial, and they said this couldn't happen. Will that constitute frivolity? Will that constitute one of the things that they are saying should never happen? So who defines these frivolities? Or who defines what is a deliberate attempt to scuttle the process or to delay the process? Where do we find the penalties for this?
You know, in law, one of the definitions of law is the law is what it is. It is a definition, one of the several definitions of law. So if the law is what it is, then that is what it is. And as defined by the justice, they are setting the rules, and the rules will be made available to all the lawyers involved, either for those abroad the case or those that are defending themselves. So that is, but the fact is that it has been laid out, and they are aware. The issue of trying to use certain pretense or trying to use some technicalities to be able to prolong. Don't forget that this tribunal has a time frame. It is not what it used to be in the past again. It has a time frame to fit this. You know, in the past, this can drag for the next 4 years. No, it is no longer like that. The new Electoral Act has defined a time frame for this. And I think within 19 it should be done and dusted as far as this one is concerned. So it is not going to be so. In the past, we've been seeing all sorts of technologies being brought, all sorts of priorities being brought, and what they are telling you now. Don't forget, all the parties involved have already submitted all their papers. Yes, they have submitted. You know that they did that about 2 weeks ago. They've submitted all the papers. So it is just to speak to those issues, as it were, and provide evidence. The bedrock of every law, or when it comes to issue of this, is what we call evidence. That is what the law is based on. You have to provide the evidence. When it comes to criminal issue, it has to be proved beyond reasonable doubt. That is how the law. So it has been laid out, and they know what to do. And if anybody against that, then the panel have a right to be able to bring the person to to the right path and make sure that they don't waste the time of the tribunal.
Yeah, and it does look like it will not be televised as some Nigerians had wished it would be. Also, try to make sense of the protests that we saw yesterday at the tribunal by some Nigerians.
There will always be protests in the United Kingdom during the coronation of the King of England on Saturday. There are people protesting that they don't believe. So protest is a way of is a fundamental right that has been guaranteed in the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Government. Everybody has a right to protest, so you cannot stop that. The only time you can stop it is when it gets violent. If it's getting out of law and you are trying to use it to disturb the peace of the people, then that's but it is right that enshrined in the Constitution, so they have a right. Then your second question about not being televised. There is nothing in the book that says that it must be televised. It is within the ambit of the panel to decide whether it should be televised or not. But for transparency's sake, everybody wants to be. Many people of that school of thought that it should be transparent enough for it to be televised so that everybody can watch. But I agree with what you said initially, that in itself can mount some kind of pressure on the justices of the Supreme Court or the panelists. But in all true sense of it, I don't see why we cannot televise the bet. Whether they televise it or not, what we want is we want justice to be delivered. There is a difference between judgment and justice. What people Nigerians are looking for is not for judgment, but for the justice, so that justice must be seen to have been made and has to be delivered, so that everybody will feel satisfied. Since the court is the last hope of the common man, so shall it be. Because of late, a lot of Nigerians no longer have faith in the judiciary because of some of the controversial judgments that have been made in the past. So people are losing so much faith. This is the time for the judiciary to retain its image, and I hope that we will do this with this tribunal. It's not only we are focusing so much on president. There are other tribunals that are going to see it. There will be that of the governorship, and there are going to be that of the House of Representatives, the National Assembly, and State Houses of Assembly. For example, the tribunal for the governorship in Rivers State has been moved to Abuja instead of Port Harcourt because of insecurity. Most people don't know that. That tribunal is going to sit in Abuja, not in Port Harcourt.
Okay, removing all the encumbrances, do you think there's a possibility that some of these cases might be done with before the swearing in?
Oh, definitely not. It's not possible. How many days? We just have today's night. It's not possible, my brother. So we have barely
20 days.
29. Okay, today's tonight. We have 20 days.
20 days.
No, it's not possible. It's not possible. So there's no way the swearing in will come in. A new president will be sworn in on the 29th of May 2023. And in various states, I think 22 new governors will also be sworn in. 22 or so will be sworn in different states. But that is not the end of it. If at the end of it, or the tribunal, for whatever reason, decide that the election was not conducted based on the polls, and then it can be annulled. That we will have annulment of elections in most states in the past, but that we've never had it since 1999, where the presidential election was annulled. So, if there's going to be any incomprensions, if there are going to be any challenges, if we're going to see that this election was not conducted, it will be unknown. And don't forget also that just like we are talking about today, the Supreme Court is going to deliver a judgment on that of Osun, the election, governorship election of Osun. It's going to be delivered in Abuja today. So the people in Osogbo are sitting and waiting for that judgment. Whether Governor Adeleke is going to remain the governor of Osun State or former Governor Oyetola is going to be returned, or whether the court is going to ask for cancellation of the election and the conduct of it, we don't know. So we all are waiting to see the outcome of that judgment from the Supreme Court in Abuja today.
Okay, let's leave the executive now and go to the legislature
Okay.
as it is, because the National Assembly, there's a lot of problem there. The ruling party is trying to select who will be the next Speaker of the House and also the Senate President. And two people have been anointed for these positions, but within the party, they are kicking against it, and outside the party, others are grouping to make sure that they unseat the people who are anointed. What is your take on this?
There are two chambers of National Assembly. One is the Senate, and another one is the House of Representatives. 109 senators are going to elect the president and other presiding officers of the Senate, and 360 members of the House of Representatives are going to elect the presiding officers of the House of Representatives. For me, I think technically, I think that of the Senate is more like a done deal. An anointed candidate, Senator Godswin Akpabio, seems to be enjoying the support of not only his party, but even other party members from the opposition. Don't forget, he was the former minority leader of the Senate. That means that he was the leader of the PDP in the Senate in the 9th Assembly. So he still has his colleagues. That was before he was removed. He's the man that knows how to play this game. And it seems that the APC have zoned it the presidency to the South South, and he's having some kind of. I think he's getting his colleagues behind him across the party lines with PDP, LP, and except something else happened, as it did in 2015, where the rug was pulled off the feet of the APC as a party, and the anointed candidate there, who is the current president of the Senate, Amala, who was anointed by the party, lost that because of how the opposition and some dissident, quote and unquote, members of the APC quickly rallied around and elected Bola Saraki as president of the Senate in 2015. I wouldn't know how that will work out now, but for now, that is what it is. But for the House of Representatives, that is where the problem is, because there are so many candidates, so many people kicking around, and to make it even more difficult for the APC is the fact that the current current membership of the House of Representatives, the minority party are in the majority. They are the majority party. I think they have about 180 or 181 members. To that of APC, there are 360 of them, but the minority party are in the majority. So, and if they come together and put their house together, they have the possibility, they have the capacity to be able to upstage or be able to select, influence the selection. Yes, the party had come out to endorse certain individuals, somebody from Northwest as the speaker, somebody from the Southeast as the deputy speaker, and but there are other candidates, close to about 7 or 6 of them that come out. In fact, one still declared yesterday, another one declared on Saturday. I know that Yusuf Musa Gagi, a very, very, very important member of that House of Representatives, somebody have done so well in the past 4 years, former deputy speaker of the State Assembly, somebody that out of the 19 bills that were signed into law by the president a few weeks ago, he presented 6 of those laws. So that shows how the capacity of that young man, Musa Gagi, Yusuf Musa Gagi from the 2 states. So they said they are not backing down. And the problem with this is that if the opposition, the way the APC is pushing it, if the opposition decide to go for those that did not, that APC did not endorse, then it could be a problem. So where the issue is going to be the House of Representatives. Out of the Senate, I think that is more redundant.
Okay, let's look at, because time will not allow us to go further, but let's look at what's happening today. Tight security as Supreme Court rules on Adeleke Oyetola's case today. What do you make of that case? It's on the Guardian newspaper.
Yes, I've said that before. I said that the judgment is coming up today. And you know, if it's football, Man U, let's say Man U, Man City. For now, you call it is a 1-1 goalless draw. Quote and unquote, if there's anything like that. Oyetola won at the lower tribunal, and Adeleke won at the Court of Appeal. So today is the final. So this is today's Champions League finals. So we don't know where the pendulum is swing, either for Oyetola or for Palestine. But I believe that the Supreme Court will do justice. Don't forget that behind this dispute is the Beavers, the almighty Beavers, and where it was stated that for certain reasons that the Beavers that was over-voting, over-counting against for them in that ballot. That is how Oyetola won at the back court. But the Court of Appeal said no, that should not be used. And we're talking of technicalities now. But the problem I have in our electoral system now is a situation where Nigerians, with their millions, will vote for a candidate. Then 2 or 3 people will just sit down and decide who becomes
exactly.
who was the winner. And that is not good enough for me. That is why we are calling INEC to make sure that they stand by the rules and make sure that it is possible for them to conduct election by the book, so that we don't continue to resort to this issue of leaving it to the court to decide the fate of millions and millions of Nigerians who are voting for certain candidates. But we'll wait and see what is going to happen.
Yeah, you took that. Yes, Chris, you took that right out of my mouth. I was going to ask you what you think of the fact that, the courts are beginning to decide the results of our elections after spending so much money to conduct these elections, after Nigerians have come out to queue under the sun and in the rain to choose a candidate. And then at the end of the day, it's the court that decides. Well, thank you so much, Chris. Chris Kehinde Nwandu is a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators in the UK. He's joined us today, however, from Abuja. Thank you so much, Chris, for being a part of us this morning. Always a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you very much for having me. Do have a nice day.
You too.
Okay, we're going to take a short break now, and when we return, we'll be looking at our first hot topic. We're looking at the crisis within the Labour Party and what really is going on. How is it going to affect the electoral process that we are embarking on now? Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 when they pay.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Welcome back to The Breakfast. It's time for our first hot topic, and we want to take a look at the crisis rocking the Labour Party, even as the Kaduna State chapter of that party suspends 3 of its chieftains and has distanced itself from the Lamidi Apapa faction. We have our guest, Mr. Law Mefo, who is a political analyst. Good morning to you, Mr. Mefo.
Good morning.
All right. Well, the party... Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Good morning. Thank you for hosting me.
Welcome. All right. So the Labour Party is divided along 2 lines, with the main party trying to clean the stable of that party by suspending those found wanting. But before we go into this discussion, we have a report on this very development to play.
Hereby affirm and assert our loyalty, support, and commitment to the Labour Party and the National Working Committee of our great party, led by our led by our lawfully recognized national chairman, Barrister Julius Abure. All appointments and decisions made by the Apapa Group on behalf of our great party remain null and all identified card-carrying members of the Labour Party who were part of the so-called NEC meeting that took place in Bauchi State, Wednesday, 3rd May 2022, hereby stands suspended from the party.
The ruling party are sponsoring some of our people so that they will take charge of the Labour Party in order to ease way for them to go and say, okay, we will run our tribunal, our case in the tribunal, so that they have easy right. We remain resolute. We remain one.
To create division in the party so that they can scuttle this reclaiming of our collective mandate. That is what is playing out. And that group that continues to parade themselves as a faction of the party, parading one Lamidi Apapa as a factional chairman of the party. They are not. The intent is to tear the party. They have not hidden it. They have been saying it. I am not the one saying it. Accusing Mr. Peter Obi and Deti Baba Ahmed as having been working for the PDP. And so their mission is to deal with them. Dealing with them means when they take over the party, they will withdraw the case and expel them from the party. End of this.
Oh well, Mr. Law, before you saw that, you heard that report, right?
I heard it, and I have been following the development in the Labour Party for quite some time now, and very disturbing, very unfortunate. The Labour Party, rather than manage its unexpected victory at various levels, is trying to factionalize and then bring into public opinion. You know, what has always happened to political parties in Nigeria. You know, we expect that Labour will be different and stay away from establishment forces. But this is not what is playing out. But I want us to also see it as an external aggression. The external forces beyond the party itself are trying to infiltrate the party. I listened to some of the comments made, and one of the commentators was specific about the goal, the primary strategic objective of this incursion into the Labour. Yes, two factions exist, and needlessly also, because if you look at it, Lamidi Apapa was the deputy national chairman of Labour for South, and where the national chairman vacates, you know, normally the deputy national chairman from that part of the country assumes the office in acting capacity until convention. This is what is playing out. But the question is, why is the Apapa doing this? You know, to his own party, when they are in the tribunal with very strong chances of even making a case and possibly clinching the presidency, or at least consolidating on the fortunes of Labour. For me, I see, like I said before, I see external aggression. There is a hijack, you know, going on, a hijack. The court has waded in. There are two court orders, you know, and I think the final resolution ought to come at appeal. Since one court order is in favor of Julius, the incumbent national chairman, another court order seems to favor Lamidi Apapa faction. Since the two orders are coming from a courts of coordinated jurisdiction, high courts, in this case, the only way to resolve it is to head to appeal. And I'm aware that both the factions have headed on appeal. And I think they need to really sheath their swords and allow the appellate court to determine which faction is valid and should be considered the authentic national chairman or authentic national executive of the party, whether in substantive or acting capacity. This said, I want to advise that, look, you see, what is before Labour at the moment is the legal fireworks at the tribunal. And they need to all face it. You see, if a faction makes an attempt to withdraw the case before the Presidential Election Tribunal, well, it will not stand because Obi is the number one petitioner, then followed by Labour. So if Labour withdraws and Obi does not withdraw, the case will go on. But it will cause some credibility issue because it has divided against itself at least stands. If you recall, when Chief Edwin Umezuoke, former Speaker of House of Representatives, was the chairman of All People's Party, APP, presidential election held with Buhari as the presidential flag bearer of the party. The party withdrew from the case, but Buhari continued. So I just made the reference to that for Nigerians to know that the withdrawal of Labour, from the case will not stop Obi unless Obi himself decides to withdraw. But it will cause credibility issue because presidential election petitions are, either both legal and political. What this means is that the political angle of the case will become a bit weaker, but not completely validated. Because at the end of the day, we expect that it is the facts that will speak for the petitioners. And if the facts speak for the petitioners, particularly for Labour, and Labour is able to factually prove that it won that election, the justices will have no choice because their hands must have been tied. So this is my overall impression about this. I think it's not good, and Labour is not doing itself any good at all. And going forward also, for Obi and the obedience, they need to learn from what is going on, and then they have to really reinvent themselves and begin to think critically about even exiting the Labour completely and form a brand new political party. That may be the way to go. If this issue is not resolved, it may be the ultimate solution for Obi and obedience.
Obedience are not a political party. Obedience are people who follow an ideology.
That's why I said that. Yeah. That's why I said they need to consider seriously moving forward. This is
the point I want to make. This is the point I want to make. If they are not a political party and they follow an ideology, it doesn't matter the name that it assumes. Whether it's still Labour Party or Obi, who they are following, moves to another party, they will still move to that party. So now, if you say that they have to reinvent themselves and move to another party, a lot of them are not even Labour Party members. So what other solution can we have to solve this problem, especially within the Labour Party? Because Labour Party is not Labour Party. Labour Party is a third force that if there are fifth columnists, the people who are the external forces, like you said, are trying to disrupt the process within that party. So wherever they move to, this external forces will still follow them there. So can we find a permanent solution that doesn't have to depend on a name?
Yeah, well, you see, if you understand the role of political parties in a presidential democracy, you will see that there is no alternative to it. Because in our constitution, there is no provision for independent candidates. What that means is that you must come by way of political party. If that is the only pathway available to the obedience, they cannot contest election in Nigeria as obedience. That is one issue that must be resolved quickly. If they don't resolve it, they will have a problem. The problem why they are not firm on ground in Labour is because they joined Labour.
Okay, technical glitches there. I hope we're able to reconnect with Mr. Law Mefo. Hello, Mr. Law Mefo. Have you been able to reconnect with us? All right, well, until we get him back, we just have to banter, don't we?
Yeah, I was wondering, I needed him to talk about it, is because obedience cut across party lines. There are APC members who are obedient. There are ABGA people who are obedient. There are AA people, all across board. There are people who identify with the ideology and the man who they have chosen to bear the flag for them, for the kind of life they want their leader to be. So wherever they go to, if they are a threat, no matter what name they assume, there will still be a threat to the people who don't want them to exist. So they will still, if they're the ones paying others to disrupt the party, they will still be paying them no matter what umbrella they go under. So I'm wondering if there could be a permanent solution, and that's what I really wanted him to talk about.
And he was trying to give that answer. But one of the things that I know is that all the parties have their problems.
Yes.
All of them, APC, PDP, and then of course Labour Party. But Labour Party's crisis right now is as critical as it is because of the fact that they're in court. Because they are the third force that has shaken the political narrative of late, and the fact that it's the leadership, the national chairman has been involved in this imbroglio that has led to a court ruling that's told him to stop parading himself as the chairman of the party. But what are the implications of that? Can't the party move forward from there?
Well, like Mr. Mefo said, whether the party dies or not, whether it splits or not, there was an avenue through which Peter Obi emerged, contested. So they cannot say he came as an independent candidate. So there was a party, whether it dies today or not. And then he is going there as a person, and the petition is in his name. Labour Party also gave their petition, but whether the Labour Party withdraws, Obi can still continue with it. That's one good thing about it. Obi can still continue with his own petition. It doesn't have to be that whether Labour withdrew and Obi lost. So whoever is paying these people maybe is not even also thinking about the fact that Obi, though contested under a party, is still somewhat independent when it comes to the case that is in court. But
it's interesting, isn't it, that Lamidi Apapa is being, well, I don't want to say some things because we have no evidence to it, but the role he's playing in all of this imbroglio of rocking the party is quite surprising, because I do understand that the Labour Party Southwest had collapsed its entire structure, and that's few days to the presidential election.
Well, they debunked that. The governorship candidate came on air, I think, in our studio, and debunked it, that some people were probably those people who are now blossoming and doing what they're doing now are the ones that are parading themselves or saying that the Labour Party has collapsed their structure. In that same breath, where we heard that Labour Party collapsed their structure, we also heard that in some places, in some local governments, APC and the PDP collapsed their structure into Labour. So everybody was collapsing and collapsing in another person's mouth.
Political calculations, horse trading. People have price tags. It's unfortunate, but especially in politics, there are no permanent enemies or friends. It's interest that matters to a lot of politicians. And it's unfortunate that in our climate we do not have, as we have really established over time in the course of our discussions, political discussions, there are no ideologies. People just move from one party to another party as easily as you can spread butter on your bread, and it's not good for the polity. It's not good for position. It's not good for. But I've been told that we have Mr. Lomba for back online.
Mefo.
Hello, Mr. Mefo.
Yeah, sorry for the glitch.
Okay.
There was a glitch. I'm sorry about that. It's one of our main challenges in Nigeria at the moment. Internet penetrability is still very low.
So welcome back.
There was a very beautiful question my brother there asked, what is the way moving forward? And I was stressing the fact that, look, our country, the extant laws of operating at the moment, do not permit independent candidates. What that means is that you participate through a political party. Obedience, like we recognized, they are not yet a political party. And I am saying the problem they have in Labour is because they adopted Labour as a platform. They are not Labour Party members in the main. Many of them who joined Labour is just out of necessity, and they are ready to move if it becomes really necessary. Now, you see, because it was an emergency arrangement, and they used the platform for this presidential election, they need to manage the process carefully for the outcome, because if they allow it to affect their chances at the tribunal and ultimately at the Supreme Court, they only have themselves to blame. You see, the establishment forces have moved against them. It should be expected. They should know that power is not served a la carte. You have to take it. That's the truth of our political process. It then means that they have to be more strategic, more tactical in their approach. They are not to blame for what has happened. It is the establishment forces that are infiltrating and trying to hijack the platform they used, using some internal collaborators to achieve it. And their ultimate aim, like rightly identified by one of the commentators, is to see if they can halt or harm, injure the petition they have at the tribunal. And since this is the most likely aim of the faction, they have one protection going for them. I mentioned that before, that Obi is the #1 petitioner and Labour Party is #2 on the Labour presidential petition. And if the Labour Party withdraws, in the unlikely event that they succeed in withdrawing, it cannot stand unless Obi himself also. I also said that presidential election petition is both political and legal. The political angle of it can be affected, slightly at least, because the optics, the public perception, we create the impression that Labour itself is not serious, and the judges themselves are also human beings. But if they are presenting a united, solid front, very solid front, because a house divided against itself cannot stand. If they remain united, the possibility of getting something out of the tribunal is there. So,
would you say that these suspensions that we're hearing from the different chapters is a strong enough indication that they are cleaning up and that they're getting stronger?
Well, it's the suspension and counter suspension. These are the great gaps you find in developing the political process. We are do not need to worry much about that until the court, says so. Anybody can say anything. You are suspended and I suspend you. Like I told you, there are two factions because the court, the two courts of coordinated jurisdiction have validated the truth, so to say. What that means is that Lamidi Apapa faction has some recognition under the law. Julius faction has recognition under the law. To set aside any of them, you have to go to the appellate court. And the two factions are heading that way. But in the interim, the presidential petition is ongoing. So, until the appeal court and ultimately the Supreme Court speak on which faction is valid, there is nothing anybody can say for now that will really determine, that will be so definitive.
Okay.
It will not, it's just an opinion. That's the point I'm trying to make.
All right.
And then when I talked, just 1 minute, I said something about, okay. I believe that if the obedience are not able to take over Labour as a platform, they must consider seriously about the transiting into a political party. They have the number, they have the spread. So they will certainly be registered as a political party. I will not advise that they move to another party. I advise they constitute themselves into a political party. Okay. That's my candid advice.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Lome, for coming on the program. It's always a delight to have you join us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for hosting me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We've been talking with Mr. Lome, a political analyst, and we're looking at what is happening in the Labour Party. We do hope that the problems within the Labour Party will be resolved soon, and we're looking forward to a very, very bright Nigeria. We don't want to lose any of the political parties that has made impact in these elections and the political sphere. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll be talking tech with our guests. Stay with us.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
We're glad to know you're still there and watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. And we did promise you that we'll be looking at technology in architecture, the growth of smart homes. That's what we'll be looking at. And we're glad to have a tech expert here, a digital product manager in the person of Oladipo Bolaji. Good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning.
It's nice to have you again on the show. Okay.
Happy to be back.
Yeah. First of all, we had a guest before you and we had a glitch. Will we ever get to that time where we don't have these glitches when we're talking on Zoom or on any other connecting devices? Are we going to arrive at that point, or there's something we need to do now?
Yeah, so we're going to get there. We, at least if you remember, we started with dial-up, right? I don't know if you remember then, when you have modem and telephone before you can connect to your internet, or at some point we get to a cyber cafe situation where you have to stay overnight before you can download anything reasonable. And at some point we now start having mobile phones, and now we are entering 5G. So we're getting better. Bandwidth penetration is getting better. However, we also now have more applications and more usage. So like we discussed the other time on the show, we need to invest more. So it's a good problem to have. That's a
good problem to have.
Yes.
Okay.
So it means that investors can actually come into the space, improve the experience, and they're going to make money. So when you have that demand, so all you need to do is to up your supply, which is in terms of infrastructure. Of course, there are also challenges. You see road constructions everywhere, and once those road construction happens, they cut fiber and some of those utility cables and co, and that now poses a challenge to communication. So I keep wondering, why can't we plan those things better And thank God we are talking about architectures today. Why do you have to construct the road, then later start breaking? Because so now we know that once we have road construction, we need to have electricity, we need to have telecommunication lines. So we should be able to design that ground up, have those pipes, seal it up, and when providers are coming, you just lease it, and people just run their pipe rather than breaking and breaking, opening up again and again. So those things, I think, in my opinion, cause some of these service disruptions that we experience. Of course, also the rural area too. So, it's also about economics, right? So that's why we still need government intervention to support, especially cities that are not commercially viable, like Lagos, Abuja, and co. So the providers will not have incentive to deploy the best of infrastructure to that because it's just economics. So that's why when you travel to the interland, you just notice some drop in your network performance because of the number of subscribers or customers from that area. And those are the areas where you can have government intervene, and when those areas become more viable, then private sector will now move in and increase service there.
It's a worthy digression that we had, because today we're actually talking about architecture, like you mentioned, and technology. So let's just get an insight into the role that technology can now play in architecture, especially in our locality, where we know as Nigeria, because in advanced countries, these things are not, they're not discussing them that way like we're discussing now. But what role can technology play in our architectural designs and all that now in Nigeria?
Yeah, so technology is pervasive, is everywhere. And the good thing is also that the architects, the construction industry, the building industry, they're embracing technology right from the tools that they use. So they are no longer using those, what do we call them in school? The board and the ruler and code. Now you have softwares that could give you very beautiful designs and model it, 3D and all that. And almost immediately you can, with the client, you can do iterations, check it. Oh, I want my guest room to be this way. Then different designs can come up faster than before. So that's one. But coming to the home itself, you now have technology empowering architects and builders to be able to deliver what you call smart homes, smart buildings, eco-friendly homes. So those are the things that technology has enabled. And when we're talking about smart homes, what are we talking about? We're just talking about homes where you have, so there's what we call sensor, controller, and actuators. So when you're able to put these things into any device, it makes them smarter. It means that you can communicate with them and they can also send information back to you. So if you have a coffee machine, for example, and that coffee machine is smart, that coffee machine can make coffee for you, and it can report when it's running out of supplies, maybe coffee beans, water, or something like that. So now we're having to build buildings that also can respond to weather when the house needs more heat, because the building is smart. It's able to adjust the temperature and control the thermostat, the heating devices in the house to provide that comfort for you. And when it's cold, is able to do that.
Yeah, well, interesting, this information you're giving us. But that makes me wonder, how much of tech have we involved in the building of our homes, especially in Lagos, where we've experienced a lot of building collapses? Matter of fact, it's been said that Lagos has the second highest rate of building collapses in Africa. So how much of tech would you say we have involved or are involving in our buildings today?
So it's a two-way question, right? So tech in itself, like we discussed at this platform, you need political will to make tech succeed. So tech is just garbage in, garbage out. So if you can have the best of designs, but at the point of implementation, if people begin to cut corners, if approvals are not, proper approvals are not given, then it's a different problem. Of course, tech will enable you to do your soil test faster, to do your design faster, to do your inspection faster. Now with tech, for example, government officials could sit in their office and monitor construction actually. You don't need to actually get people on the field to know what is happening with map and geo sensors everywhere. If something is happening in the streets and co, you can pick it up. You can zoom down and see, and even view live as workers are moving on the construction site. You can see how the construction is progressing. So that tech can allow you to do, and that tech is allowing people, enabling people to do. But the human element, that's the problem.
But has it been deployed in Lagos, do you think?
So we have many offices that are smart office. My office, for example, it's smart office. So, and I know a couple of offices, and I know a couple of homes that are smart homes, eco-friendly homes, like that. And of course, it's expensive.
I was just going to ask you. Because
so that's why you may not be seeing many of it around. But it's something that people are beginning to, you know, develop, adopt. And also, we also have smart homes in what I would call a little way. So people are also beginning to have at least smart devices in their homes that can control lighting, that can detect human presence, that can be used for security and all that. Like a couple of weeks ago, we're working on a project. So this, it's actually one of those things that power smart homes. So this is a controller. This is a sensor. So this
thing.
So yeah, so this sensor is for weather, humidity, and gas. Yes. So if I program this, it could help me to know if there's a gas leakage in the home and could alert me.
Can it also alert you if your gas is about to finish?
So that will need to. So this one is only sensing the environment leakage. So but that's an interesting thing. Why does gas always finish on Sunday? We need to discuss that.
It's a serious matter.
So, but of course, when you have a cylinder, a smart cylinder, that will be able to do that. So a smart cylinder would.
So do we have smart cylinders now?
We can.
I think we
can. We can. It's a matter of embedding this controller and a sensor inside it. But I'm sure if we check around, we should have smart cylinders.
Okay, but you were talking about the fact that there are smart offices. You mentioned yours as well as a smart office. How many of these smart offices are owned by the government? Because I was asking about whether it has been deployed by the government. If it is private, of course, private will be a little bit more expensive to consult and all that. Does the government, in trying to watch these buildings that are being constructed, for instance, do they have a smart office that can do the work that you're describing? Or let me add another one. Or if they don't, how much is their level of consultation with the people that own the smart offices, like yours?
So one thing I know is that most people in government, especially senior ones, many of their homes are smart homes.
Homes.
Yeah. So it's not a new knowledge to them. So the challenge is, why is government not deploying technology at the rate at which private sector or private company does? I think it still comes back to infrastructure power, how many hours of power supply do government facilities have, bandwidth, then most importantly, procurement. So procurement in government is usually an issue, and lastly, sustainability. So when a DG or a government initiates a smart project, how we able to continue it, so the next person may just terminate that contract, they may like, oh, it's overpriced, and so there's always this bottleneck around government. So not because they don't know, they don't have it, or they don't use it in their private, but when I don't know, so I always tell you that once it's something around government, I can't figure it out.
I will support you, run away. Well, but just a yes or no, that means Lagos is ripe enough to start deploying this. In fact, they are deploying the technology, and we can start having smart homes, and the technology around architecture can be better if there is a will, like a political will. Well,
and it's not restricted to Lagos, is it?
Yeah,
Are there other parts of the country that are already deploying this?
Yes, sure.
Will 5G help us in that?
Sure. Okay. It's one of those use cases of 5G.
Okay, good. We'd like to thank you. I wish we had more time. I think we'll have a part 2 of this if it is going to be possible. We'll talk to the producer so that you can come tell us more about what we need to do. Because right now, this smart device here, it doesn't look very expensive. It's like something I can install.
Yeah, you can get them in Ikeja, and play with it.
Beautiful. I'm going to have a smart home very soon. So we'd like to thank you, Oladipupo Bolaji, for coming on the program, and it's always a pleasure to have you around. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Oladipupo Bolaji is a digital product manager, and he's been talking with us on smart homes and the deployment of technology in architecture. And we covered so many other grounds that we didn't even anticipate. But like I said, if there's a possibility, we'll have a part 2 of this. But for now, let's take a break. We'll be joined by Wale Agbede, who will be taking us around the world of sports. Stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am.
If no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
and today's Champions League semi-finals, and Wale is here to tell us more about it. Wale, tell us, what's going on there?
Yeah, it's a big game. It's a rematch between two teams who produced an epic last season, Real Madrid and Manchester City. It was a game of two legs, basically, last season, because City absolutely bashed Real Madrid in the first leg, and in the second leg, City were on course to make it to the final, but in the space of 5-6 minutes at the end of the game, Real Madrid, pulled the chestnut out of the fire and found a victory, and of course went on to become champions of Europe. City aiming to become champions of Europe for the first time in their history. Pep Guardiola looking for his third trophy. So it promises to be exciting today. Real Madrid off the back of becoming Kings Cup champions in Spain over the weekend. And Manchester City, of course, unbeaten in all competitions since February. But one must give away in these two games that we expect to see. The difference, and maybe some think might be an advantage for City this time around, is that Manchester City are playing the second leg at home this time around. Quick one, Guardiola has come out yesterday evening to say, look, we are not going to the Bernabeu for revenge. We just want to play, this game, try to win, and of course try to, book our place in the finals of the Champions League for his second time in 3 seasons. I beg your pardon. They were in the final in 2001 where they lost against Thomas Tuchel's Chelsea. Quickly, in France, in Paris, last night, the Laureus Award, Messi and Shirley Ann Fraser-Price both won the top awards for the Sportsman and the Sportswoman of the Year at the Laureus Awards held in Paris, France yesterday. Of course, Messi winning the World Cup with Argentina and Qatar played a huge role in that. His Argentine national team, the Albi Celeste, were also crowned as the sports team of the year. There was Christian Eriksen, who was named as the sports comeback of the year, of course, in 2021. He did have that heart attack on the field, playing for Denmark, but he came back from that, featured for Brentford in the Premier League, and of course now features for Manchester United, and was at the World Cup in Qatar just last winter. Finally, yesterday was bank holiday in the United Kingdom, of course, followed the coronation of the new king, and of course it meant that there was football in England. Everton, of course, crashing the Amex 5-1. They got a result right there. And in another game that might interest Nigerians, Nottingham Forest had Taiwo Awoniyi scored twice to help them to a 4-3 victory against Southampton. But the big one today, Yamgo and Maureen, absolutely is Real against Manchester City.
The favorites are Manchester City. Some people are saying they will flog Real Madrid today.
Well, yeah, Real haven't had a great season, right? It's been good, but hasn't been as good as Man City. But the first leg is in Spain today, so it means that if City don't win, as long as they come off it with a good result, then it's a good day in the office for them.
Well, I was just going to say interesting outfits there by the ladies in Paris. You guys didn't see, but I saw.
We saw it, but
interesting outfits there.
Okay, well, I wish we had more time. I would have asked why there's this talk about Osimhen not being crowned the hero of Napoli because he scored a lot of goals, but someone else was being hailed as the one who struggled so much more. But that's discussion for another day because people are saying it's racist, it's this and that, and we'll talk about it maybe tomorrow with someone else.
I'll be here tomorrow morning.
Yeah, okay, so Osimhen will be looking at that as well. But that's the much we can take in sports, and that's also the size of our package. But before we go, before we go, let's take this from Steve Jobs. He said, let's go invent tomorrow instead of worrying about what happened yesterday. So that's how we're going to wrap it up. My name is Nyamgo. Let's do it again tomorrow.
And I am Maureen. Good day.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Well,
welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Reading is an essential habit and a culture that must be developed. Nigerians are generally believed to have a poor reading culture. The role of government in promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used to be a teacher, so reading was obviously part of a curriculum. And then my father used to be a professor and is an author. So I started reading very, very early, and I started reading books that were higher than my age grade. I was reading African Writer series from age 7, age 8, and reading encyclopedias by that time. So obviously my parents had a huge part and encouraged that in me.
In the Nigerian book market, there's a high influx of foreign authors writing for children, but very few Nigerian authors telling relatable, homegrown Nigerian stories.
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun Enyade, a co-founder of Robin Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be really, really compelling, one. Next thing would be in terms of the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books with just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that would, stack up with any book, published, elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think, what would be the most important tip for me to them would be just, they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? Book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something, and then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of a totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
Imagine that you're going to live for 100 years. The way you treat your body right now, would your liver and your kidney take you that far? Now, you must understand that the body is a biologic organism or a biologic machine, just like your generator and your machines, your car. How do you treat them? You can replace the parts, you take them for regular servicing. There is an input talking about your fuel, and there is an output talking about your combustion, your gas. That same way, the body thrives on an input, maintenance, and output system. The body, like every other biological machine, takes in organic matter because that's its source, comes from the earth. and then uses it for the production of many chemicals, hormones, and synthesis of cells and tissues, and then excretes it organic manure, and it gets back to the soil. How does this happen to maintain your health? You must take in organic-based meal. And that's why the closer your meal is to the earth, the better for you. The closer it is from the earth to you, the better such meals. When many foods stay a long distance before getting to you, it's not as good as when it just gets from ground to you. All right? Very importantly, that you reduce the intake of chemicals. You can't keep taking chemicals. The body does.
Good morning, I am Justin Akadonia, and this is the News Brief on Plus TV Africa. Now, the All Progressives Congress and the People's Democratic Party in Osun State have expressed hope for victory as the Supreme Court today determines the authentic winner of the July 16, 2022 governorship election in the state. The PDP candidate Ademola Adeleke was elected by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), but the APC candidate at the poll, Adegboyega Oyetola, rejected the result and approached the Election Petition Tribunal to challenge it. Now, INEC had declared that Adeleke polled 403,371 votes to defeat incumbent Governor Adegboyega Oyetola of the APC, who got 375,027 votes. But Oyetola and the APC rejected the result of the poll and headed for the tribunal. Meantime, the PDP and its presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar have filed an application for an order to allow the live coverage of the daily court proceedings on the case they brought against the president-elect Bola Tinubu. In the motion by his legal team led by Chris Uche SAN, he appealed for an order or applied for an order directing the courts, registry and the parties on modalities for admission of media practitioners and their equipment in the courtroom. Atiku maintained that the petition was a matter of national concern and public interest. They also prayed the courts to restore the certificate of return issued to Tinubu by INEC. But in a reply through his team of lawyers led by Wale Olanipekun, SAN Tinubu queried the legal competence of petitions seeking to invalidate his election victory. Meantime, the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal has adjourned its seating to Wednesday, May 10. Matters brought before it challenging the outcome of the 2023 presidential election. This was disclosed in a tweet by one of the spokesperson for the Labour Party, Kenneth Okonkwo. Atiku Abubakar of the PDP and his counterpart in the Labour Party, Peter Obi, are challenging the declaration of Tinubu of the All Progressives Congress APC as winner of the February 25 presidential poll. The National Working Committee of the ruling All Progressives Congress APC has ratified the zoning formula proposed by President-elect Bola Tinubu, ignoring protests by aggrieved members of the party. Godswill Akpabio from the South-South takes over the Senate presidency with Barau Jibrin from the Northwest as the Deputy Senate President. Tajuddin Abbas from the Northwest takes over as the Speaker of the House of Representatives, while Ben Kalu from the Southeast becomes the Deputy Speaker. With the adoption, the party has shut out the North Central Zone from the National Assembly leadership, despite protests by the zone.
The National Working Committee of the All Progressives Congress, APC, met today, Monday, May 8th, 2023, to consider reports of consultations and meetings held with the President-elect, His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, other party leaders and stakeholders on zoning arrangements for the 10th National Assembly leadership positions. The NWC noted with respect the outcome of the meetings held between the President-elect and the leadership of the NWC. The NWC called for further and better consultation with necessary stakeholders in order to assure the support of the aspirants to the National Assembly leadership positions and members of the party nationwide. The zoning arrangement reported to the NWC is as follows. Senate 1. Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, Kaduna. For Deputy Speaker, Southeast, Honorable Ben Carlo Abia. We urge our party leaders, members, and all Nigerians to continue to work for the peace and progress of our country during and beyond the current period of leadership transition.
Meanwhile, there were pockets of protest against the zoning formula adopted for the leadership of the 10th National Assembly. The scores of demonstrators under the aegis of the APC North Central stakeholders stormed the National Secretariat of the party to register their displeasure over the alleged marginalization of the region and the zoning of the Senate presidency. Chanting solidarity songs and displaying several banners, the protesters made spirited attempts to disrupt the NWC meeting but were rebuffed by stern-looking policemen. Now, the Senate Southeast Caucus has urged the All Progressives Congress APC to zone the Senate presidency of the 10th Assembly to the Southeast. This was contained in a communique signed in Abuja on Sunday. Well, moving on now to Kaduna State, bandits have stormed Bege Baptist Church in Chikun local government area of Kaduna State and kidnapped 40 worshippers. The chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, in the state, Reverend John Hyeb, confirmed the incident to journalists. He added that 15 of the victims had since escaped from the kidnappers' den. The State Police Command has, however, not confirmed the incident. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Farouk Yahya, has tasked regimental sergeant majors in the Army to uphold the professional ethics of the Army. Speaking during the 4th Regimental Sergeant Majors Convention in Jos Plateau State, the Army Chief, who was represented, warned his men against the illicit use of social media.
You know that Nigerian Army cannot operate outside what is happening around. So we cannot completely ban our troops in the domain of social media. But how can we get the benefits? How can we mitigate the challenges? That is the hallmark of this seminar, the convention. So the RSM, you know, they are the father of our regimentation. They are the custodian of regimentation. So if you are able to sensitize the RSMs, if you are able to educate the RSMs, they will be able to control and pass down the message to our troops.
At the end of the 5-day convention, the RSMs are expected to be better equipped in the use of the social media.
Of discipline, professionalism, and regimentation in the Nigerian Army and the armed forces of Nigeria at large. No doubt, regimental sergeant majors play a significant role in ensuring troops conduct themselves in a professional manner in the Nigerian Army. Therefore, the convention is aimed at equipping regimental sergeant majors with the requisite knowledge towards sustaining professionalism in a joint environment.
Now, vigilantes in Kogi State have rescued 134 victims who were abducted from various parts of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT. A statement signed by the Chief Press Secretary to the Governor of Kogi State, Onogo Mohammed, disclosed that the victims were rescued during recent operations by Kogi vigilantes in forests located in the state and some part of Nasarawa. Now, Chairman of the Kogi Koton Cafe local government area, Dauda Aliyu, who received the rescued victims, commended the vigilantes for their bravery.
Chief Security Officer of Kwali Area Council here present for their tireless effort in respect of this issue of kidnapping. On behalf of the People's Commissioner, who is a conscious commissioner, security commissioner in Kogi State as a whole, your message has been delivered. And by God, your message has been
There were people over more than 300 people in the camp, but they have already settled some people. And the remaining people, God, with His best, He has saved us today because our vigilante, we cannot pay them. It is only God that can pay them.
Now, it's been over 60 days since a Supreme Court halted the move by the federal government and the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to end the circulation of the old Naira note across the country. But despite this ruling, the newly redesigned notes have remained scarce and out of reach of the common man. Plus, the Vietnamese correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedokun felt the pulse of the people and now reports.
The court's verdict stipulates that the old 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira notes remain legal tender till December 2023. After much disregard for the court's ruling, the CBN succumbs. Surprisingly, the old notes rather than the redesigned ones are what is more available to the spending public.
The one will pay me, partner, that time when money no day. Jesus. Oh God. And I go use, if I want to withdraw 5,000, they go collect 1,500 on top of my money where I suffer. Can't collect 1,500, can't give me 3. Oh, and it remains mama can kill myself, but God say no, my daughter wait.
Though the long queues seen at banks' ATMs when there was scarcity of the new notes have disappeared, it is not yet Uhuru. Money is dispensed from this ATM machine are the old notes.
The old notes also should be taken away in a way that is convenient for everybody, not in a very hard way that people will suffer for it. So, but up to now, I just withdraw from the ATM. There's no new note in it, just the old note.
I'm a little bit sad because I've seen the new Naira note just once and I've not seen it, but I think I still thank them because half is better than nothing.
If I go to a bank, it's the old currency they give me most. And most people too accept it like that.
8 months to the phasing out of the old redesigned notes, many express concern about the feasibility.
I don't see it to be something that is feasible, fine. It's not going to be feasible because of all these underlying reasons, People might be struggling to meet up and they lose money and they lose value for their money. So it's not really feasible.
Well, in Nigeria now, every day is surprise, so we're just hoping for the best. So I don't know if it's going to be possible or not. So I'm just fingers crossed.
See, make una tell Buhari Abina who won't enter now, Abina Tinubu, Abina Obasanjo, Abina Obi, I don't know who won't enter, but the person make them not try repeat what happened that time, because if not, they don't go like Kamo. Now when they talk, okay, we go use old notes now till December. Make them not come and say, December na new note. If you don't get new notes, people now will come they die for bank in front. Some go they faint, some go they die. Even me, I nearly die. Even my mama said nearly died, but God now save us.
In a recent statement, the CBN refuted claims that it is planning to phase out the newly redesigned Naira note. The Apex Bank insists the old notes will cease to be legal tender by December 31st. Love Ikuku Oyeduku, Plus TV News.
Now, a healthy living can be achieved through different forms of daily exercise. This was the submission of the Walk for Life sensitization organized by the University of Benin Teaching Hospital. The Chief Medical Director urged the public to ensure they adopt a regular exercise lifestyle, noting that research has shown that exercise can help keep the body fit and reduce the risk of life-threatening diseases.
It's a way of sensitizing our people on the benefits of walking and how it can help prevent numerous diseases. Our mandate is to improve the health of our citizens, and we feel that the first step, we know that the first step in improving the health is prevention of diseases. So that's why we are doing this. That's why, to create awareness.
Central Working Committee, students, staff, members of public, patients and patient relatives
to embark on a 5 kilometers walk. And as you can see, we've had a good time because even trekking to Oselu and back, dancing in between, sweating, we have let so many things out, you understand? Our heart is working well, our lung is working well, our muscles are in good shape.
It's very important for the young people, for the middle age, for the elderly, that we should do a little exercise and teach the general public that it's important that once in a while we go around, we exercise ourselves. Because in this age where vehicles are always available for people to walk around, people no longer exercise themselves.
It's bad enough that we have so much economic challenge. It's worse when we make it worse for ourselves by becoming sedentary. We can still do something about our health. We can promote our health by taking this walk. You can do it by yourself, you can do it to your family members, 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers every weekend. Walk around. Keep yourself fit.
Moving outside Africa now, China has expelled Canada's consul in Shanghai in retaliation for Ottawa sending home a Chinese diplomat accused of trying to intimidate a Canadian MP. On Monday, Canada declared China's diplomat Zhao Wei persona non grata and ordered her to leave the country. In response, China has ordered the removal of Jennifer Lin Lalonde, Canada's diplomat in his Shanghai consulate. Both diplomats have 5 days to exit the countries. The censures mark a significant deterioration in relations between Ottawa and Beijing following a report of Chinese political interference in Canada. A lawyer for a writer accusing former President Donald Trump of rape in a civil trial has urged a jury to hold the ex-president liable for the alleged assault. E. Jean Carroll alleges Trump raped her in a New York department store in the mid-1990s, which he denies. In closing remarks in New York, Trump's legal team accused Ms. Carroll of bringing a false claim. Now, the 9-member jury are due to begin deliberations today in a civil rape and defamation trial against the former president after they received instructions from U.S. District Judge Lewis Kaplan, who is not related to Roberta Kaplan. In the closing statement, Ms. Carroll's attorneys focused on previous remarks Trump has made about women. Kaplan pointed to Trump's controversial remarks in a 2005 Access Hollywood tape, which emerged publicly in 2016. Business news now. The Central Bank of Nigeria says it will sanction banks assisting the operations of unlicensed foreign firms. It stated this in its guidelines for the regulation of representative offices of foreign banks in Nigeria, signed by the Director, Financial Policy and Regulation Department, Mohammed Musa. According to the guidelines, the representatives' offices of foreign banks served an important purpose of showcasing the brand and services of its parent company. It could also stimulate foreign direct investment to the host country by connecting capital to various investment opportunities. In entertainment news now, the Vodafone Ghana Music Award has taken place in Accra in celebration of the feat accomplished by Ghanaian artists and the music industry in the year in view. Nigerian superstar Asake won the Best African Artist Award as he piped fellow Nigerian heavyweights Burna Boy, Keith Daniel and Ira Star to the award that also had newcomers, the therapist and Cameroonian-American singer Libyanka in contention. Nigerian hitmaker Miyokun won the award for Best Collaboration for his part in Camido's Sugarcane remix. Hip-hop star Black Sheriff won the award for the Best Artist and Most Popular Song for his smash hit Kwaku the Hustler. Sports news now. Willian and Tom Caney both scored twice to have Fulham beat Leicester City 5-3 at home on Monday, and then the visitors' 3-game unbeaten Premier League run and leaving them in the relegation zone after the day's other results. Leicester, who had taken 5 points from their last 3 matches, have 30 points with 3 games left, falling to 18th place below Everton and Nottingham Forest, who both won later. Fulham never really looked to be in danger, with Leicester playing catch-up throughout the contest after a dismal first-half display, which was criticized by playmaker James Maddison. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
My signature on my paintings are Kike Johnson, but I mean, yeah, I think so. Thinking about it now, I'm not even sure, but yeah, I think so. Most of them have my name on it, apart from my fashion brand though. My name is Kike Lomo Johnson. I am a visual artist and a fashion designer. My art is inspired by a lot of things, by Black women, by colors, animations, different things, a lot of things that like inspire me, but I naturally enjoy drawing Black women. I think it's amazing, yeah. Yeah, sometimes I have artist block where I want to draw something, but I can't, I just get like, okay, I don't know what to do, or I just get, it's just a block, you know, so sometimes I have to get out of that phase by either drawing something else or creating something different, or maybe getting inspiration from something else totally different from what I am doing at the moment. So that way I get inspired again and I get to draw and actually do something. Black women are amazing, number one. We have a lot of amazing features. You know, as an artist, there are different things I see. Like I can see someone's face and I'm like, oh my God, I need to draw that, the angle, you know, just different things on the face that makes it very interesting, you know, to visualize and to draw. You know, and then we have different skin tones. So it's just amazing to see how you can blend colors together to get a particular tone, you know, and you can have 5 different women with 5 totally different skin tones. And it's just, every time I see someone, I always look through, you know, look at those things, the shadow, the light, you know, and all of that. I think I enjoy the process most about expressing myself through art. I enjoy how it's done. I enjoy seeing the finished product. After spending like 6 hours drawing something, I'm like, okay, I think we're good to go, you know. I enjoy the entire process generally. I just like doing, so there are days where I don't want to create portraits. I draw maybe something minimal. I can do like a minimal line art. And it's okay, this is all I'm doing today. You know, and I enjoy the process of that. That might take me 30 minutes. But I still enjoy going through that process. The Nigerian art space is amazing. It's growing and it's just very broad now. There are a lot of opportunities for people like me in the industry. We are doing so many amazing things, from digital art to traditional art to even NFTs. You know, there's just so many things that Nigerian creatives are doing now that I think it's just amazing. To see that Nigeria went from not appreciating art as much to now appreciating art is a good thing. Love it. I actually wish I did go to an art school. I think that way maybe I'd have been like Picasso right now. But no, I didn't go to an art school. I learned everything myself. I've always loved drawing. When I was a child, I would draw Mickey Mouse. I would draw like just different cartoonish things, you know. So I've always enjoyed drawing. I've enjoyed the process. Yeah. All right. So for young female aspiring artists in Nigeria, I'll say they should go for it. I mean, in this industry, I've come to understand that there are not so many female artists as much as there are men. You know, so it's a good thing to see women want to become artists and actually do it. You know, one major thing is you just have to keep practicing, just get better at your craft, and that's it. Yeah, there are a lot of opportunities out there. Art has influenced my fashion in different ways, from colors to patterns to just creating something. Sometimes I just do a design, I'm like, okay, this is not what I wanted, but at least we tried it, you know. So art for me is life. Everything around me is art. I look at every single object and I see shadows, I see lights, I'm looking at the way it's done, you know. So art has influenced my fashion in different ways, and I'm excited about that. I mean, I enjoy it. So in a few years, I see myself doing amazing things, bigger things than I'm doing now, you know, in the international workspace, nationally, and you know, just doing, I hope to have a major studio in a few years' time where, you know, anybody can just come to us and say, okay, I want to create this type of art, and we can have someone working in the studio create it. Different things, from animation to illustrations to different type of artwork.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
A debate between the Senate and the executive, the legislature has approved the securitization of the 22.7 trillion naira of the Ways and Means obligations of the Central Bank of Nigeria, ignoring the violation of Section 38 of the CBN Act earlier raised. Now, the loans secured from the Central Bank accumulated to 22.7 trillion naira as of December 2022, and the federal government will repay through a 40-year bond priced at 9%. The 40-year bond is expected to be a domestic issuance given the global high interest rate environment, bringing up the domestic debt to 50.2 trillion naira and the country's total debt to 68.95 trillion naira from 46.25 trillion naira as of December 2022, including the 2023 budget deficit, will round up the total country's debt to 77 trillion naira. What are the implications of Ways and Means on Nigeria's fiscal position? We'll be asking and getting answers to that on the show. Our Business Insight starts right now. I am Justin Akadonye. Welcome back. First up, let's take a roundup of major business headlines. We begin with the capital market. The Nigerian equities market closed positive as the key market indicator advanced by 114.21 basic points amid positive market breadth. The NGX All-Share Index declined by 0.22% to close at 52,579.52 basis points, as against the 0.33% loss recorded previously to close at 52,465.31 basis points at the end of the last trading session. In Naira terms, the NGX market cap records 62.19 billion Naira gain. Year to date, the NGX ASI stands at 2.59%. The total volume traded advanced by 5.97% to close at 511.38 million Naira, valued at 7.14 billion Naira and traded in 5,883 deals. Access Core was the most traded stock by volume and value with 167.61 million Naira and 1.92 billion Naira units traded. Sectoral performance was broadly positive as 1GX sector index closed southward, 17 sector index closed northward, and 2 closed flat. NGX AFR BVI indexed advanced by 1.70% to the top the gainers chart, while the NGX growth index declined by 0.58% to top the losers chart. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has banned representative officers of foreign banks from engaging in banking business in the country. The Apex Bank also barred the rep officers from any regulated activity and from commercial or traded activities resulting in the issuance of invoices for services rendered. The CBN disclosed this in its guidelines for the regulation of representative officers of foreign banks in Nigeria. In a circular signed by the Director of Financial Policy and Regulation Department of the CBN, Mohammed Musa, the Apex Bank said that guidelines were issued based on its mandate to promote financial system stability in the country. Well, staying with the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Apex Bank will host a 2023 edition of the RT200 Non-Oil Export Summit in Lagos today. It will discuss the theme RT200 Challenges and Prospect to Success, with the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria scheduled as the keynote speaker. The RT200 program was designed by the Central Bank of Nigeria to frontally address inadequate foreign exchange in the economy. It was also designed to stimulate non-oil export with a target of $200 billion forex inflows in the next 3 to 5 years. The first and maiden edition of the CBN RT200 non-oil export held in June last year. And finally, in an apparent reflection of the impact of insecurity, flooding, and extreme weather on farming activities, the agricultural sector growth fell by more than half in 5 years to 2022, defined a double-digit increase in banks' lending to farmers during the same period. An analysis of banks' lending in the last 10 years showed that loans to farmers grew by 197% to 1.8 trillion naira in 5 years to 2022, faster than the 107% growth recorded in the previous 5 years to 2016. As a result of the increased lending to farmers, the agricultural sector share of total bank's lending rose to 6.16% in 2022 from 3.3% in 2017, translating to 2.86 percentage points increase in 5 years. We'll take a quick break. Business Insight will be right back to discuss more on the ways and means and the impact on the fiscal policy of Nigeria in a moment. To join us again.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I sell my
Welcome back. Just last week, the Senate approved the presidency's request to securitize the 22.7 trillion naira ways and means advances provided to the federal government by the CBN, putting an end to prolonged discussions that began last year. Now, in recent years, the FG's fiscal operations have resulted in significant fiscal deficits due to underperformance in revenue, particularly in oil revenue, compared to budgeted outcomes. As a result, it has increasingly relied on ways and means financing from the CBN to cover the unfunded portion of fiscal deficit. However, this has led to the W&M balance consistently surpassing the 5% threshold of the federal government's prior year's revenue stipulated in the CBN Act. I'm now being joined by international finance and economics analyst Mukhtar Mohammed. Many thanks for joining us on the Business Insight on Plus TV, Mukhtar.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Okay, let us start this way. First of all, the ways and means advances of the Central Bank of Nigeria to the federal government, should it not be a CBN, strictly a CBN affair under its purview? What's the role of the DMO in all of this?
Well, it's supposed to be between the CBN and the federal government. But again, when you are talking about debt, the DMO has to come in because it's the debt that the federal government has to pay. The DMO is like the regulator or the custodian of Nigerian debt. So they are the one that plans payment schedule. So that's why they are definitely have to be involved in it.
All right. So, okay, fine. The DMO says the securitization will involve the issuance of debt securities with a 40-year tenure by the federal government to the Central Bank of Nigeria. I want you to break it down for us because over time, analysts say that the federal government seems to abuse the ways and means. Just break down this new development to us.
Well, you said it all. They have abused it. In the first place, they are not supposed to go above that limit of about 30% of the budget deficit. They were way above it. The CBN was supposed to bring them if they were going to borrow above that, and said that because of the independency of the CBN, they said, no, we cannot give you thus far because you have borrowed above your limit. The only time you are allowed to borrow above your limit is in the time situation, maybe there's a crisis, security crisis. But at this time that they borrowed, the country was not in a standstill, it was not in war situation. So definitely they borrowed above their limit, and the CBN could not act on its autonomy to say, no, we cannot do it. And that's where we have the problem that we keep saying that especially the current CBN has become a tool in the hands of the government. Now the government cannot move their revenue. We've been saying that the problem in Nigeria is not in the GDP, it's in the revenue. You can have a very low GDP, but have a very, you can have a very high GDP to borrow more, and a low revenue. You cannot borrow because it's not the GDP that pays the money, it's the revenue that pays the money. Now they had to do that is because they just realized that the government has no money, and it's a domestic debt. So what we are seeing is more or less like a debt reshuffling. And saying, okay, now we are going to be paying CBN 9% of this debt every year. It now stands like a security. And so they're expecting Nigerians buy into this product, and the Nigerians will begin to benefit from it. I mean, from the bond, whereby when they invest in that, they get 9%, and the government will be the CBN will be able to have, and the government will be able to have money to pay the CBN. Is using one illegality to correct on that illegality, because the ways and the means were supposed to go through the National Assembly. We never had that, and now again, even if you are going to proceed it to bond, it still needs the approval of the National Assembly. But as it is now, it's a policy that they just decided to go on with without getting relevant approval.
All right, Mukhtar, but some analysts have pointed out that the executive and the National Assembly may have acted prematurely, as Section 38 of the CBN Act prohibits securitization of the ways and means. Don't you think that consequently we might need an amendment to the Act to proceed with this so-called securitization?
I think this need an amendment in any law, because the whole idea of a law is not 100%, and people will always find ways to legitimately beat the law. And I think that is what they have succeeded in doing. They didn't just they look at the lapses in the law and they took advantage of it. I keep saying the problem in Nigeria is not in the area of legislation. It's even in the legislators. The legislation we already have, we don't seem to do that. So definitely not how much you try to do the legislation, there will always be people that will find means to beat it.
Okay, fine. Let's get more insights now. Securitizing the ways and means advances and adding them to the public debt balance will raise the total public debt to about 69 trillion naira, or about 35% of the 2022 GDP, from 46.3 trillion naira, or 23%, that we had before. What's the implication of this, adding this ways and means to our general public debts, really?
Well, the implication of it is that you are now owing more debts. So we have more debt to pay. And that's the implication. We did an analysis one time of the foreign debts Nigeria is owing, and we realized that every Nigeria is owing our debt of $50. So we need to add this to, and we need to convert it to naira and know how much we are owing in terms of naira. Every Nigerian is owing. And before now it was 200 naira each Nigerian is owing in terms of naira debt. So I think it's not just looking for ways to pay, but how you go about looking for these ways to pay. If there's any administration that have taken advantage of debt with impunity, is this current administration. They've not looked at debt as debt as something that is going to affect the future generation or the incoming administration. They looked at one side. Oh, we need debt. We need to finish projects that we've started, and most of these projects are physical projects that most of them will not be concluded by them, and most of them are economical variable. If they are giving it to the private sector, especially the PPP, most of these private sector would have built and operate for the next 25 years, and the government would have had channeled those from maybe to social investment in health and education. But the government has refused to think out of the box, and that is why we have the challenge that we have now. So for me, I think this government that don't think out of the easy way out, and the easy way out is to borrow money.
Okay, another factor supporting the need for a review of debt benchmarks in the fiscal strategy paper is that the share of domestic debt in the overall public debt split will rise to almost 73% compared with around 60% previously. Is this really true?
Yeah, it is. And again, most of this 76%, government is the highest debtor. I mean, in any developed economy, you see private companies are the ones that are highly indebted because they collect this debt to expand their business, and through their business, they're able to service this debt. But what we have seen here in Nigeria is that the government collects the debt to pay salary and also to continue to pay salary of political appointees. So definitely the debt profile keep going up, and the means of payment gets slimmer by the day, because the only other means they look at, okay, outside of the crude oil, which subsidy regime are paid, the NNPC did not give anything to the Federation account. So the next thing they're looking is widening the tax bracket. And when they talk about widening the tax bracket, it's taxing the already taxed. So definitely, I think it calls for concern, it calls for worry. Debt in itself is not bad. it is being used for productive ventures. But when you look at debt as a means of allowances and salaries for an over-bloated civil servant due to political appointee, there's more to worry about now.
All right, Mukhtar, let's look at the flip side, because some people still believe there's a bit of an advantage to this. But with the rising debt service to revenue ratio estimated by the World Bank at approximately 96% in 2022, some analysts say this move is very good in reducing the federal government's debt service burden. How do you reason all of that?
It's good in terms of when you look at debt in itself, it's not bad. It's just like any business. Sometimes you need to expand, you go to borrow. But what we are saying, why it's bad in this instant, is that some of these debt are borrowed because they cannot meet their salary demands. So especially with the ways and the means, and then they are not able to use this working in synergy between the monetary and fiscal side to control inflation. Inflation is more every month in every economy in the world, but ours seems to be out of control because we seem to do nothing about it. So definitely, I think there is a lot to be concerned about when you look at Nigerian debt profile and what we are trying to do. It doesn't look workable at all. I just feel for the incoming administration, they need to find a way around and begin to see how they can offset some of this debt and look at those debts that are not productive and get out of it.
I must say a very big thank you to you, Mukhtar, for your time and, of course, all the analysis that you have brought and clarity you have made on these ways and means and the implication on Nigeria's fiscal policy. Mukhtar Mohammed is an international finance and economic analyst. Thank you for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll be coming back in a moment to look at the impact of the CBN's cashless policy vis-a-vis the new notes in circulation and all of that, how it is in the country and how Nigerians are bearing the brunt. In one moment after this quick break, stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Welcome back. Now, it's been over 60 days since the Supreme Court halted the move by the federal government and the CBN to end the circulation of the old Naira notes across the country. But despite this ruling, the newly redesigned notes have remained scarce and out of the reach of the common man. Our correspondent, Plus TV correspondent, Love Ikuku went around the street to fill the polls on residents. Let's take that report now.
The court's verdict stipulates that the old
just the old notes?
A little bit sad because I've seen the note just once and I've not seen it, but I think I still thank them because half is better than nothing.
If I go to bank, is the old currency they give me most, and most people too are accepting like that.
8 months to the phasing out of the old redesigned notes, many expressed concern about the feasibility.
I don't see it to be something that's feasible, you know. Fine, it's not going to be feasible because of all these underlying reasons, you know. People might be struggling to meet up and they lose money and they lose value for their money. So it's not really feasible.
Well, in Nigeria now, every day is surprise, so we're just hoping for the best. So I don't know if it is going to be possible or not. So I'm just fingers crossed.
Make una tell Buhari Abina who wan enter na Abina Tinubu Abina Obasanjo Abina Obi, I don't know who wan enter, but the first one, make dem no try repeat wetin happen that time because if not, dem no go like am o. Now when they talk okay, we go use old note now till December. Make dem no come now come say December na new note, if you no get new note, people now go come dey die for bank. In fact, some go dey faint, some go dey die. Even me, I nearly die. Even my mama sef nearly die, but God na him save us.
In a recent statement, the CBN refuted claims that it is planning to phase out the newly redesigned Naira note. The Apex Bank insists the old notes will cease to be legal tender by December 31st.
Oh, just in time, we hope that Nigerians will actually get to see this new note as the deadline for it. That's December 31st approach, because it is really scarce. I can't even remember the last time I saw the new Naira note. But that's the size of the show for today. Business Insights. I will return to your screens tomorrow. I am Justin Akadoni. Many thanks for watching. Lagos is the fourth capital of Nigeria, known for its uniqueness as an economic hub, high-flying business hub, and a city that has long captivated people from all over the world. However, these architects have converged to share ideas and critical insights to effectively make life
engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influenced by the
You are sitting on Nigeria's money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
No any tangible notification before the banners. It's one thing for people to be at your back, another thing for them to be with you when push comes to shove.
I'm a graduate of Political Science Social Studies from Adini Logosaya College of Education. I graduated in the year 2020. See, as of now, I'm looking for other jobs that I can match together to meet up with responsibility.
Trekking from Oriental Hotel to Eco Hotel, dropping my series at Netflix, dropping my series at different restaurants, different bars, different hotels, just hoping for something.
Pius is a graduate of computer science, but he drives an Uber for a living in the city of Lagos. Although underemployed, Pius is considered a tad lucky because 41% of the labor population with bachelor's degrees are without employment.
I got several jobs. I go for the interview, I'll pass it, they say I'm too young, they want an older chef. And then things like that were very, very frustrating. They almost pushed me off the edge. I was almost on the brink. I'd break up and call my friends and be like, okay, let me end this year with you. I just said, keep pushing. Then I heard about this Uber thing. I got my first car. I was driving for somebody. I was supposed to be paying less than 25k a week. But sometimes when I walk, the car was having so much issues. If I make
1 out of every 3 Nigerians that are able to work are unemployed. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, 23.2 million Nigerians are out of work. That is almost the entire population of Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Gambia combined. While Nigeria's youth population has increased much in the last 1.5 decades, the available economic opportunities are shrinking. Nigeria is facing an increasing youth bulge with over 123 million young citizens, but there are just not enough jobs for these youths.
From 2015 to date, I found myself jobless now. Presently, I'm managing a job, an electrical job, which I invested my money and went to go and acquire some skills, which is providing money for me now. Instead of me searching for a job, my father just advised me, instead of you working somewhere, killing yourself, you know what the country is now. Just go to this. And I thought of it, I started making research, then I started doing my father's business. And that was how I started selling ads. I sell ads here and there. Come to this, if I see a job, I will stay, I will work, but if the pay is meaningful, because now they can't give me a job that will be earning like 45,000 or 50,000, because now through my electrical job I'm doing now, I earn more than the salary I think they will offer me now.
The dire unemployment situation, which some believe is more severe than reported, has been made worse by the coronavirus pandemic, which has led to shutdown of businesses. The adverse effects of this rising unemployment rate in Nigeria are becoming enormous and far-reaching.
Where there is unemployment, there is psychological desperation in itself, the sense of not having something to do. Then you also have the cogent economic consequence of not having money to spend because you're not working. This economic consequence then falls into a sociological consequence, which is the criminal side, because if people cannot fend for themselves, they either beg or steal or engage in any kind of disruptive criminal act. For this reason, for these 3 reasons of psychology, sociology, and economic reasons, it is very important that we take the issue of unemployment very seriously.
When you are not able to meet your basic needs, when you that were able to put food on your table, you're not struggling, you that you were able to give somebody 5,000 naira, you're the one that is not paying 5,000 naira, it affects your sense of worth.
The unemployment problem is compounded for those living with disabilities who have to deal with extra hurdles. People like Christiana, who is a visually impaired business owner and tutor in Lagos.
We have this misconception that when there is no sight, there's nothing you can do. But in my own case, it's not like that. But one of the problems that we have is like people never had that trust with people living that disability that they can deliver it. And at the same time, people look down on us, low esteem, and there's discrimination and stigmatization that you cannot deliver.
The problem of exclusion is also gendered, as the numbers show. While the rate of unemployment is high, women are the worst hit. In stock terms, there are 30% more unemployed women than men. Women face barriers that men don't have to deal with.
So the woman who's at home and who's caring for the children or who's the natural carer, would we say that that person is employed or not? I would dare say that they are employed. Now, we may have as high as 10%, like I said, I think it's more. We may have a lot more women not employed in the formal structure as we know it, either within the corporate world or perhaps down the line of entrepreneurship. And there are very many different reasons and factors for that. But the starting point usually has to do with, the girl-child education, as we know. Based on our culture and based on the long-standing statistics that we have that show that the girl child is not as educated. We don't take the same opportunities for the girl child as we've taken for the boy child due to cultural nuances. Traditionally, we believe that we should educate the boys and not the girls. So of them now in terms of entrepreneurship. However, what tends to happen over time is, again, they tend to drop out when it's time perhaps to have a family. So it's really down sometimes to the choices that are made. And what we must do to try and balance things out is make sure that the choices that are open to women are actually more. So what are those things making them drop out? What are, for example, the reasons why midway through your career you have to make a choice to say, I need to focus on my home? What then can employers do to ensure that these women are given the opportunities? How can we expand the choices such that I can manage my home, manage my career, still look after my children? And sometimes it's very simple things like, do we have the facility for childcare?
Unemployment in Nigeria is not just about availability of jobs, but also about the education system producing the right type of manpower in the right quality and quantity to industrialize the country. State actors and stakeholders say many Nigerian youths are not employable because their skills are largely divorced from labor requirements.
I think, in my view, reviving our technical and vocational education and training systems, it's not optional. As a matter of fact, it's where we must go, pari pursue, our other academic institutions like universities and schools, such that you'll find that we have a lot more focus around disciplines, around trades, around disciplines, around specializations. I'm in a room now, I'm in your station, where journalism is a profession, right? But then there are also certain skill sets, whether it's graphics, whether it's creatives, that work very well with your industry. Now, not all of the skill sets that you need in this radio house require a university degree. So a lot of them can be honed, right from even maybe senior secondary or even post-secondary through different diploma programs and things like that. Now, that's what we must do in terms of our skilling process, so that you have what you call a multiple pathway to your aspiration in life.
Vocational training is the key, is the answer. Germany, all industrialized nations, they all depend on these skills training. They have a robust, developed infrastructure for skills training, and so we cannot, no economy, no country can really move forward without having a developed structure, a developed ecosystem, a developed environment to train people, to send people for internship, or to train people, intern people, and eventually create employment for people. Because eventually it is those people who are trained, it is those people who have gone through internship, it is those people who have become employable who eventually becomes employers themselves.
But where are these vocational schools? There are just about 123 government-approved vocational schools across Nigeria. Besides this, there is also a certain stereotype that discourages students from enrolling in such schools.
The reason why some people don't like vocational work, depending on the area of specialization, you have to, when you want to work, you have to change your wares, and some don't like dirty work. Like me, I'm a plumber. People don't really know. Once I'm done in site and going home, people don't really believe that I'm a plumber, because maybe my stature, the way I look, so people don't really believe unless they see me while working on site.
So unfortunately, the number of people who are applying, to learn skill and all of that is still very low in number. And I actually understand why it is low in number. When you operate in an environment that glorifies certificate over skill, when you operate in an environment where the skilled workers are not properly paid, when you operate in that environment where there is no glory in having skilled work, of course, the youth will not be interested interested in that. But when you operate in a society that celebrates certification without adequate work and that do not pay people living wages for their skills, then of course there's going to be very low interest in that particular field of work.
In the absence of white-collar jobs, many youth have turned to the informal sector, earning a living with small businesses and creating employment also. Presently, these small businesses account for 96% of businesses and 84% of employment in the country. Despite the significant contribution of SMEs to the Nigerian economy, the sector is still struggling with growth.
For me, there are three things. The first one is infrastructure. Power, for example, access to markets. When you are an SME or a member of the informal sector, if you are producing something in small quantities, after you've paid your rent, you've bought your raw materials, you have your equipment, you of course have to supplement power because we don't have stable power in the country. So I think that's one of the major issues. Another issue is multiple taxation. A lot of businesses, there's no clarity on who they should be paying what taxes to. So, for example, I once worked with one of the mobility startups in Lagos in the bike-hailing space, and whilst we were, trying to speak with the LIRS, for example, about personal income tax or some basic tax from the drivers, we're obviously also having to deal with the unions, with their daily levies and all of that. So therefore, things like that will stifle businesses and informal sector players.
Although the informal sector may be having an influx of educated youth as players, there is also the snag of these graduates being majorly unequipped for entrepreneurship.
The world is moving from theoretical based learning to case-based learning, where you sit and you study case studies, you study practical lessons about scenarios, right, for business. I think it was Obasanjo that tried to introduce entrepreneurship studies as one of the general GES courses or general studies courses. And, you look at the syllabus of that course, it's the same theoretical stuff, right? So there is nothing that prepares them properly for the challenges, for the realities, for the time of dynamics that they will face if they go out into the business world, right? If you look at the Igbo apprenticeship culture, it's an amazing learning point because everything does not have to be. All your type of your learning, your education doesn't have to come from the classroom, right? It does not always have to come from the classroom. So I think if government was serious enough, right? I would expect that the SMEDA, for example, should have put in some type of structural support for the Igbo apprenticeship model, so that we can replicate those models across various societies.
The government acknowledges there is a bulging youth population with overwhelming unemployment figures. They, however, also insist they are addressing the problem.
The government has been consciously and in a deliberate manner trying to address the issue of the youth bulge. It's not just about the numbers. It's also about what are the needs of the variegated strata of the youth population. First, education is key because education is power. Education is the greatest weapon against poverty. So the government has committed so much into education. There's emphasis on technical and vocational education, on the skills that you have. That's one. Two, as regards to the new technology, the digital economy, the ICT as it is, we've seen that our youth are IT savvy, we've seen that our youth have innovative minds. And my ministry, which is the Ministry of Youth, for instance, just during the COVID era, that's my first year in office, we were able to train close to 100,000 people on digital skills, which is still ongoing. We have quite a number of other skills. But the emphasis all around has been that the need to upskill
central agenda, but also to match the skills with the jobs available. There's been a mismatch in the past. But under this government, we've seen a deliberate effort to make sure that the upbringing of our youth, whether the skills they acquire, matches the jobs available in the market, so that we just don't train them and throw them back into the job market. I know that you must have read it. In 5.5 years, this government has created 45 youth-focused programs. Some of them are empowerment programs. Some of them are entrepreneurship training. Some of them are technology training. And these programs are domiciled in various ministries.
Nigeria has not lacked special intervention programs. There are many of them. Yet, there are many unemployed youths as these intervention programs have failed in dropping the increasing unemployment rates. Critics argue that these programs are unimpressive.
For the intervention, or rather the interventions of the government, I'm going to score them high on intention, and I'm going to score them low on performance or on result. High on intention because the act of rolling out a lot of intervention schemes like the Empower, You Win, and the various ones, including trader money, all to activate employment, shows that there are people thinking, there are people of good intention out there. But the method to which they've approached it and the results they're getting makes me score them low on it, because in 2021, it is not the role of government to be creating jobs for people or to be doling out money for individuals to grow their businesses. What the government needs to do are three, really, is to overall create an environment that allows employment to be created. Who create employment is businesses. So the government needs to create an environment that allows business to thrive and create employment, and thus doing, fight unemployment.
Government will tell you, BOI, CBN, all of these guys will tell you that we are providing interventions for MSMEs, so we have this 10 billion, we have this 100 million for MSMEs. And then they will give you the guidelines. And then in the guidelines, you will see that they need you to have to register with CAC, they need you to have a bank account, they need you to have a business plan, they need you to have financial statements. Look, that already by design excludes majority of those in the MSME space.
To bridge its unemployment gap, experts say Nigeria will have to create 5 million jobs annually for the next 10 years. Is the Nigerian government ready to tackle this problem?
You know, that question is a question for Minister of Labour. It's a question for me, Minister of Youth Development. It's a question for the Minister of Finance. It's a question for the NBS. You know, but I only wear one cap. And my desire is that the youth unemployment will drop. What am I doing in that direction as a minister in this government? Is to make sure that we win our youth off this idea of just putting together a resume and looking for a job, a white-collar job, an office job, a 5 to 9 job. There's no country in the world that's been able to solve its youth unemployment problem without turning its youth into entrepreneurs. And that is the whole rationale behind the establishment of the Nigerian Youth Investment Fund. The emphasis is on two major things. That is, we must invest in our youth, provide them the needed credit and capital, access to that capital that can make them become wealth creators. Second, we need to focus ourselves educationally. We need to provide technical skills and vocational skills. China, 2 years ago, decided to close down over 200 universities or 250 universities and then turn them into vocational and technical schools, because the emphasis now in the developed world is the skills and what you can produce with your knowledge and your hand, not sitting down and carrying files in an office. So we need that paradigm shift. The AFDB leads clearly in the fact that we should move from youth empowerment to youth investment. That don't give our youth handouts, but give them tools, give them resources, give them credit and finance so that they can start. Look at this country. Our youth are they're hugely talented. The creative and entertainment industry dominates. Look at Nollywood, for instance. Look at where it is right now. And look at the musical world. Our Nigerian musicians, massive. But there's also a value chain. So there's an emphasis on looking at what's the value chain in agriculture. How do we put You don't have to be a farmer. You can be an off-taker, just buy the produce and take it to the market. Look at sports, for instance. The value chain of sports is massive. Have we explored it? No. Under this government, we've been able to reclassify sports from recreation to business. And as we put together that policy, the entire value chain of sports as business will employ a lot of youth.
If Nigeria is to turn its large youth population into an advantage, then Nigeria has to rapidly reduce the disastrously high rates of youth unemployment.
You see, luckily and unluckily for us, we are an underdeveloped country. And most of what we have, what we need, we don't have enough of them. We don't have enough schools. We don't have enough hospitals. We don't have enough, almost anything. I can't think of anything that we have enough of. That problem of scarcity of assets should become the solution to our problem, in the sense that we should just sit down and try to create what we lack. To create what we lack, we need to think of what is needed. Why is it that we're not producing, and why is it that we're not consuming what we produce? Why is it that there is no urge to produce? Why are we having more pastors and politicians than manufacturers? If we want to boost Made in Nigeria, for example, I think we need to sit down and say, the first thing we need to do is perhaps create 5,000 production managers as a pilot scheme across the country, so that each one of them will go to different areas and specialize in one sort of production or the other. I repeat, I'm insisting on production, knowing fully well that where there is production, accountants will be needed, photographers will be needed, salespeople will be needed. The core of progress since the Industrial Revolution lies in production.
They really need to go fast because boys are not smiling, and then it can lead to early bloodshed. Early bloodshed in the sense that there will be serious competition. Boys say they smile again. Boys are willing to get their hands on anything just for this bar. And the government, if they are this slow, they will not be able to withstand what will come.
Hello there, my name is Hakim Adebayo, and here is my good old days story. Once upon a time, this barrack boy had the rare privilege of attending military schools both at the primary and secondary school levels, where paramilitary activities were combined with quality education at next to no cost. I was that young boy who grew up in a nation bound by love, peace, and serendipity, a country where all that was of paramount interest to us as kids was to walk to school, attend assembly, sing in chorus to the national anthem, and pledging to our great country Nigeria to be faithful, loyal, and honest. Growing up in the midst of people of different tribes, religion, and educational background, we had a thing in common. We were all bonded by the calmness, yes, disciplined military atmosphere. Those were the days when we made promises to our parents and we strive to fulfill those promises. In my case, I routinely made a promise and vowed to come first in my class at the end of each term, a promise I could fulfill only once. But the commitment to attend that vow was always an inspiration. Mere thought of calling my name and inviting me out for presentation of gifts before my classmates during prize giving day was a continuous driving force for me to always want to be at my best. Those were the good virtuous days when there were healthy rivalries, unjaundiced academic competition amongst students. How can I forget the numerous handwritten letters and postcards to friends and family? A visit to and fro the post office was always memorable, as you were excited with the suspense of getting a letter from the post office box and ahead of time. answered guesses on where, who the sender could have been. Oh, I remember with nostalgia our mail box, PO Box 219 Ipaja Post Office. That was the magic number. Can you recall yours? I wonder if that medium is still as potent as they were then, not with the advent of social media and smartphones. I equally recall those days when the sound of my dad's Peugeot 504 saloon car was a timely warning for comportment, a time to be well behaved and show your homeworks one after the other. So the time to watch the famous NTA Channel 7 television news and summarize the content of the day's newspaper to the man of the house, my father. God help you if the content of those newspapers were not fully digested and accurately summarized. Those were the days when we were taught to be abreast of events in our dear country. To what extent can we say today our children are very current on happenings in our country? I ask. I recall those days, those good days when holidays were times to bond with cousins and uncles, when it was as much fun to go to a cousin in the village and it was for another cousin to pay us a visit and spend the holiday with us in the city. Life then was modest and humble. Such moments to behold were those when my grannies would call me only by my native pet name, and this was always followed by a rendition of the family's panegyric, known as Oriki in Yoruba. It was always an emotional trigger. The call of Ajani was all I always desired to hear, and would be eager to run errands without getting tired. What a time. How I dream in wishes that few of these moments be brought back and a slice of it granted to the current generation to taste. How can we change the narratives by working towards providing a greater future for the upcoming generation? Instead of reveling on the glorious past, we can do it. Ajani desires a brighter future laced with the solid foundation of the glorious past. Today, I equally identify with Sir Shamore Badijo in his desire to bring back all that is good about our past, with a view to redirecting our paths towards a greater future, not only for us, but the upcoming generation. I remain sincerely yours, Ajani.
Down, let's say 3 to 4 days after, we were still running around the circle. It was not like we were not even leaving the environment because everywhere looked alike. So I just told my sister, even if we are going to the land of the dead, 4 days is enough for us to have gotten to where we are going. Are you sure there is no problem? So I said, nothing, let's just endure. And then after a while, she will ask me, nothing you said is true. Even if it's land of the dead, by now we should have gotten somewhere that is close to the land of the dead that we are going to. And the funniest thing is, all these things was going on under a scorchy sun. Like, the sun was not friendly, very hot. There are no trees around. Everything is just blank, like you're just seeing only the soil. That sand is the only thing you're seeing. So you're not seeing anything that is going to give you hope. And then to worsen it all, you're seeing bones. If they pack and say rest, the only thing you're going to see is probably bones from animals and human beings that have died. So people just, maybe like people who like playing, will just put their hand like as if they are packing sand, and then the next thing is bone. So they will just go, hey, see bone, oh, everybody will run, you know. It was just, now I'm laughing, but then it was very traumatizing, like you see weird things only. So after that, we noticed that actually we were running in a circle. So the driver explained to someone that there were security persons around, policemen, that's the Niger police. So we are not supposed to pass them except they are not there. So we have to wait until those policemen are out. And then I think after a while, those policemen started getting really close. So the drivers left us. They fled for their lives. And then where they parked us was very hot. So we sat there, we were waiting for them to come back. Those security or policemen didn't even come where we were. But then we lost someone while struggling for water. There was no water. The drivers had already left. So I think the man's heart failed. He's not a young boy. He should be like around 50 something. So I think his heart failed or something. I don't even know what to say happened to him. But he was just lying down. Nobody had a clue that the man was already dead. So when the drivers eventually came back, they found out the guy was dead. They just did their Arab or Muslim ritual. Just did something, put their clothes, then used sand to cover the man, and that was all we left. You know, we all cried while leaving. People were singing sorrowful songs. And then after a while, the police caught up with us. But that part too was traumatizing for me because the drivers left again as usual. They started running. This time they were running and asking us to jump out of the hills. They were running with their cars. It's not like they are running, they parked somewhere and left. No, this time they were running with their cars and they were asking us to jump off the car. It was difficult for me to jump. I don't know, I'm slim, but I wouldn't say I'm athletic. So a lot of people were jumping out. It was hard for me. So, but at some point I jumped. I didn't sustain any injury as at then. But then when I was running, because of the nature of the place, there are thorns everywhere. The thorns kept piercing my leg and everything. No sandals. We already lost our bags in the car. I was just running alongside people. So the kind of race was, people are running towards this direction. As they are running back. People are running towards this. You join these ones. You know, everybody is trying to escape, but the security persons had already surrounded everywhere, and then with armored cars, I wouldn't have an idea if they were asked to shoot anyone, but they were shooting kind of to threaten us to stay in one place, but people were still running, so the shooting continued, didn't stop. So while they were shooting, at some point, they are not shooting like randomly, like maybe releasing bullets often, but just once, just like that. So a lot of people were running towards a direction. I joined them. Anywhere they are running towards, I joined them, just like that. But then, at some point, my sisters already left me. I don't even know where they ran to. The guy that was supposed to be taking care of us also left. So I just stood somewhere and then I said, if these people are going to kill me, let them just kill me. I was crying, like, God. I was crying seriously. I was saying, just kill me. If I just remember that moment, I'm like, God, if I could survive that, there is nothing that God can't save anyone from. I was crying. I was saying, just shoot me. Just kill me. Let me just die. What kind of suffering is this? I was crying. And then the guy stopped. And then he was like giving me signal to come closer, come closer. So when I got closer to them, the man said, enter this place. I entered. He gave me water. That was the first thing he did. So it was like, don't worry, no problem. So when he said that, don't worry, no problem, I just felt like, okay, then why is it that they are now chasing us? Is it like they want to save us? Is it like they want to help or anything? So at some point, they brought us together. They were able to they were able to gather as many people as possible, to the extent that we filled this big truck was filled with people, and then some healers too had to join in taking us to the police station. They brought books. We started writing our names. Everyone, write your name, write your country, write your name, write your country. Everyone, people were just writing their names and country. We did the same. So they brought us together, and then they told us, okay, they are going to take us somewhere, and then that's where we will sleep for the night, and then they will register us and return us to our country. But before then, a white man came to speak to us. So the man asked us where we are traveling to and why are we traveling. So many people were saying, I was just looking. So many people were saying, there's hunger in my country. They are killing us in my country. There's suffering in my country. There is this in my country. You know, a lot of people were saying their reasons for traveling. He wasn't asking personally. He was just asking the entire people who were there. And then they were filming it. So majority of us had to cover our face so that we don't get captured manufactured, but some people were really vocal, like saying so many things before the man addressed us and told us that he's been to Nigeria severally. And then he's been to most of the African countries too, that we have food, a lot of us have good shelter, particularly Nigerians. He kept hammering, particularly Nigerians, there is good food in your country. I've tasted this, I've tasted that. You know, he mentioned most of the meals, and then he told us that there is no cost for this kind of traveling. Do you even know where you're going to? Do you know if it's worth where you're going to and all of that? Then they took us somewhere, they put us together in a particular environment. And then a few days later, they came to tell us that we'll be leaving back to our country. So there was rumor everywhere. People were saying, I pity people that will go back to Nigeria. I just pity people that will go back to Nigeria. The kind of suffering they will go and suffer. Police is already waiting for them. My brother called me, said that there is news that they are bringing back people, that police is waiting for them. They will arrest them because they traveled without documents. So we were all scared. And then we decided to run away, majority of us. So at night, while the security guards were sleeping, majority of us started jumping out of the fence, and then somebody brought an idea to open the gate, you know, some kind of dubious act, which is not actually good, which wasn't good for us, but because of the kind of rumor, because of the kind of things we heard, we joined, everybody left. You know, we're still hiding. It's not like you're leaving and you're just coming out to say, I'm going. No. You're hiding from place to place, hiding until we got to a particular house. When we left, we got to a particular house. There were about 6 of us in a group now. No longer I and those my 3 people. They were with me. Those 2 sisters, that guy, the 4 of us were complete as at then. And then 2 other guys joined us. So the person that owned the house agreed to keep us in her house for that night. And then I think her husband came back and asked who where. She told the husband brought a driver. So none of us had an idea that we were sold. So the man sold us to the driver. None of us had an idea. We just thought the man helped us. You know, that was the idea in my head, like, God bless this man. He finally helped us out of this place. So the driver took us, proceeded to somewhere they called Nitel. That was what they told us, that place is Nitel. So they hid us in their family house at first. Then in their family house, we met their one of the sisters that had already gone to Italy before. The lady told us she can't speak English, so she had to use diagram to express herself. She gave a sign of water and then a sheep on the water, and then she told us how she was working there. She was washing clothes, that's probably doing dry cleaning or something like that. I don't know what she was doing over there, but me, I just assumed and then I told my sisters that means maybe she did house help work over there. So we had fun with them because they were nice people. I didn't figure out if they were among the people who bought us, but they were nice to us. They gave us food. That was the first place where I had to brush my teeth, have my bath, you know. It was a good treatment for us. So throughout the 4 days we were in their house, they treated us nicely. And then after a while, the driver came back. And then the driver told us that in a few days he will come and take us. This thing was already summing up to like 3 weeks already within the desert environment. A few days later, he came again and then he said, oh yeah, get ready. You'll be leaving this night. After a few hours, he came back in the night. And then they told us, everyone to lie down inside the hillocks, and then they sealed it. So they took us from there, took us to another garage. Then that garage, they had a lot of drivers now. It wasn't just him. So I think he was looking around for passengers, but didn't succeed that day. So he told us to stay in a particular room, don't come out till he comes back. 4 days later, he came back with food. He didn't take us out of there. After like 2 days, he came back again, came back with food. So I told my brothers that the food is not as if it's enticing. This guy has caged us here. Probably something will go wrong. Let's leave this place. So the man and then the other guy that was with us said, okay, let's leave. Okay, so if we leave now, where will we go to? I said, me, if I live like this, I'll be walking down. I would want want to see a policeman. They should take me back to Nigeria. What kind of suffering is this one? This place that they locked us for like 4 days. Not safe. The house is very enclosed. That same breeze that was even blowing in the other place was still blowing and bringing sand. So that I'm not comfortable here. They said, okay, let's leave. We left. We met some drivers. Those ones, come. They served food, eat. Don't worry, we will take you. Libya, they are not even calling it Libya. They will tell you Libya. I'm like, I'm not going to Libya, me, Nigeria. No, Libya, like, their own is, don't worry, we will help you anywhere you want to go to. That particular place you want to go to, we will help you get there, but you can't go back. So I told my brother that these guys are actually saying that they want to help us go back to go to Libya, but they can't help us go to Nigeria. My brother was like, "Oh, you intended to go back to Nigeria before? We're going forward, though. It's not backward." You know, after everything, we spent a few hours with those guys, no headway out. I told them they are not even ready to take us to Libya. I carried my bag, and it was more like that stubbornness was actually what saved us, because I don't even know what was their plan. But I just told my brothers, I'm not staying here 1 minute again. I'm leaving. So, because I was stubborn, they said, hey, if we leave you now, who knows what will happen to you? Oh yeah, let all of us keep going. They joined me. The drivers were offended. They were like, come back. We didn't answer. We left. Until we met these policemen. So one of the policemen just called us. And then my bro said, we are going to Libya. The man said, you don't have, like he was explaining to them, my bro said, you people don't have problem. I will carry you to where your brothers are, plenty. And then I figured out, okay, plenty Nigerians. And then I told my brother, if there is a place where a lot of people are, it's better than this place where it's just the 6 of us. So they took us from there to where a lot of Nigerians are. I met a lot of people. I felt a bit comfortable. There was no much space for the 6 of us, but we just had to like manage in that place where they kept us. And then we spent some days again there. So we were waiting for the drivers to come. They didn't come. And then after a few days, the drivers came. So they started calling, like they shared us into groups. This driver take this one, this driver take this one, this driver take this one. So then we were already approaching Libya. So they took us, it wasn't now to 2 days, we got to Libya. So when we got to Libya, I think it was the border, the driver came down, he then asked us to pay a certain amount of money. He asked everyone to bring a certain amount of money, so that my brother helped us to pay ours, and then they took us from there. After paying that money, they took us from there. They just proceeded into Libya. We got to Saba. The driver called someone. That particular person they called came around, and the person told us that he's going to take this group somewhere. So they took that particular group. They were just taking people like in groups, in different groups. And then from that point, they took us to a particular man. The man is Igbo. So when we got to his house, the man looked at all of us, was like, the guys, this is your room. The girls, this is your room. So in that room where he said it's for the girls, I saw a lot of ladies, even people that were younger than me were in that same room. So I was like, how did you guys get here? What is going on? You know, we started talking. A lot of Benin girls, they were just saying, welcome with this one, Jadid, welcome with this one. You know, Jadid means new person. You know, they were just saying a lot of things. And then at the end of the day, I got bonded to a particular lady that really shared her experience. Happened to be that she has not been able to pay her money. So when I asked her, she said 300,000. So we started getting information from the people within that if you're unable to pay your money, you stay there. So towards the evening of that same day, like around 5 p.m., the man came to assemble all the new passengers. All the new passengers come outside, we came out. He took us to a particular hall, asked all of us to sit on the floor. We sat down. He said, "We are welcome." We answered. Me, I was even feeling comfortable, believing that this person is from my place, he's a Nigerian, so he should be nice, you know. So when he was about to tell us what Libya was, the first thing was a gunshot. In fact, for like few seconds, I couldn't recover from the shock. I had to hide behind our bros, like the whole of us just held him. The man said, "Everybody, oh yeah, this way." Like he had to like scatter us so that we don't get to communicate with each other. He had big boys. In fact, those big boys, if they handle one person, I'm sure the person will not survive it. So I was shaking. And then the man said, he just wants to let us know that we are in Libya now. And that now that you are here, he's giving us just a few hours to give him his money. He paid for us, he bought us. He was saying it like, you know, when someone is actually practically trying to pass a message across to you with everything he's got inside, the kind of anger, I'm like, I didn't offend this man before. But the way he was saying it was like, I'm just telling you that you have to pay this money within the space of so and so hours. If you don't pay it for the girls, you walk and give me my money. For the boys, you die here. So the thing sounded somehow. We just had to like beg him, just allow us to discuss. We are from the same family. He said, okay. After a while, then my brother said, please give us your phone. You are begging in tears. If you are even asking for the phone, it's not up to like, they are not giving you to call. They are giving you to just say, I'm in Libya, please call me back. You can't use their airtime to inform whoever you are informing. Sorry. So at the end of the day, we were able to reach out to the people that invited us to France. Those ones said they will send someone to come and pick us in a few hours. We should be patient. We were there, we were waiting. After a while, I came to call down my bros. Your people, they disturb me with call. Your people, they disturb. If they disturb me again with call, now go beat you, you know. We were hearing it from our own side, and I was like, is that how bros this person is talking to like this? You know, the fear was more. We pleaded, okay, can we talk to bros? So you have to plead for to see a guy in that room. In fact, you're not even allowed to see a guy. They don't give you room to see any guy. So we were able to like talk to bros. How far did they call? He now asked for phone again to reach out to them. So he was able to get to them again, and then they sent someone across. So I think the person who was supposed to bring the money was now pricing lower than the 300. I think the person was now saying 250. That was where the anger came from. At the end of the day, the man came with the money. He paid 1 million for the 4 of us, and then took us from that place to his house. From his house, we moved. It's still within the still in Libya. So from that place to the sea coast, and the sea coast was not very easy for me as well. That's from his house to the sea coast was also very traumatizing. And then at some point, I even had an experience where I was sleeping in a room. In that particular room was mixed with both guys and ladies. So there were these Sudanese that they brought into the room to join us, because initially it was with Ghanaians. So the Sudanese took a part of the room, we took a part of the room. And so in the night I was sleeping, I covered myself because I have this habit of using wrapper to cover myself from foot to head. And then there was this guy that I don't know, among the Sudanese, he crawled to where I was, walked up to me. I woke up, I was like, what? The guy put his hand in his pocket, brought out 5 dinar. 5 dinar in their money is 500 naira, Nigerian naira. I was begging me, like, I could not wrap my head around it. So I just screamed, and then the Ghana guy woke up first and was like, what is happening? You know, they started arguing amongst themselves, and at the end of the day, those Sudanese, they apologized on behalf of their brother, that they were sorry about what happened. Probably he just thought something different in his mind before bringing it, that they are sorry. So the whole thing was migrants abusing migrants, security agencies abusing migrants. The experience was just too hard for me. I had a case where someone was trying to communicate something to me that I should sit down in the vehicle, those long trucks. I didn't understand him. I don't know that GAMS means sit down. I'm just new in the environment. But this man had an idea in his head that any language he speaks or whatever he says, I should understand. So the next thing was, I don't know what he used in hitting me on my head. I was bleeding, and then somebody was saying, sit down, sit down. That's what he's saying, sit down. So I sat down, and then I noticed I was bleeding, and the lady was like, sorry, if I knew you were the one who was talking to, I would have told you to sit down. If you are sat down, the guy will not hit you. And then in most cases, for them to say sit down, they will have to shoot, for you to sit down. At least the communication differences should have been understood by them, but the case was different. For them, when they communicate, you don't understand, they become violent. So it was really hard till we got to the sea coast, spent some time around the sea coast trying to cross, had people die. Someone died while giving birth. So had cases of people dying. A particular lady died trying to give birth because there were no professionals around, and then people claimed that in their countries they were professionals, they could help her give birth, they could help her deliver. It was a sad experience. At the end of the day, she died, the baby died, and I just told myself, this one is just a wasted time, like wasted efforts. You're trying to get out of trouble, you get into more trouble. And even family doesn't know where you are because you can't even call them. I don't have access to any communication device. I can't reach anyone except maybe I'll have to pay someone to borrow his phone or have to, the situation was even very difficult because a lot of people will not even give you their phones to make call. They wouldn't even want you to buy the airtime to make the call. So it was a very difficult one until finally the security agencies came. They arrested every one of us around that sea coast. They arrested everyone. In fact, people tried to escape. Some tried to jump into the water. People tried to run, but wherever you are, they will find you and they will bring you back to the spot. And then they took us to a detention center, Garian. After a few days, they also took us from there to Tripoli, Terigmata Detention Center. So it was in Terigmata that the International Organization for Migration came visiting, and then some UN agencies, once they come around, they check on us. Whenever they are coming, these Libyan agents, policemen, they will ask us, they will give us so many things. You wouldn't even know if it is the UN guys that brought it, but when they are gone, they will lock us up back again. When they come around, we'll do sports, they will bring us out. It's as if we are enjoying our lives. When those guys are gone, we'll go back to the prison, they lock us up again and all of that. So IOM came, we all filled forms, those who want to go back home, because a lot of people said they are not going. Those ones that didn't go did what they call banamish. You pay, someone pays for you, like someone will come around, pay, yes, kind of bill them, pay the money, take you out of the prison, and then you work for the person. So I almost tried that, but a particular lady, she's from Delta, so she speaks my language. And then she told me that if I pay this money, in fact, she used our language to tell me, Idama, that is, if you try this, you just die. And then if I remember that she told me that, and if anyone comes to me to say, I want to help you to live here, I would just tell them I'm not interested. I want to go back to Nigeria.
outreach of your events or business services to advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Engagement we need to have. Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
Consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and listen to the moment, and another thing for them to be with you when push comes to shove.
Hello, welcome to Timeless Conversations today. My guest is a gentleman who is an epitome of altruism. All the while that I've known him, he has always done stuff just for the common good of everybody around him. In fact, to the extent that I see him as Dr. Selfless. I say Dr. Selfless because he's a medical doctor by training. Please welcome with me Dr. Dokun Adedeji. He prefers to be called Dokun Adedeji.
That's right.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
We also call him Papa. Now, let's talk about you as the person. As much as possible, I will make you talk about things you don't want to talk about. You don't like being the focus. But how would you not be the focus when you are the firstborn of your family?
Yeah, truly, I'm firstborn, but sometimes the firstborn also can be silent in the sense that others outshine him or something. But I've lived my life like this. My kid brothers and sisters looking up to me again, and also my parents having so much trust and confidence in my leadership ability over my kids, and I think that has helped me in other things that I've done or been able to do.
Okay. Your family is from Igbarodo. No, Igbaroke.
Yes.
In Ondo State.
Yes.
Were you born there?
That was it.
But you also have a very strong connection to Igbarodo.
Oh, yeah.
Igbaroke.
You know, you think when my father retired and we were living in Lagos, after a while he got tired of living in Lagos, he moved to Igbaroke and then my mother joined, and they were living there until they died. So we had no choice than to keep visiting them until my mom died some months ago.
Yes.
So, and they have their house there, which is still there. And we're also close to some of the things they do there. And the current Oba, who are also close to him. So, in a sense, because of my parents, we had to be going regular, and that was how I got a bit close
to Igbaroke. Now, but let's talk about your family life, your early childhood. What did your dad and your mom do that was useful, helpful in turning you guys out the way you have turned out?
You know, I like that because I'm beginning to see the effect of how we were brought up and what they did on our own current lives and the way we are trying to live our family life. My father was a banker until he retired during the Murtala Muhammad some we learned. And then my mom actually did not work because my father said her responsibility was us. And she also took it like that until when she decided to work, then she was doing just some trading, got involved in a lot of things. So she had time to be with us. My father too managed to find time to do it. And banking then, it's not like today. That it's like cutthroat and then all kinds of. My father still had time. That whenever he came back, I remember in those days, we would sit down as a family, we were talking generally about things. And those things that we used to talk about had been some sort of the things that have guided the way we all have grown up. About values, about systems, about how people should connect with other people, how they connected with others, and how we saw them connecting with just ordinary people.
Okay. So what was the decision to send you to school back in, that was Ado Ekiti?
I
were you that stubborn?
No, I wasn't. You see, we were living in Lagos. I did all my primary school and all those in Lagos. And my parents felt that they wanted me to have a kind of rural background with education being the primary focus and also the Christian nature of it. So I did a variety of exams. I passed them. When I now decided I was going to go to some particular, they said, sorry, you are going to Christ School at Ekiti. And I think it was the best choice for me as well.
Okay.
And living Lagos, the glamour of Lagos and all the rascality. So then go to Christ School. That was backward, that kind of a thing. And then, although again, I got there meeting some friends of mine who also came from Lagos with the same parental dignity that we want you to go somewhere and learn about other people, other things aside from Lagos.
Okay.
So it was fun.
What did that do to you? Apart from the fun aspect of it.
No,
being away for the first time.
Being away for the first time was tough. I remember the first time that we were on holiday, I was to come home. I think my dad couldn't send someone to pick me or something, so I had to come by public transport or something. So for me, it was jarring. Never done that before. And also, what he helped me to do was to meet a lot of people from different backgrounds. And in those days, it doesn't matter whether we were Christian or not. I mean, I met all kinds of people. And also, he allowed me to settle into education and also gave me the opportunity of going to some extracurricular things that I built my life today. It was a very good experience for me.
So, what led you to decide to read medicine?
To read medicine? To be honest with you, and I try to be as modest as possible. I was good in all the subjects. I was very good. I was one of the best in my class, in my school at the time. So for me, and again, you know, those days you were not a doctor or a lawyer or an accountant. And truly, if I didn't read medicine, I would have read law.
Okay.
And so I decided to read. And again,
so it wasn't like your dad insisted you were to read. Because, you know, it was like in those days, they would say, this is what you read.
You see, I think my family had been lucky with the kind of parents we had. None of us was mandated or corralled to read a particular book. It was by choice. And I think some of the things that guided me, I remember when we were living in Ibadan, and I was to make a choice. I remember my dad's friend, two of them very well. One was Professor Femi Williams. He was pathologist in UCH. And then I was Professor Shofora, who was also in UCH. And my dad's very close when they used to come. And I saw Professor Williams. I remember him very well. He would wear black trousers, white short sleeve with a black bow tie. And I liked that. He was very well and very intelligent man. And from school, I passed all this. I just said I was going to read medicine.
So you wanted to become another Femi Williams?
In a sense, in terms of the way it was sartorially presented and very intelligent and very professional.
You also dress very well too, you know.
Oh, I thank you.
Yes.
No, people say that. Yes. It's just by nature, I like to be simple, but I like to be. I'm very meticulous about the things that I do, even pressing, even writing, whatever I do. So people find a bit particular about things, but it's just my nature.
So it's been how many years since you left Ife? I mean, yes, since you went into
medicine.
Medicine, yes.
I left medical school, I think must have been about 38 years now.
Yeah, that's almost 40 years.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
And I practiced medicine for quite a while until I got tired whilst I was in Cadbury. So, and incidentally, you know, things sometimes work in ways that you don't understand but that you desire. After being in medical practice as a medical director in Cadbury, then I was getting tired of medicine. I said to myself, I would rather do something else. So in the process, Cadbury then had an issue. And then the MD, then a white man, thank God for white men, I mean for this reason, he called me and said, we talked about something in the company because of the issue that all the directors had done. And they want me to move to human resources, to head human resources. I said to him, hey, I'm a doctor. So he said, no, we know. But we know that you can do it. We will give you all the practical background that you need, experience, and then we put you. So he said, okay, they'll come in, let me have an interview with other directors who are white too. I keep mentioning the white thing because I'm not sure if the MD was black or Nigerian, whether they'll give me that opportunity.
That's a deep one.
Honestly.
We will interrogate it.
Oh, please, let's do. You know why I'm saying so?
Yes.
This was a man, they brought him because he had retired, they brought him from the UK.
Okay.
Wallace Galland. I remember his name very well. Cadbury had problems, some white people had come on the board. Alistair was there, Mike was there, and I think, and also Wallace. So he walked to my office, actually in the clinic. He had been looking for me, I wasn't there. So then he came, he shut the door and said, look, I want us to have a chat. I said, what is it? He said, we've been thinking about something. I've discussed with them in headquarters in Birmingham. We want you to become the head of HR. I said, look, I'm a medical doctor by profession. He said, we know, but we have seen things in you that can make you believe, that make us believe that you can handle it. So, but he said, what they will do then is try and give me practical background and all this and all the training required. I said, okay. And he said, I will think about it, that he will call me. So he got back to me, he called me and said, will I be available for an interview on Friday? I said, okay, fine. Then he got back and said, no, tomorrow. So I met the other directors, two of them, Mike, the other white man, then the South African, white South African, Alistair Gore. So we had the interview, and then 2 days later he called me and said, look, they've agreed that I should be moved to human resources, that if I don't like it, I should let them know I'll come back to medicine.
We'll come back to it. Let me just say that, don't you think that attitude was more from where they're coming from than because of their skin color?
Oh, absolutely. If I do that to white, it was because they were white. I think it's them. It's just their way, the attitude of giving anybody a chance who can do something. Not necessarily because of the skin color.
Okay, fine.
It is not unlikely that there could be some Nigerians with such disposition, but at that time there was none in my periphery. Okay. So I think it was more. It wasn't because of the, some also came, they were terrible, white guys, but not necessarily because of their skin color.
So what was that experience like, switching from the clinic being medical director to becoming HR director?
Honestly, it was enlightening. It gave me a wider berth in understanding. But you see, what had also helped me was the fact that as a doctor, I was dealing with human beings in a clinical sense of mobility. But when I moved to it, I was not dealing with human beings in the social environment with their working relationship and all that department. So it was just a shift, but it's still about people.
Okay.
But I think it deepened my interest in people and gave me a better understanding of what trips people, how they live their lives, and what affects them. It was very good for me. And after a while again, I got tired. I said I wanted to leave.
We'll take a break. We'll be back to continue. It's still Timeless Conversations. Our guest is Dr. Dokun Adedeji. We'll be back. Timeless Conversations with Dokun Adedeji as our guest today. So you were saying you got tired and you thought, let me go.
You see, it's an interesting thing about what had happened to me. When I was in the clinic, I had the liberty to to practice medicine the way I always loved to practice. I had everything. The company gave me the latitude to have the things that I required to practice. And so it was a different experience for me from working in the private sector. And so when I was, after a while, I just thought, I come here, I treat people, I do this, I can't wake up the dead. So I said to myself, I'd like to have a different experience. You know, the thing that helped me, as the clinic was under the HR department, so I was attending top managers meeting and all those. So I was making contributions to our discussions, and I said that, look, this is something that I didn't think I was going to go to HR until that opportunity came. So when it came, you know, whilst I was even in the clinic, I was involved in some NGOs where I put so much time and interest even whilst working. And so I began to say to myself, and I came with the experience of what Bill Gates said. Bill Gates said when he called his colleagues and said, look, when he becomes 50, he was going to retire. And he began to do other things that gave him satisfaction and opportunities to do other things. So I said to myself, I've worked in the clinic, I've been HR, I've done my bit. I would like to spend the rest of my life doing things for other people and doing things that I enjoy, not necessarily for money, but for satisfaction. And so after a while, I told the company that I would like to leave. So they said, I said, I just was tired. There was no way I would become the MD of the company. I mean, going by what I can see, because I'm limited in that scope. And I'd rather, now when I can still do stuff, go and do things. And they said, okay, fine. So I left. And since I left, I've been involved in the NGOs that I mentioned that are now I pretend over it. And it gives me absolute satisfaction. And the peace it brings to me, I can't quantify it. So I thought I made the right decision.
So it's like you turned the page in your life's story.
Oh, yes.
And decided I'm going to be more into NGO social service, as it were. Now, the NGO is the Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry. That's CADAM. What informed its formation?
You know, sometimes I remember when I won an award, and the chairman of the company, because I won the chairman's award in Cadbury, which was an international award, Cadbury Staff Worldwide. So the chairman asked me, he said, Dokun, what gave you this desire to do this and that? I said, honestly, I don't know. I just think it's my nature. It's just the same thing. What happened was, I never smoked before, never drank before. One day in church, the pastor just said, look, we are starting a new ministry called Drug Addict Rehabilitation Ministry to cater to the people that have been on drugs, maybe in the hospital at home. They didn't have any intention of turning to anything else, so I joined. So once I was there, it then began, not because of my medical background, but it was just my nature. So when we were there, I began to suggest to people that, look, going to the joints and meeting this addict, just talking to them was not, they even said to us that, look, we want you to take us out of this and then put us in a place where we can get rehabilitated. That was what began the journey. So I then got very involved in it. We then built our centers, began to admit people, and we went to see people turn around. There are quite a number of them that are still, a lot of them that are drug-free, living productive lives. So that was how my interest.
And what year was this?
The ministry actually was founded by Pastor Deyemi. I think he founded the ministry in 1991.
Okay.
And then I joined the ministry in 1992.
So that's like 1991 to that's 30 years
yes,
ago.
And then
so you've been with it?
I've been in the ministry for about 29 years. And since I retired in 2010, this is what I've been doing full time. Even I wasn't paid. But that was only until now Mommy Joe now set up a board. The board said, no, you couldn't have been doing this all these many years and then we don't. So they said they'll give you some allowance. But the allowance is not even the important thing. But the fact and parents.
Let's talk about not just the testimonials yet, but the drug abuse situation in Nigeria. I know it's a global thing, but let's situate it within our own area.
Leko, one of the greatest tragedy for me, or pain for me, is the issue and our attitude to substance abuse in Nigeria. Why do I say that? Since I got involved, we've been shouting at what I'm seeing that will envelope. When initially, some years ago, they said Nigeria was a user nation, a transit nation, all people carry through Nigeria. I remember telling one of the top echelons of NDLA, was actually the chairman, that we're joking that then we were even a user nation. So they didn't believe until 2013, when NDLA finally agreed that we're a user nation. Then I cautioned again, a year thereafter, that we are not just a user, we're manufacturing. Everybody said, no, it can't be. Where am I going to? In 2017, a survey was done by the UNODC. The report came out in 2018. The global average prevalence use of substance abuse globally was 5.6%. In Nigeria at that time was 14.4%, translating to about 14 million Nigerians between ages 15 and 64 that had used drugs the previous year. And let me say this, that survey probably did not take into cognizance people who do it in the office, people who do it socially, these were people they thought that were doing drugs on a regular basis. This year, the country representative of UNODC said that figure is close to 20 million. And the thing that people also need to know is that out of every 4 substance use disorders, one is a female. In Nigeria, the preponderance of use in Nigeria in the population is age 25 to 39, which is the economic productive year of any nation.